Welcome to the Texas Sprint Racing Series. It is time to qualify from Amarillo. Thank you all here in the paddock, and thank you to everyone tuning in live around the world here on Kart Chaser. We have a ton of classes to go, a huge turnout here in the northern panhandle of the great state of Texas for the midway point of the 2023 Texas Sprint Racing Series season. Mike Groswift on the racetrack now for qualifying. Colton Schniekenberg on your screen in that blue and red number 17 Energy, who has been one of the drivers to beat all year. Talked with his team owner Gary Willis with Team GWR. He said, man, it feels like we should have probably won about 6 or 7 races this year. He's going to figure it out at some point. And well, for Colton Schniekenberg aboard that Energy, we'll see if this weekend becomes the weekend that he's able to get his first career regional and potentially national level win, as it is nearly 200 entries packed into this newly revamped Amarillo Kart Circuit. So excited to bring you guys all the coverage here in Royal Electric Microswift along with the rest of the classes for the 2023 Texas Sprint Racing Series presented by Auction ETX. My name's Xander Clemens in the booth here. Alongside me is Caleb Smock in his return to commentary with us. 11 drivers here, 1 driver around. That's the 59 of Wyatt Slider in that blue and red comp cart. He'll get restarted and pushed back onto the racetrack. But as we get set to bring you the action here yesterday, Caleb, things definitely got a little bit wet and wild at the end of practice. It limited guys to 3 sessions on the racetrack and basically ended Friday practice early. With the heavy rain that went through. We got another dusting of rain yesterday or last night as well, and that made morning more up a challenge. So a lot of these drivers are coming in a bit blind here to today.
Yeah, good point that you brought up, and it was very much of a pop-up that happened yesterday. Everything all at once. The track is now green. All that rain pushed off all the rubber. Basically had to start from scratch, which is good and bad at the same time. It's bad because all that rubber isn't laid down. There's not that defined racing line as more so that you've seen, but it's also good when it cleans off the track. Green track, everyone's basically kind of starting from a blank sheet.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's, again, going in with not too much seat time. There was no Thursday practice allowed. It was strictly Friday practice here. And, again, just 3 full sessions in the dry. Still a drying racetrack. You can see on some darker parts of the circuit off the racing line that are a little bit damp, which will make the racing very interesting when we get to the heats later on today, because they're all going to be on the normal dry racing line by themselves here in qualifying. Let's see the first lap at full speed. The first laps did come in last time by, but now another lap to warm the tires up for Colton Schniekenberg and company. It is a 1:14, a 74.678. That is the benchmark now for the number 17 machine. We're still missing a handful of drivers on the timing charts. They will get updated. The likes of Liam Nachawati, Cade Casper, Paxton Romero, Dutch Westbrook in the 11 kart field have yet to turn a time here today. But for Colton Schniekenberg, top of the charts by half a second over Pasha Ali in the number 42 Sodi kart. He runs behind him just on the racetrack there. And then further back down the order, you have Aston Wyatt on that Alan Rudolph Racing Academy Bureau Art machine in the number 2, the reigning vice champion in the Micro Swift class. Tanner Barsh in the number 51 machine, Marcelo Flores in the number 12, Andrew Anastasio in the 43, and then Wyatt Slider was the driver that we saw spun around on the opening lap here. So qualifying, I believe, just 5 minutes in total. They'll get 4 laps, if that, at full speed. We're coming to 3.5 complete right now, 1.5 minutes to go in qualifying as the field heads towards the back section of the racetrack. There's a look at Pasha Ali, second in line, second on the time charts, as he'll come through the final sector, and we'll watch him around to give you an idea of the lap at Amarillo Kart Circuit. They come down to this front straightaway on the viewing section right there, grid right next to it with a brand new covered grid area, a very tight turn 1-2 chicane. That'll be tricky for the first time ever in TSRS history. They'll be starting going into that turn 1-2 chicane. Then he comes through that turn 3 bend that leads to this turn 4, 5, and 6, left, right, and left chicane. A great shot right here down low at surface level to take you through out of turn number 6, and that'll lead them to the turn 7 hairpin right up here in the infield. Another key passing point that we'll see plenty of times throughout the race weekend here through turn number 7. Then they'll go back to a triple apex, kind of turns 8 and 9, if you will. 2 major curves right there to send them around onto the long back straightaway. And then out of turns 8 and 9, or really we can just call that one turn 8 for one big wide apex. Then to turn number 9 right here, this quick left into a right-hand bend coming out to make turn number 10, that long bend coming down the back straightaway. And this again will be full song. Those K100 seniors will be screaming at 17,000 RPMs headed into the final 3 corners on the racetrack. You go out of turn 10, and then it's this turn 11, 12, and 13 complex. 11 right there to the left, 12 that little bend on the right, and 13 that quick kink coming onto the front straightaway here as they come down to turn number 1 once again. Pasha Ali, as he clocks in on lap number 4, will go to a 73.26, so a quick drop in times of nearly 2 seconds across the board as everyone finds more grip in the tires here. Those Avinco blues being utilized for the Royal Electric Microswift class. It's Aston Wyatt's AR Academy Bureau Art machine that is the quickest. Here he is coming through turn number 6 on that red and white Allen Rudolph Racing Academy team kart. He is the quickest at a 72.596. That's a 10th quicker than Colton Schniegenberg on the GWR Energy. It's 4.5 tenths, nearly 5 tenths clear of Pasha Ali. Even further back, 6 tenths off the pole for Pasha. But this will be the final time by. They'll get the checkered flag next time to the stripe, I believe, here to close out qualifying for the first of our groups. Royal Electric Microswift. Let's watch the top qualifier here on the hot seat for Aston Wyatt coming to the final sector of the racetrack. The fastest 2 drivers to contend with him are just up the road. They were the first and second ones released off the grid to come to the finish line. Here goes Aston down to the final corner. Colton Schniegenberg, lap number 5. Will it be anything quicker? A 72.71? It'll be a 72.45. He'll go to the top. Ali will go no better than third. And across the stripe for Aston Wyatt, he'll retake the top spot by 37 thousandths of a second. And that'll do it, I believe, for qualifying. He's still tucking, so there may be one more lap in the books for them. But at the moment, 5 laps in, Aston Wyatt, a close battle between himself and Colton Schniegenberg right there in the number 17.
Yeah, and one thing we always talk about from the national races and also the regionals, you think about setup and tire setup, especially when it comes time for qualifying. Typically, you got guys who try to go a little bit harder in the start, and some guys try to save it and then bring it in towards the latter half of qualifying. Now, with how the entire weather setup is, the temperature is a little bit lower. When you think of North Texas in July, you think it's going to be extremely hot. It's a little bit cooler this weekend, so some guys are trying some different things right now. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see some of the senior and even junior drivers who are down right now watching, seeing what the karts are doing and what the times are doing right now, as we've seen it back and forth inside the top 3.
And again, like you said, seeing what the times are doing, a 72.4, that's 2 seconds better, nearly 2.5 than what they were doing on the opening couple of laps here. So for Aston Wyatt on that AR Academy Bureau Art, this will be the final time. The checkered flag showing now in the session here as he rounds the final turn. Here he comes onto the front straightaway in the number 21. Colton Schniegenberg improves again, 72.13. Wyatt, final time, 71.97. Aston Wyatt will be enough to take the pole as the back and forth continues to the checkered, and the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy team will be pumped up on that one. Aston Wyatt goes to the pole on his final time by the stripe. Colton Schniegenberg will have to settle for second. Pasha Ali, one of the only drivers inside the field to not improve on the final trek by the stripe here in Amarillo. He sits at a 72.92. It was a 72.94 on his final lap, so no improvement but consistent. Still, unfortunately, nearly a second to find. A huge racetrack like this, you'll see the delta through the field change dramatically and probably open up much more than a short track than what we were at just a month and a half ago on Memorial Day weekend at North Texas Kartways in Denton, Texas. So with that here, the results from qualifying. Aston Wyatt on top of the box over Colton Schniegenberg. Pasha Ali, Kate Casper in fourth on that Trackside Karting Services GFC. Marcelo Flores, your top 5 as the session comes to a close. We'll take a quick commercial break. When we come back, it's time for some of the first Briggs & Stratton bringing the Rumble 206 classes to hit the racetrack.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
don't lean over that ledge. You're going to get a shot.
Okay.
That ledge right there is good. But this. That's not fine. Sorry.
And welcome back here to Amarillo Kart Center as we were watching Maxwell Paper Products 206. And it looks like it's a little bit of a hectic start. We had 2 spin right off the bat. Count that, 3 now. Heading into that last little complex, a little left, followed by the right chicane before we come on the main straightaway. I don't know if there's a patch of water that got kicked up or if maybe some wet grass got kicked onto track. Thankfully, though, that was in the start of qualifying, so they still have the rest of the time to go. I think there's about 1 lap under in the books so far. So count that, maybe 4 more laps for those drivers who spun off, as we're now going to switch back over to that front pack as we watch Richard out in front, Richard Fargy out in front as he's kind of breaking away from the pack right now. Talking about the track that Xander was talking about in the last class with the Micro Swift, it's a little bit longer of a track, but it also has a good mix. There's 2 long straightaways, one of which with a dog leg kind of in the middle of it. That is going to allow for some fantastic drafting, especially in this class, 206, Briggs and Stratton, where they're able to bunch back up. But right now, it looks like Richard's starting to pull away from the pack, trying to break away from that draft and not allow anyone else from behind him to get a tow.
Yeah, Richard Fogarty having a great start here to qualifying. Max Martinez is in second. Kyle Uchinsky, the new owner of Amarillo Kart Complex here, pulling double duty this weekend in both Maxwell Paper Products 206 Heavy and KA100 Masters. Across the line for the 576 of Richard Fogarty. He'll put lap 2 in the books. It's a 78.93. And again, with a damp racetrack with cooler track temperatures and cooler air temperatures. We've seen highs in the hundreds, triple-digit air temperature highs here this weekend coming in. Today, only a projected high of around 85 to 88, which is cool for a North Texas summer. And again, in the 70s here to start warm-up and qualifying today. Coming through there, that's the 547 GFC machine of Noah Murphy, who was consistently inside the top 5, battling inside the top 10 at both of our opening couple of rounds. He's a little bit further down the order right now, currently sits in the 8th position in a 15-driver total grid for Maxwell Paper Products 206 Heavy qualifying. However, last month's winner, round number 2 winner, Maxwell Paper Products driver Ross Smith in the black and yellow 575 is your fastest driver at the moment at a 78.627. Fogarty is second, making more in his first start of 2023. Currently sits in the 3rd position. Here's a look at the fastest driver. He's the middle of that group of 3 on screen. There is the comp card just up the road. I believe that might be Max Martinez in the 527. But it is the 575 Maxwell Paper Products OTK of Ross Smith that is the fastest. Here he comes across the line. This will be a big tow. That's off the 510. Believe of Steven Gallardo, and he goes by them to turn 1. He will hit traffic, so that lap will not be as fast for the round 2 winner, Ross Smith, who was dominant at North Texas Kartways in Denton. But right now, he is back to 4th. It is Kyle Uchinsky on that silver Stilo helmet there on the High Five Performance Tony Kart, the 508 right behind one of the black and blue Ricardo chassis. So there's Ross Smith on your screen. The next driver up the road is the man on the hot seat. Kyle Uchinsky currently quickest at a 77.94. 600ths up on Richard Fogarty. Noah Murphy is 3rd. Ross Smith is 4th as the 575 will now be by himself on his 4th lap at full speed.
Yeah, Ross Smith probably timed this one perfect. He kind of threw away that last lap when he made the pass into turn 1 across the stripe, held up by traffic. But after this lap, he is closing in to that same Ricardo kart we were talking about that Murphy was kind of closing up onto as well. So if he can use that to his advantage, catch up in this next lap, come the following lap, he will then have a good flyer and also a tow towards the tail end of it. If he can time it right, it'll be down those 2 long straightaways.
I think Kyle Uchinsky as well, setting up for this lap, is going to be in a great spot to tow off of that black and white GFC of Noah Murphy. Uchinsky that time did improve, but he had to make the pass into turn 1, so a 77.8 puts Ross Smith back on the board at a 77.26. But keep an eye on this group right here coming through. There's Smith. Here's Uchinsky again. He's got a drafting partner behind him in the 527 of Max Martinez. And for Uchinsky, again, only about a half second up the road to Noah Murphy. So if he hits this sector right, if he gets a good launch, which he does, coming out of turn number 6, just dropped a tire right there as he looked over his shoulder back to turn number 6 and going into 7, but he's still close enough. If he can hit a good turn right here, Kyle Uchinski, Mr. Amarillo Kart Complex, could be looking at a pole at his own racetrack right here. So let's see it through turn number 8. Is he going to be close enough to get a slipstream off the back of Noah Murphy? It'd be borderline right now, Caleb. Maybe half a second back, but I think a good run here on turns 9 and 10, and that'll be a big toe that'll take him all the way through the rest of the lap. Let's see it as they come down the back straightaway.
Yeah, coming out of the corners, just closing up to him. Now you got to worry about it. Did I catch up too quickly? As you said, borderline coming down that first straightaway. Now here comes the second. He's probably just inside that window of a toe. Hard on the brakes here coming up into that quick left-hander. You can see the back wheel lifting up as he's throwing it in, and I think he may have hit this one perfect. He's just not coming to across the line, not going to get held up across the stripe. Let's see the time.
Kyle Uchinski to the top of the boards, 76.94, 3/10 clear. Ross Smith will beat it, though, by himself in the 575, a 76.81. Smith did that with no toe as he goes by. You can see him all by his lonesome right now in that black and yellow Maxwell Paper Products machine. Uchinski now is on the bumper of Noah Murphy, so he'll get not the benefit as much this lap. May need to go by him here into turn number 7, unfortunately, for Kyle Uchinski, but for Ross Smith, that was a burner on lap 5. We're on the final lap now, so we'll keep a tab on it. Richard Fogarty is still close. He's about a half second off the time charts in qualifying, but I think Ross Smith might get a bit of a help off the 527 Ricardo car to Max Martinez. So let's see him to turns 9 and 10 right here. Uchinski looks like he's committed to pushing Noah Murphy. This will be good for Murphy. He's down 9/10 back in the 5th spot on the Trackside Karting Services GFC as they come out of turns 9 and 10. Here we go. Last run on this big sweeping straight. Uchinski going to fade to the high side. He'll stay in line to the last turn. It looks like, give him one last shove. No, he'll go to the inside. That'll hurt maybe both of them, and it does as they have to kind of give room to each other. I don't think either lap will be good here at the checkered. Uchinski knew that as well as he shakes his head across the line. No improvement for Uchinski, no improvement for Murphy. Nothing for Smith that time, surprisingly enough, as he got the toe off Max Martinez. So he'll stay atop at a 76.81, and the rest of the field will file on by. Ross Smith picks up where he left off, undefeated for the last 2 months of competition, dating back through the heat races in the pole and qualifying to the main event win in Denton, to the pole here in Amarillo as group number 2 comes to a close. Ross Smith's Maxwell Paper Products machine will lead the field of 15 206 heavies in the team-sponsored division to the green flag later today for heats 1 and 2, along with heat 3 tomorrow morning. Uchinski second, Fogarty third, Jorge Ruiz missed out on practice day to a missed flight. Got in late last night, so he's coming in completely blind. The antagonist from Denton, if you will. After the round 1 win at Houston, Jorge Ruiz was P2, P3 almost all weekend over in the North Texas Kartway entry of the championship. He came in off one warm-up session here this morning. He goes 4th, 9/10 to find, though. Noah Murphy 5th, Max Martinez 6th, Madison Knox in 7th. Christopher Ramke is 8th, Stefan Gallardo is 9th, and Janae Din will round the top 10 on that Kart Racing Solutions Tony Kart. Another session in the books, just 2 down, plenty more still to qualify here from Amarillo Kart Complex. You're watching Car Chasers coverage of round 3 in the Texas Sprint Racing Series. onto the racetrack now. It's the youngest stars in Texas, the Texas Sprint Racing Series Rimrock Raceway Honda Kid Karts onto the racetrack for qualifying. A huge racetrack here for these Honda GX50s to make their way around. 7 drivers here this weekend: Bodie Beyer, Brody Brown, Benjamin Osborne, Beckley Anderson, Killian Short, Brennan Barsh, and Rafe Ali. The field as the 88 of Benjamin Osborne will lead them out of the corner. And again, lower speeds, but also the youngest stars, ages 5 to 8 years old, headed over to turn number 7, that infield right-hand hairpin on their opening lap. Same total minutes on the racetrack here for them. It'll take them a few less laps into the session, of course, as the lap times will probably be upwards of the 1 minute 30-second mark. But we'll watch them make their way around turn number 9. And again, such a cool opportunity here, Caleb, for these young kids to be able to race alongside some of the stars of the grand state of Texas here, all the way up to the 206 senior and KA senior categories, and get to go and do it themselves on the same track layout, the same Evenco tires, and at the same event with the same format.
Yeah, you hit the nail right on the head. The one thing for kids is just seat time. Everyone talks about how you get into racing. Seat time is how you do it, and this is a great opportunity. Young age, looks like a GoPro there, falling off of one of the carts after a little bit of side-by-side contact. But as the racing division gets younger and younger, it seems like at the professional lead, what a great opportunity to get into it, get a little bit of a taste of a regional race. And what's going to make you and I feel old in about 5 or 6 years now is when we see these kids and announcing them now, as we got one going off the track, sideways back onto the track. Oh, maybe that's a faster line there, Xander.
It might be a little bit. Benjamin Osborne kept his foot to the floor right there through the grass. And first time we've seen that, but hey, keep your foot in it, kid, and hang on to it. Again, some of the racetracks here, even at a big racetrack like Amarillo, you think, all right, they're going to be full throttle all the way around. Well, it looks like might have to breathe the throttle a little bit or really apex that final corner, turned 11, headed onto the front straightaway to kind of get it done. But they'll all get their first laps in just under the 2-minute marker there. So in total, as a round goes, Benjamin, oh no, he'll get stuck on the side. Oh, just got beached there off the side of the racetrack. You can see he wants to get back going. He wants to get back into it. Here comes the TSRS corner marshal. They'll help lift him back on the racetrack. That's already been a trouble spot for a couple people coming through that turn 4, 5, 6 S's section. And it takes our fastest kid kart at the end of lap number 1 as Rafe Ali was close. Rafe was at a 110.75 that time by, a 1 minute 50.7, a tenth and a half off. So close for the number 42, black and yellow of Rafe Ali. And Benjamin Osborne's back underway. Brennan Barsh in the number 82 is there on your screen. I believe he is in the silver helmet coming down this back straightaway aboard that CRG. I could be mistaken. We'll ID them properly here when we get a little bit closer. There's a look at the 17. That is actually the 33 of Beckley Anderson there on the CRG. Then the 17 just ahead of him is Brody Brown on the fluorescent blue and yellow comp cart, headed towards the final couple turns. About halfway into the session for 7 minutes in total. 3.5 to complete this time by. Still get 3, maybe 4 laps at full speed. Let's see how they do. Do they take that cut line through the grass? No, they'll both keep it on the paved stuff and across the line. We'll get a look at lap number 2 for everybody. Benjamin Osborne will now be a little further back, so his lap 2 will get burned. Bodie Beyer will go at that'll be an 83.883, and that'll be close for Brody Brown on the comp card. He goes a tenth better, so close for the Kid Karts. Beckley Anderson third. We'll wait on the rest of them to come by. Rafe Ali there in the 42. Brennan Barsh, Killian Short still have yet to put their second lap down. Benjamin Osborne second lap. We saw that spin, so it'll be a little slower for him. How about Brennan Barsh? 7/10 clear at an 83.156. He'll go to the top. And Bodie Beyer will go third. Rafe Ali will go fourth. Osborne will fall to 6 as we wait for Killian Short. There's Rafe. He went around. That's turn number 2 for the 42. He spins. He'll get back going in front of Benjamin. And they might get one more lap after this one, but it'll be tight.
Yeah, great lesson to learn here for these kiddos who are just getting into it. Tires take a little bit to come up to temperature here. About 3 to 4 laps is the normal, especially for these kid karts. They don't really have a whole lot of horsepower behind them, respectfully so, because they are running at a younger age. And because that takes just a little bit longer for them to come up to temp, as here's a good shot of 3 competitors coming down now. I believe that is Bayer in that second spot on that comp cart. He's going to lock it up and spin around. The one right behind him does it as well, and that's Brown. Sorry, Bodie Brown spins around. The one more behind him can't get a cart number on that one exactly. You can see him smacking the wheel. He's disappointed, rightfully so, but he is right there. He's competitive. He's running that second spot right now.
Yeah, again, I think that might have been Beckley Anderson because the two of them were near each other last time by on that CRG and the 33. He's off in the grass. they'll be able to get him back going. You see top of the frame there, he was able to get continued, and there he is indeed, the 33 CRG of Beckley Anderson. So this time by, it'll be the white flag basically. They'll get one more lap in before the timer should hit. Here comes Brody Brown on the 17, so he'll get another stab at it. Third lap in for Bodie Bayer was nothing better. Across the line, obviously the comp cart having that spin. He won't go any faster on lap number 3 either, but Brennan Barsh might get a good lap in, and we'll watch this session to the end. The schedule for today, for those of you looking for your classes, that is posted as well. I'll throw that up on our Kart Chaser Instagram story also for the sessions today. It's qualifying plus 2 heat races here. Qualifying in the morning half, 2 heat races after a lunch break. Micro Swift, 206 Heavy, those 2 groups have just completed. We're on group number 3 with Honda Kid Karts presented by Rimrock Raceway. Mini Swift is on deck for group number 4. 206 Senior, group number 5. KA Master, group 6. KA 100 Junior, group 7. Open Shifter, group 8. Featuring National Superstar and 4-time SCUSA Super Nationals winner, Billy Musgrave, headlines that division with the biggest turnout they've seen all season, or one of the bigger turnouts we've seen all season. We had 20 of them at round 1 in Houston. 206 Cadet then will be in the 9th seed, 206 Junior in the 10th seed, and last up, the main event on the weekend here, the KA100 Seniors presented by Exertech, 35 drivers strong in the 11th seed on the lineup. So again, we're on group 3 of 11, and again, that full schedule you can check at TexasSprintRacingSeries.com. It's also available on the ticker down below for when your favorite class is on the racetrack. And again, today, fully free coverage here. If you want to watch the main events tomorrow afternoon, that's a part of the KC Premium member exclusive membership. That's going to youtube.com/kartchaser/join to be able to watch that for $9.99 a month. It does show $12.99 on iOS devices, but quick tip, you can still log in on your phone, but buy that subscription on your computer or Android. You'll save yourself $3 a month when you sign up. Then after that, log in however you want to. Cross the line for the final time. Checkered flag in the air. Brendan Barsh, a second lap was quick enough. Now Brody Brown on the comp cart will go a little bit quicker. He'll go to an 82 or a 9. No, that'll be a 100.2. Sorry, a 1 minute 42.73 for Brody Brown. Brennan Barsh a 1 minute 43, 1.5, 4/10 off. Bodie Bayer did not go any better on his 4th lap. Beckley Anderson, CRG will improve. How about Benjamin Osborne? He'll put a whole second on the field. A 141.73. Ray Foley, a 143.2. He'll go to 4th. But Benjamin Osborne in the 88 had a couple of spins, a couple of rough laps. He gets a good one together here at the end, moves himself up the leaderboard, and that should about do it here for Rimrock Raceway Honda Kid Kart qualifying. The last driver to cross the line will be Killian Short, I believe, in the 21. But nonetheless, good stuff for Benjamin. Brody Brown 2nd, Brennan Barsh 3rd, Ray Fioli in 4th, Beckley Anderson, the top 5 is here. I believe that's the 10 of Bodie Bayer. There's Killian Short. He just popped across the timing loop. He'll stay in 7th at a 158.92. So Rimrock Raceway Honda Kid Karts completed. More sessions to come for the Texas Sprint Racing Series. That goes the number 3 seed, the 4th seed in the lineup. Mini Swift coming on deck. So the outlap underway, already yellow flags flying there, as you can see back at turns 4, 5, and 6 with a couple spun around. Out in front, it's the 122 and the 110. Mason and Carson Berry on those GWR Energies lead a pack over towards turn 8. And we'll see if these Mini Swift AR Academy drivers decide to try and play the leapfrog game, if you will, Caleb, here in qualifying. As we go up and up in the age groups, you'll see a little more gamesmanship, but trying to get that ever elusive draft lap because the slipstream effect is so massive here at this racetrack in Amarillo. Let's see them right now. Again, they're lined up. The brothers look like they'll be set to work together as the 110 of Carson Berry leads them into the final couple corners. Right there lined up behind them, it's the 134 of Mateo Quinto and the 145 of Sawyer Chambers. Across the line, we'll put one lap getting set to go. That was the outlap as they cross the loop. And look at them taking a little more curb and a little too much there for Carson as he goes wide. And that'll kind of shuffle the pack up again. Further back, there's some more heavy hitters in the field. Paxton Dyson has been quick. Pato Medina yet to cross the loop there a little bit further back on the racetrack if they are out for qualifying. Pedro Milbrandt, Simon Klein, Rodolfo Lavin Jr., Sofia Sadegova, all further away from this leading group of 4. But this may be the fast times that we see here today. The Berry brothers have been so fast all season long, and it seems like they like to make things a little bit harder on themselves with a mistake early in the race, and they're fighting on the back foot to catch up for the rest of the session. And it was already a little bit wild there for Carson in turn number 1 to start the lap. Now he's going to go by Sawyer Chambers, red and black nitro kart right there through turns 9 and 10, and they'll take the bend down to the final stretch of the racetrack. But again, this time by, we'll put the first lap at full speed, so we'll see the times really get a bit of a better reading, but still they had to navigate. Carson Berry going wide in turns 1 and 2, expecting more grip and not getting it. Let's see them across the line. What can Mason Berry do in the 122? His lap will be a 1:13.43, and that'll put a big gap over the field as, again, they all had to navigate traffic on that first time by. So not as much of a tow because of the way the traffic kind of spread apart. Maybe that'll change over the course of the session here as the field goes through the S's. Yeah,
Mason Berry almost guaranteed to go fastest that last lap because of the hustle and tussle that had to happen farther back in the field. And I have a feeling this next time by, you're going to see the 2 running behind of Chambers and I think the Lavalin Jr. are going to start working together. They might be able to put down a faster lap until the Berry brothers can catch back up. So this might be the time to shine for the 2 you're watching right there in the back half there, especially with Sawyer Chambers, to try to throw down their quick laps before the Berry brothers can catch back up and work together.
Yeah, let's see it here. Mason Berry in the 122. It looks like he might have even pulled away a little bit from his brother Carson this time through. Sawyer Chambers and Mateo Quinto, like you said, they're lined up good, but didn't get a great exit out of turn number 10, so they're going to spread apart down that back straightaway coming to complete the lap. You can see they're hooked up. The green and white Tony kart of Mateo Quinto, the red and black nitro kart of Sawyer Chambers. Coming through the final 2 turns, turns 11, 12, and then through the kink at turn 13, across the line. Let's see it. Lap 3, Carson Berry quickest, 112 flat. Sawyer Chambers and Mateo Quinto, 112.2s. Mason Berry by himself, a 112.2 as well. It's a 10th.5 spread for the top 4. Simon Klein will pull up into 5th. Rodolfo Lavin Jr. 6th. Cadro Milbrandt 7th. Sofia Sadegova in 8th as we pass the halfway mark. 4 minutes complete of the 7-minute qualifying session as they head towards turn at number 7.
Mason Berry's starting to close back up to his brother Carson. He's just in that drafting range, but he's also opening up the air in that little bit of an envelope of the draft, barely to the 2 running behind of both Chambers and Quinto. As they're, you can see, I think that was Quinto got a little bit wide there coming out of that back corner. If they can settle it down and get a good lap together, they might be able to make up that almost a 1.5 second deficit between them and the provisional pole sitter Carson Berry. But all they need to do is get one clean lap together before the Berry brothers can catch back up, and they might have a chance for pole.
Yeah, I mean, they're hooked up again, but I think Carson Berry's on a really good lap, even better than last time. He's closer to his brother. Let's see the 4 of them come across the line. Here's Sawyer Chambers and Quinto. Up the road, edge of the screen on that energy is Carson Berry. His brother Mason Berry leads the pairing, and across the line, the 2 brothers will set the new benchmark. Mason will get bumped back to 4th again, but a 111 flat for Carson Berry. Still 2 tenths up. Bigger gap now this time even as Carson pulls all the way to the rear bumper of Mason towards turn number 4. And he even went by him, it looks like. Mason going by Carson. So Mason Berry The 122 now leads Carson Berry, so he'll give Carson the opportunity of a toe lap this time, and this may be the final time through. It'll be tight to see if they can get back to the line before that 7-minute marker hits and the checkered flag waves. I think it'll be on the borderline because it's coming up on 6 minutes complete, pushing 7. They should, at least the first couple, get 6 laps in. The back of the field may only get 5. So this will set up for what could be a really good lap for Mason Berry to maybe challenge his brother for that front row starting spot and at least pull himself out of 4th by his bootstraps and up to the top. Big push coming in the final straightaway towards turns 11, 12, and 13. Here we go. You can see him locked on the rear bumper. Carson Berry on the rear. Mason Berry in the 122 out in front, so he didn't go by. My mistake. He was pushing him there on that lap, so this will be a good lap for both. At the line, Mason Berry 1:11.16. Carson Berry 1:11.1. So he doesn't knock his brother off the pole, but he will join him on the front row, and a big wide run through turns 1 and 2 for the brother in second, Carson, who's top of the leaderboard, but second of the pairing coming through. You have the more blue front-ended helmet, a little more of that orange and reddish tint on the energy helmet for the 110 of Carson Berry that sits on the pole. This time by, checkered flag will fly, and the 122 of Mason Berry trying to dig, trying to find one more 10th to knock his brother off. It's 800ths between the pair.
I don't know if he's going to get it now. He's got no support of a push there. He's making the way on the backstretch now. The draft is going to work into his favor a little bit, but keep an eye on Mateo and also Sawyer's. I think they may have calmed down a little bit. They got a little bit more of a gap to make back up, but we're talking about tenths of a second here. So it comes down to just a little bit of a flick of the wrist and go the wrong way as they're making the way down this last stretch one more time. And we're going to see a little bit of a push there, so it may go into the favor now of the two out in front.
Yeah, the Berry brothers working together for the final time by the stripe. Little drop of the wheel. That mistake's going to hurt as they come to the line. And the 122 of Mason Berry knows that he was on a burner. That throws the lap away. Carson had to go around him. Mateo Quinto, big lap that time. 1:11.165 as the checkered flies. He comes up 1/1000th of a second shy of P2, 900ths off the pole. Sawyer Chambers doesn't improve, but a great final lap from the green and white Tony kart of Mateo Quinto, and he goes to third there on that red suit in the 134, fourth in line on that pack. Simon Klein's 6th lap will be no better than a 1:13 flat. He stays 2 seconds off. The top 4 separated by 0.2. The rest of the field more time to find. Cadro Milbrandt, Rodolfo Lavin Jr., Sofia Sadegova, 6th, 7th, 8th. There, but Sawyer Chambers 4th on the outside of row 2. Mateo Quinto's final lap pushes him up to 3rd on the Tony kart. Mason Berry will join his brother Carson on the outside of the front row, thinking he may have had a pole lap before he threw it away in turn number 11, but Carson's earlier lap on lap 4 when he pulled up to the back bumper of his big brother, and so that'll do it. Carson Berry will lead your field to green in Air Academy Mini Swift. Another quick break, and then it's time to bring the rumble again. Slipstream Racing 206 Senior, one of the biggest turnouts this weekend. 27 plus drivers on the pre-entry list, set to go green here from Amarillo.
And welcome back here to TSRS. We are in Amarillo, getting underway with your 206 Senior, sponsored by Slipstream Racing. 26 206s are now taking the track, and it looks like the clouds are starting to clear. In the words of Jason Aldean, the Amarillo sky is starting to shine, which means track temperature is going to come up, and so is the temperature here, as you can already see a gaggle of karts there up in the middle, slowing down. And here comes the mind games. Drafting is the name of the game when it comes to LO 206. And now they're going at a snail's pace. Nobody wants to go in front. They're all trying to get a gap from that lead pack. And as you can see, not quite sure what's happened. They're still letting the rest of the crew go by. So I think they probably have a verbal agreement of who's going to lead coming out of the box here for this qualifying run. And they're trying to get themselves almost an entire lap out in front. Again, they're going to have 7 minutes to try to throw in a time here for pole position, but they continue to go at a snail's crawl. Rest of the field probably already coming around that back parts of the track. You're going to see them off to the right-hand side of the screen here in a second. They're still going a little bit slower. You can see one in the back. He's trying to signal. You're going to have to pick it up now. The second group is now starting to pick back up, and leaders are now, I can hear them outside the window, making their way into turn 1. They're about to cause a freight train if they don't pick up the pace now, and it looks like they're just starting to. Again, that second pack now is going to get onto the power, so they're going to have plenty of room, but now they may have a problem of that second, or the first group, I should say, closing back up onto them because their tires are still not up to temperature. As we watch the first lap, times are coming through. Again, these are going to be a wash. They don't have an entire lap at speed. Some might call it a flying lap. It is Braxton Traegery out in front. Drew Chappell in P2 right now, and Cohen Summers rounding out your top 3. But I have a feeling the 2 packs that we were just seeing there for a little bit are going to be the ones to watch, but it's going to take them even longer for the tires to come up to temp, and they are going to shorten their time for a qualifying run, one might say, as they make their way down into that little bit of that left-right final couple of corners. A little bit tight. We've seen some guys dropping a wheel. The patch of dirt there is starting to grow as they're pushing the grass away. Here they finally come across the stripe now, making their way into turn number 1. So we got competitors spread out all over this nearly a mile circuit as they are up on the toe already, but they're still going to have 1, maybe 2 more laps before the tires actually come up to temperature, and they're able to push it for that fast time. But it's still Braxton out in front. There's that first group of the 2 that we saw a little bit farther back in line there, Xander.
Yeah, a little bit further back for Braxton Traeger. It's his first start of the 2023 season for the reigning series champ. You see Bryce Frank in the middle of that on that red and black suit aboard the blue and black MGM. I believe Kelvin Shing is in the mix on the blue and white ORG suit as well on the MGM chassis. That is your current championship points leader, Drew Chappell, aboard the comp card. He has been perfect this year. Winner in the rain in Houston, phenomenal in Denton as well, and he's trailed by Braxton Traeger aboard that number 1 plate, the reigning series champ. So 2 of the fastest drivers working together right now, doing it beautifully. Here's a look at Bryce Frank's group, hand in the air there from the 626. That was right in the 696 of Cohen Summers. Let's see, 626 machine. That's a little further back down the order, if that is the 626. Looks to me like it, one of the MGM chassis indeed. So that's the 626 machine of Mikey Bolin, who just got out on the racetrack. That was his first lap by at full speed. He's down in 21st. So not good stuff for him to begin, but he was just getting out maybe a little bit late for him. Drew Chappell and Braxton Traeger set the benchmark again, a 1:16.41 for the pair. 5 thousandths off for Braxton Traeger. They'll go to the top. We saw Braxton Traeger and Macon Moore work together beautifully here a year ago to pull away and basically make it a 2-horse race every single heat. They didn't even fight in some of the heat races, Caleb, because they knew they were going to be front row either way for the main. It was just get away, secure the front row, and push away in that main as well, and they did the same thing in the main event. So here's a look at the 2 of them working together. Braxton Traeger, new helmet for 2023 for the now high school graduate, and in front of him, Drew Chappell trying the opposite tuck there as he slides back in the seat and rolls those knees up again. And some of that stuff, again, getting out of the air, it makes sense here. Whether it works better to get your head low that way or to tuck behind the wheel, either way, you're getting a little bit less aero drag going up over the nose cone, but you obviously put a little more weight on the rear axle when you do that old school style tuck.
Yeah, that's more of a straightaway thing. It's not really a sweeping corner type deal. I know that Aaron Hackmeister is a huge believer in sliding down the seat. Personally, I think your knees get a little bit too far outside of the nose cone there, and I also think it looks a little bit goofy. But, hey, if it works for you, it works. We're going to see it here as that different style is going to make their way through. And like you said, Chappell and Traeger are going to be making their way through here a little bit. Sorry, tripping over my tongue. Back in the booth. They're going to make their way down across the stripe. Let's see what the times are going to be. And it looks like Braxton, maybe it works for him. Back up to the point now.
Yeah, not too bad for Braxton Traeger that time. The two of them, again, a 1:14.6 and a 1:14.7 apiece. They're 4/10 up on anybody else. Moving up from the junior class, Sawyer Roussel, a good qualifying effort in third. Ibrahim Dean, in one of his best qualifying efforts, currently sits in the fourth spot. Landon Fitz down in fifth. Here's a look back at that next group with one of the championship contenders again in Kelvin Ching at the end of it on the MGM. Kelvin all the way down in 12th. Bryce Frank is 10th. Mikey Bolin is 13th. So that three-car pack not putting the laps together that they need. Good laps right now for Drew Chappell and Braxton Traeger, putting on a clinic in terms of how to work together. I mean, you can see Braxton, there is no daylight between himself or Drew Chappell as they work back towards our third camera at turns 9 and 10. And they'll come onto the front straightaway as the pair heads towards turns 11, 12, and 13. They are glued together at every portion of this racetrack. Both of them simultaneous slide back tucks to get out of the air. They'll pop back up right before the corner. And again, Braxton Traeger, an experienced 206 senior driver, again, reigning series champion, back here for a start at a racetrack he was very successful at in 2022 in Amarillo. The two of them that time did not go faster. They both clocked in at a 1:14.7, so I think the one lap that Traeger started a little bit disconnected, that was that half a tenth difference. Now, how about it from Samuel Jung, though? That's in another group just a little ways back from these top two. We'll see if we can find the 6:55 of Samuel Jung, and I believe he's running with the 6:96 of Cohen Summers. That right there is that next pack of three behind the two-car pack. I believe the next pack to come through turn number 6, that is Samuel Jung on the Iron Rock Motorsports livery Tony Kart, along with the VLR 659 of Landon Fitz, I think, behind him. So you have your top two in qualifying right now. Checkered flag in the air. I think they are going to get it this time, so they'll get one more lap in. But we're watching the two. Here's Samuel Jung. He's got the 650. He's at the 653, maybe you believe. Behind him, if not, the 659 of Landon Fitz, I would think would be right there with how close they are in times. But here we go, coming to the line. Samuel Jung's group right there behind the top two. They'll cross their bottom of the camera. Here comes this pack. This is the run to the stripe. Last chance to go to the pole. Braxton Traeger holds it at a 1:14.69. Can it stick? He and Drew Chappell cross the line. Lap 6 this time by for the top two drivers, or first and third. Will they go quicker? They will. Chappell to the top at a 1:14.64. What can Samuel Jung and his group do? Enough to go to second for Ibrahim Dean with his best qualifying effort, but nobody will top the championship points leader. Drew Chappell will once again go to the top of the leaderboard. He scores the pole here in Amarillo Kart Complex qualifying for 206 Senior, presented by Slipstream Racing. Ibrahim Dean will end in second. Traeger third. 400ths for the top four. Another 400ths back to fourth in Samuel Jung's OTK on the 655. Jeff Shaw will go fifth. Cohen Summers sixth. Landon Fitz seventh. Vaughn Weber eighth. Tyler Stevens ninth. He was one of the few drivers that went out at the back of the grid and will not get a run at the sixth lap, along with a bunch of others further on. He'll end in that P9 position. So just like that, the Slipstream Racing 206 Seniors wrap on up here as we get set for more from Amarillo Kart Complex. A beautiful facility here. We're also live in the broadcast studio as well here. Caleb Smock, myself, Xander Clements. Such an upgrade for this year. Can't say enough about the awesome stuff that Kyle Uchinsky has done here at this racetrack. I mean, it has been just so cool to see the improvements. We've got a beautiful scoring tower here, plenty of room for us in the studio. Behind this screen here, you've got timing and scoring and the officials, and as well this complete viewing deck that runs the entire distance of the front straightaway and even past it into turns 2 and 3. There's showers here, there's on-site restrooms, a brand new registration building with party and corporate suites. We're going to give you guys much more of a tour probably later on tonight, maybe be able to air that in the broadcast tomorrow, but can't say enough about this facility. Caleb, obviously this is your first time here and being like, man, we absolutely could have a SCUSA Pro Tour U.S. Pro Kart Series Stars Championship Series National here at this racetrack.
Yeah, I know you and I were talking about at dinner yesterday, and I think the first thing I asked you was when is there going to be a SCUSA race out here? The track is plenty big for it. You talk about some tracks maybe aren't long enough. It's got the distance, it's got the facilities, and for what I've seen so far, I think there's more to come here as well.
Yeah, and Amarillo as a city is continuing to grow. It's got a beautiful downtown that has had millions invested in infrastructure, brand new great nightlife going on there, restaurants, and of course, for Amarillo, have an Amarillo Kart Circuit with rental carts now available to engage general public. I talked with Kyle. They were sold out for the opening month of rental kart sessions. They couldn't even get enough carts on track to get everybody out there. They had their first league night for rental carts just a few weeks ago. Sold out there, ran everybody in a full grid of 24. Having a blast here at Amarillo Kart Circuit. And again, a world-class facility that is absolutely making bids. He has been on the phone with every major touring series saying, hey, I've got this place. We put the money in. We built this amazing structure all around, and we would love to have the National Pro Calendar have a stop here in Amarillo, Texas. It's a bit out of the way, 4 to 5 hours north of Dallas and Fort Worth, about 8 to 9 hours north of Houston and Austin. But again, for all of us coming across the country to bring the traveling circus here, there's a way to time it, there's a way to make it work. And like you said, this racetrack is plenty big enough to host the biggest races here, and we'll get to see that and hear from Billy Musgrave. He said he's going to be on the phone with all those guys as well, one of our top pro national shifter drivers on his drive back to California Monday, saying, man, we got to get a pro nat here at Amarillo. And hopefully this event here, broadcasted live to all those around the world. I know plenty of the promoters and industry players keep a tab on us and where we go on the racetracks we show, and I can tell you firsthand, this facility is phenomenal. Not only that, you can see how dark the pavement is. This pavement is 11 years old. This is Formula One FIA grade pavement. Right after they finished paving the Circuit of the Americas circuit, they came up here as the company was based out of Amarillo and paved the Amarillo Kart Circuit racetrack. Super smooth. They've done some even curbing work to kind of make those a little bit more racy in some of the final sectors. Those curbs were a little bit more gnarly a couple of years ago. The turn 1-2 chicane, the turn 11, 12, 13 chicane, and even a little bit here in this section. These curbs a little bit higher, but in further back parts of the racetrack, they've shaved them down to make it a little bit easier, a little nicer for the racers. And again, you got a racer running the place. Kyle Uchinski, he's so amped up to have everybody here. Over 1,000 people in attendance for this Texas State Regional. That's amazing. Again, nearly 200 drivers, and everyone just can't say enough good things about everything that's been going on the property. And this is only in the first 6 months of ownership, really, from getting the rental carts to the new buildings, new facilities, lights for the rental kart circuit. Just phenomenal stuff to see. And we're watching now the Kart Racing Solutions K Master drivers get onto the racetrack. Healthy turnout in this one here, 22 deep. One of the biggest K Master fields on the season for the Texas Sprint Racing Series. And Morgan LeBaron, Miguel Mir, the reigning champ, headlined the division, but there are a lot of different players that could go to the top. We're getting our first look at times right now. Mir on lap 3, a 108.17. Jose De La Garza on your screen on the 457. Goes up to the top. Now LeBaron will go quicker. How about his teammate onto the High Five Performance Camp? They've got 20-plus drivers here. Big turnout for the High Five Performance Tony Kart group. They go to the top. Tyson Knight in the 468 will actually go even quicker to a 107.68. So a lot of different players in KA Master and a lot more drivers that we have seen all season near the top of the leaderboard and contending. On screen there's Kyle Uchinski on that silver Stilo helmet in the 408. High Five Tony Kart. He's got Kyle Walther behind him in the 410 as well, I believe. So all three of them together loosely. But again, Uchinski, he already got a little bit extra seat time running that 206 heavy class. He knows what the track conditions are like at this sunny, beautiful day here in Amarillo, Texas. And Uchinski here in the middle of a couple. James Lundberg's up the road on that AR Academy Bureau Art. Let's see what Uchinski can put down on lap number 4. As he comes through turns 11, 12, and 13. Around goes James Lundberg. He'll go for a ride in the spin cycle in turn 11, but the times will update for everybody else on lap 4. Miguel Mir, 107.4. Uchinski, 107.2. He'll go to the top. Morgan LeBaron, the round 2 winner. The former mustache man, clean shaven this weekend for Morgan LeBaron in the 415. No mustache, though, this week. No problem for Morgan LeBaron. He goes to the top at a 107 flat. Here's a couple of his teammates rolling through. That's the 457 or maybe 467 of Thane Morgan, and I believe the 415 or 404. We'll ID more of them as they go around, but then this is Uchinski. LeBaron on the High Five Tony Karts, a couple of carts back from these guys. There he is right there in the 415. So we've got the two of them. That's the 406. A little further back, I believe, of Scott Cherry, the owner of Rimrock Raceway, one of the other new tracks on the Texas Sprint Racing Series calendar in Odessa. That'll be round number 4. We'll get to go see Scott Cherry's home racetrack. They put a lot of, obviously, facilities there. You saw them on the advertisement earlier. They got a full on-site bar, cornhole, plenty of places to hang out in West Texas at that racetrack. And they've got a budding club program, rental kart program, super popular over there. We're excited to go and check out that racetrack for the first time on the Kart Chaser live stream and its first ever Texas Sprint Racing Series date as well. Yuchinski that time did not improve as he's caught up to the 444 comp kart, but LeBaron did. 106.84. That's 3/10 up now on Ademar Callargo, who goes to second. The reigning champ Miguel Mir is down in third. Thane Morgan in the 467 goes to second. He'll bump Callargo and Mir back to third and fourth. Neil Faulkner on the 454. Comp Kart, I believe, is fifth. Yuchinski is sixth here in qualifying. And this time by, it'll be borderline for the checkers. We got 30 seconds to go, so not everyone's going to get a 6 lap in, Caleb.
Yeah, as you can see, they're going down the backstretch as well. And something when I'm looking down at the timesheets, this is why I love state and regional racing right here. Miguel Mir, someone who in the LO206 side and the K100 side, well-respected, has a whole lot of talent and experience behind him, currently running fourth. Someone who you'd look on the timesheet, you'd see and think that they would start running away, but this brings into the limelight some of the drivers who run in the state series, whether it be for a whole bunch of different reasons, but they are now going quicker and quicker in front of him as well.
Let's see what Yuchinski can do. He had to get around traffic on this final lap by. Just breaks it in before the checkered, so he'll get 7. Checkered comes out now. Might have just came for Morgan LeBaron. He did not improve. I don't know where the checkered flew in that pack. You can see LeBaron there with the yellow gloves going by. Here's Miguel Mir coming through. He'll get another lap. 106.99. He's going faster. He's by himself, but that Cruise Racing Development Lando Norris kart will head through turn 7, and he'll have one more crack at it. P2 right now for the number 1 plate holder. Can the reigning champ go back to the pole? He was quick here last year, one of the top 3 drivers all weekend long, and he's still looking to try and get himself back on top after losing out in Denton. Coming through turns 9 and 10, Miguel Mir will round the corner, head through the bend on this back straightaway to lead into turns 11, 12, and 13. Got to hit it perfect. Last shot. You can see how much he's tucked up behind the wheel all the way till the braking zone to try and get every bit of time out of the car. Coming out of 11, 12, 13, final time by. Can Miguel Mir dethrone Morgan LeBaron at the stripe? Not enough. 700 shy for the CRD OTK. Yuchinski will nudge him back. Kyle Yuchinski will lock the front row for the High Five Performance Tony Kart boys. A 106.91, 6.5 hundredths clear on Morgan LeBaron. So Mir will get bumped to third, and back from him will find second place in qualifying there on the Stilo helmet, Kyle Yuchinski. And again, here's a look. Look at that brand new viewing station filled all the way end to end. You can see our timing tower right in the middle of it towards the right-hand side. And the windmills, of course, that headline the landscape here in Amarillo, Texas, set the backdrop. But Morgan LeBaron, just like in 206 Heavy for Ross Smith, picks up from round 2 in Denton and leads off in round 3 from the top of the boards in KA Master. We're halfway through the lineup, 6 down, 5 still to go as Group 7 KA Junior by Wilcher Racing Engines at 28 drivers strong is set to go next. Welcome back to Amarillo. Vulture Racing Engines KA Junior released on the racetrack, and it is a mad scramble for track position as the field cycles onto the circuit. So we'll watch them slowly warm the tires up as we get set for action for Group 7 of 11 to qualify here this morning. Alex Pope, Tyler Roberts, Ian Walker, Landon Skinner, Diego Guillot, round 3 winner at the SCUSA Pro Tour in Utah. Truly Adams is here with the Musgrave Racing Company factory kart operation. Santiago Duran, Easton Cox, Derek Wargo, Preston Pico, Landon Welker, Jackson Baldus, Jeremiah Thomas, David Ibarra, Luke Cruz, Jackson Young, Joey Domey, Jonas Dovre, Spencer Smith, Archer Eversman, Beckett Friesen, Davis Henry, Christian Ruiz, Graham Tremmel, Nathan Golseth, Liam Flanagan, Justin Music, and Matthew Duquette. The 28 drivers on the entry list. We're watching here a couple headed down. Tyler Roberts on that Arcane Motorsports, I believe. It looks like Tony Kart along with the AR Academy. Tony Kart of Landon Skinner. Might be an Iron Rock Motorsports livery. We'll see as they come across the start-finish line straight for the pair. But the two of them, first one's out. Indeed, Iron Rock still for Tyler Roberts. My mistake there, but they'll come out of turn number 2, and Landon Skinner is going to drop back a little bit. He wants to find a better place in line to run. Truly Adams says, all right, I'll go by you on that gold helmet and the black and red factory kart through turns 4, 5, and 6. Landon Skinner's been so impressive here all year long on the national and the regional scale on the AR Academy Tony Kart. He's looking for some good championship points along with many coming into this weekend. And we'll give you an update of where they all currently stand when it comes to the standings, because KA Junior has been anything but predictable. Justin Music, of course, got his first career regional level win on home turf last month at North Texas Kartways in Under the Lights. And what a fan favorite victory it was. He had one of the loudest cheering sections at the podium. A feel-good story there for Justin Music and company. And congratulations, of course, to him as he locks in here to round 3 in Amarillo. Here comes Truly Adams at the inside of Tyler Roberts, though, on the end of his second lap. And he'll go a little bit wide there in turn 11. That'll give a good lap for the two behind him. Diego Guillot and Landon Skinner will avoid it. They'll go to the top. Tyler Roberts, 108.7. Diego Guillot, 108.4. So good lap for Diego Guillot on the AR Academy 848 Tony Kart, headed back. Turns 4, 5, and 6. Archer Eversman will go to third. Preston Pico in the 899 will move up to second. David Ibarra on the Arcane CRG, I believe Arcane CRG, maybe under the AR Academy banner for David Ibarra. I'll confirm that in a moment. Ben started the year on the Arcane CRG camp in 4th. Tyler Roberts is 5th, make it 6th. How about Graham Tremmel on the 866 Arcane Tony Kart? He'll go to the top of the leaderboard at a 108.24. Here's Landon Skinner going by Tyler Roberts at the end of the chute into turn number 9. He'll take over that spot, and they go through the bend at 10 and towards the back section. So let's see if it's still a good lap for Landon Skinner. Diego Guillot up to the bumper of Tyler Roberts as well. Down into the corner. Guillot looking low, not going to go deep enough. Gets into Tyler a little bit. That'll be a little awkward for them kind of coming through the section here, but Landon Skinner should be on a better lap here. Let's see where he jumps to. Landon Skinner to the pole, 106.96. Guillot to second, Truly Adams third, David Ibarra fourth. Adams dropped back behind that group, so he'll get a good run, I think. Here, Archer Eversman will go to the top of the leaderboard at a 106.86 on a good lap that time by. Here's Diego Guillot going by that corner, that turn 6 zone. Is going to be a very interesting passing zone, I think, all weekend long, Caleb, because it's so tight. We saw some chaos there in the main event races in KA Senior last year. Peyton Phillips and Alex Stanfield, their rivalry continued all the way through the season and has gone into some more action-packed racing this year. We're so excited to see the headline heavy hitters in KA Senior take the racetrack in a couple more classes. But for now, the KA Juniors, the lights division that leads up into it. 28 drivers is on. We'll watch lap number 4 come to be completed here just past the halfway marker in the session. Truly Adams got around Tyler Roberts that time. Landon Skinner's by himself. How good of a lap can he do? Punching his own hole in the air as the field heads through turns 11, 12, and 13. Down the front stretch, what do we look like here? Down by turn number 1. Skinner 106.63, Guillot 106.7, Adams 106.66. It's a 1/10 of a second, 1/10 and a half for the top 3. More laps to come through. Archer Eversman does not improve on lap number 4. He caught traffic. Same for Spencer Smith, but laps 5 and 6 should be the money laps here if everyone can get to it. We're watching the 848 AR Academy Tony Kart of Diego Guillot. They're in that black and white and red Tony Kart. Here's the white and chrome of Tyler Roberts, who's fallen behind a little bit on the Iron Rock machine. He is down in the, 16th spot as he's been passed on a couple laps. Hasn't got a clean one in. He's now lined up for a decent one behind the pack of 3 with Truly Adams up the road. I think Adams is going to be on a burner this time. Truly Adams has already put in a number of laps in the SCUSA Mexico, SCUSA California Pro Kart Challenge Series. Now he's here this weekend in Amarillo under the tutelage of Mr. Factory Karts USA, Billy Musgrave. Down the back straightaway to turn number 11. Can Truly put a good lap in. Guillot should be on a good lap as well as Skinner toes the line across the start-finish line for lap number 5. What does the top of the leaderboard look like? Skinner, 106.2, 106.0 for Truly Adams, and a 1 for Guillot. Truly Adams to the pole now in the 847.
You can see everyone now is trying to actually start to push it more and more. As you were talking about, Xander, the later the qualifying session goes on, the more laps you can get, the more those tires can come to temp, and that's when the times get faster and faster. So now it's not a battle of how quickly can it put a time down. It's a battle of how many laps can you get in before the clock runs out. 7 minutes, I believe, is the qualifying time scheduled to go for each class. We're now at 6 minutes and 18 seconds, so everyone should get at least one more, but you might be at the perfect spot right now if you're the dude who just crossed the stripe maybe 3 or 4 corners ago, now into turns 3 and 4, but we continue to watch the top 3 continue on of Truly Adams, Diego Guillot, and then also Landon Skinner, who are working their way in the top 3.
Here they come to the final section. You saw Guillot pull out of line, so now it's Truly Adams on the black and red leading the pack. He'll get a good lap this time. I'm curious if he'll pull off to the wayside. Checkered flag will not fly for the front 3. 10 seconds to go. Who's going to get more laps in? Adams a 106 flat matches. Skinner's lined up for a good lap. Guillot is lined up as well. Back at the start-finish line straight. Checkered flag is out now. Spencer Smith, one of the first ones to cross. He'll only get 6th. And same for Justin Music. Round 2 winner down in the 9th spot. Matthew Duquette will clock into P5. Graham Tremmel will not get 7 laps. He'll only get 6. Still waiting for GT to come by. He was one of the last drivers out of the grid. He's down P4 right now, 3/10 off. Music goes to 6. Tremmel does not improve in 4th. Derek Wargo, little D, on the DYL comp cart, moves up to the 7th spot. Spencer Smith, 8th. Joey Domain, 9th. Here comes the fast group, though. Truly Adams, Diego Guillot, Landon Skinner hold the top 3 spots. Adams going to tow him around. He sits on the top of the board. He did a good lap last time. This time, no tow for Truly. Big toe for Landon Skinner. Big toe as well for Diego Guillot, who might get the best of the 3, being tail end Charlie. Let's see it. Down to the line, across the stripe. Adams, Skinner, Guillot. Give it to Diego Guillot. A 105.76. He'll put 3/10 on them with that burner lap at the end.
Guillot used that toe down that second long straightaway heading up to that 11 and 12 complex. You saw him close up to Adams and Skinner, and it almost looked like he shoved Skinner across the line because he had such a good run. So I don't want this to go to race. Was able to give him that push across the stripe, and he was able to put himself into the top point now.
So the teammates will go 1st and 3rd. They'll split the factory kart driver. Truly Adams put him 2nd. Graham Tremmel will end 4th. Tyler Roberts 5th with his 7th lap will be good. David Ibarra's 7th lap puts him P6. Moves Matthew Duquette to 7th. Justin Music down to 8th. Derek Wargo 9th. Spencer Smith 10th. Then Joey Domey, Archer Eversman, Jackson Young, Beckett Friesen, Easton Cox, your top 15. Still some heavy hitters down the order, like Santiago Duran, who started good in Denton. He's down in 16th. And more to go with Nathan Golseth and Liam Flanagan, 17th and 18th. Ian Walker, 19th. Jackson Baldus rounds out the top 20 ahead of Preston Pico, Christian Ruiz, Landon Welker, Davis Henry, Luke Cruz, Jonas Dovray, and Jeremiah Thomas. Only got 2 laps in. A rough session for Jeremiah, unfortunately. The next session will roll here as we go back onto the racetrack now with the open shifters. The gearbox category. Caleb, you're rubbing your hands here. This is, again, your bread and butter. And we've got a number of names many will recognize for many years in shifter racing, like Chris Jennings, like the likes of Jordan Musser, and, of course, 4-time Super Nationals champion Billy Musgrave for the open shifter division presented by Victor Racing. It is a total of 12 that have crossed the loop to start the times. And the question will be how far off everyone's going to be off a fast Billy Musgrave in the 211. He's waited a little bit to go out further towards the back.
Yeah, a little bit of a hike out here for Billy Musgrave, coming all the way from Southern California, making his way out here. And you can't, a little wide there from, I think that was the 232, if I'm not mistaken, 283 of Corey Caswell. Went a little wide there. There's the man himself, Billy Musgrave. And the story cannot get any better for him. American-built chassis from Southern California, developed in-house with him and his father with the Factory Kart USA, and they brought it into limelight, especially in the Winter Series, getting a win at round 2, I'm not mistaken, at Orlando.
Winter Nationals on the SCUSA Pro Tour opener there was for Billy Musgrave, and yeah, he hurt some feelings with the whooping he put on them with the American-made Factory Kart. The first time in nearly 2 decades an American chassis, period, had won. The first time, I believe, ever in Pro Tour history an American shifter chassis had won, although a little bit of brake problems for Billy. Lock up there in turn number 9.
Yeah, the smoke was starting to fly there on the front left. You saw him immediately reach down and start messing with the brake bias. And the one thing I love, you can adjust which brakes come in first and how much pressure between the front and the rear. And it appeared that he'd dialed just a little bit more rear end. Again, I don't know how many times he's been out here, if he has, or how much testing he's done. But making the trip all the way out here to Southern California, still a little bit of a flick there on that right hand, messing with the brake bias. He's probably still learning just as much as everyone else is for the first time.
Yeah, trying to adjust what he can. That's what he's doing there when he's adjusting down underneath his right knee is the brake bias. He's got the shift lever there. And then, of course, sometimes you'll see also an adjustment there. He's going to rip some radiator tape off, try and get the engine temp where he needs it to be as he takes one more warm-up lap before he'll go full speed. Wes Lee already getting up to full speed along with Chris Jennings. No Jordan Musser here, unfortunately, this weekend. But Jennings was super quick at North Texas Kartways in Denton. David Williams, his second lap, one of the first drivers out there, along with Derek Proctor. They'll go top of the leaderboard. Billy's going to start to get ready to go fast there as he heads back towards turn number 9 and 10. Here's a look at the 276 of Derek Proctor. So he's already up to full speed here, headed through turn number 7 on his second lap at full speed. First lap at full speed there was lap 2, crossing the line at a 1:1:97 for David. Wes Lee in the 2:03 was a little bit further off, but close. Billy getting ready to put his first lap underway. So we won't see a full lap yet out of the 2:11 to Billy Musgrave. His warm-up lap 2 seconds off in 6th. Wes Lee up the road. His first lap at full speed, a 1 minute flat. That'll be 2/10 better. Let's see what the 2:76 of Derek Proctor can do. Second lap under the gun. Second, 59.61. David Williams even faster in the 240 at a 59.195.
Yeah, Williams able to go up to that P1, and we're still waiting on Billy Musgrave. Taking a little bit longer, I think everyone anticipated, to try to put in his flyer lap. Probably on it right now, and we can see what the time is going to be, the differential. And who knows, maybe he's not even going to be on the pole position like we all anticipated. Granted, all the talent that he has, he'll probably find his way up there. But if he is struggling as much as he was in the warm-up laps, might be interesting to see him work his way up through the field here with the 3 heat races still yet to come this weekend.
Musgrave just going to cross the line now. There it is, 58 flat. 1 second clear on the field, 1.1 to be exact, for Billy Musgrave here as he's walking the dog around Amarillo Kart Complex, and a quick lap to set it off for qualifying. He'll do a couple more. Again, at this point, do need to keep into account, of course, tire degradation. 3 heat races to follow on those Avinco Reds, the only class using the softer of the 2 compounds, the medium compound, the hard compound, Avinco Blue, used in all KA and 206 and mini and micro classes here this weekend. So a different type of rubber, a little more center corner grip, a little bit faster lap times. The only times sub 1 minute this weekend we'll probably see are in the Victor Racing Open shifter class. And I know Jake French is here this weekend. He's the data and video driver coach for the Hi-Fi Performance team, and the retired pro shifter driver. I'm sure probably missing it, seeing his good pal Billy Musgrave turn some laps here. Jake has always said Amarillo Kart Complex, his favorite circuit on anywhere in the United States, and I'm sure Billy loving it here as well. He'd been here once before, and again, saying the same thing as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast. So stoked to see all the improvements Kyle Uczynski's done. Even then, again, like we mentioned 11 years ago when Thane Morgan, Dr. Morgan here, a celebrity in Amarillo, Texas, if you will, already set the groundwork for an amazing facility, and Kyle Uczynski has built on that and continued to expand the lore of this fantastic racetrack here in the northern panhandle of the grand state of Texas. We'll watch them come by the line this time. It'll be about a minute and a half to go. Billy's going to catch a little traffic at the end of this lap, so we'll see if he gets around it before the final sector. Looks like he will. He'll pull alongside and get clear. That is one of the Croc Promotion chassis a little further back. We'll ID that driver in a moment. Here comes Billy. Let's watch him through and a lap around as he puts one more in the books. This will be the second lap at full speed for Billy Musgrave. A 58.15, third lap at full speed. He had a 57.69 last time by. A second clear on Derek Proctor. David Williams, 2/10 back there in third. Wesley in fourth. Chris Jennings, fifth. Isaac Treza Alamond is sixth. Juan David Gomez, seventh. Eric Vander Dussen is 8th. Noah Zarsk, 9th. Corey Caswell, 12th. Ian Pedraja is 11th. And Justin Humphrey is 12th in the field. But for Billy, first lap slowing down. I think we'll see him probably do a cool down lap here and back that pace off a little bit as he cruises out of turn number 8.
Yeah, if he backs it off too much, probably won't have enough time to get another lap in. But look at the time chart. I don't really think that he needs it, seeing as he is almost a second clear of Derek Proctor in P2. And you were talking about Jake French and Billy Musgrave. Not only are they good friends, looks like tape got stuck on the side of his helmet there for Billy Musgrave, but not only are Jake French and Billy Musgrave good friends, but they were also rivals back in the day of the shifter category, starting from the stock moto, going into the KZ, and they were always the crowd to watch there. When you think of your AJ Myers and that entire crew there in the shifters, they were in that big group at one point in time.
Yeah, and Billy that time looks like he might be on one more push lap. Did a cool down lap there to cool the tire temperatures back down a little bit. Slowed down to a 1:02:43. I think we'll get to see one more lap of perfection out of Billy Musgrave. Will it be quicker on his second push lap, his second run, to try and improve that time from a 57.69? Like you said, doesn't need to. Has 8/10 on the field, a 58.49. Best lap for Derek Proctor coming on lap number 6. This will be lap 7 for Billy. The checkered flag has flown for most of the field. He'll be one of the last ones to cross the start-finish line here in Victor Racing Open Shifter, the 8th seed of 11 in qualifying as he comes through turns 9 and 10. Let's watch him through. Final time on the bend towards turn at number 11, 12, and 13. Billy Musgrave in the American-made factory kart under the Musgrave Racing Company operation will bring it across the line. And what will the final push lap be for Billy? 57.5. It does go quicker by a 2/10. So Billy Musgrave, 57.504. And Porter Wiesenstencil here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series will throw the checkered flag. It'll bring the session to a close and bring us to our next commercial break. 3 more classes still to go. 206 Cadet, 206 Junior, and Egg Zyrtec KA100 Senior. We'll be right back from Amarillo.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop in to Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
For one of the biggest turnouts on the year for the Kep Clothing 206 Cadet class, it comes this weekend here at Amarillo Kart Complex at 16 drivers strong. Emmett the Beast Eddles leads them out on that MSL Racing 216 Bureau Art machine, headed through turns 4, 5, and 6, and we'll see the rest of the field spread themselves out to get set for qualifying here, Caleb.
Yeah, not as much as we see. Oh, there's one off track there. It looks like the 211 and a Ricardo kart as well. That is
Gary Orr.
Gary Orr is off the track. He is going to get pulled back on, though, but not as dramatic as we saw with your 206 senior class when they spread out all over the track. A lot of hesitation there from that backpack. But now they're going to get a little spread out, just not as much as we've seen a senior.
Emmett Eddles off of his first Texas Sprint Racing Series win in 206 Cadet last month at North Texas Kartways in Denton was a big win and got such a big lead he was able to find out the broadcast camera and give us a little wave as he came across the line and power on through. A big boost of confidence for him in the MSL Racing Camp. We'll see how they do here this weekend as he comes across the line and points at the motor, a thumbs down there. So obviously Emmett not liking how it sounds on that outlap. We'll see how he does as he sets the benchmark off the line on the outlap at a 1:21.47. They'll drop into the mid 1 minute teens. Cade Casper on the Trackside Karting Services machine. The same for his Trackside Karting Services teammate of Aston Wyatt. Emmett Eddles will round turn number 6 and head towards the turn 7 hairpin. Tapped his helmet looking for help. He's not going to find it. A lot of the pack, a lot further back on the racetrack than from where he currently runs as he goes to turn number 8 now. You can see again behind him, I believe that is Dutch Westbrook on the Kart Racing Solutions Tony Kart, if not Theodore Mitchell. But we'll see them head towards the back here. Let's see as they come into turns 9 and 10. A couple spread out and a big pack way back that may not get an extra lap here. Emmett might get one bonus lap, but he won't get tow. So we'll see if the difference of getting that extra lap and the extra bit of heat in the tires will allow him to go a little bit quicker, or if he'll end up a little further down without a dancing partner. Through turn 11, here comes Emmett down the line. His first lap will come on through, and we'll pick up that big group of cars headed towards the back section. In the middle there on the red and white suit, that's Braden Westfall, one of the comp carts just up the road from him. We'll ID all of them as they come across the line. Eddles, a 1:15.96. Down the stripe, Braden Westfall, 1:15.89. Tanner Barsh even quicker on the 251 Trackside Services machine. He'll go a tenth and a half better to a 1:15.72. So good stuff for Tanner Barsh coming through. He's just a bit further back in the pack. Here's a look at Braden Westfall there, currently second on the 248. Just ahead of him, that's the 244, or maybe, it's 224, Chris Tracy. Here's Aston Wyatt on the Trackside Karting Services machine with the black and white GFC fellow TKS driver Cade Casper in line behind him. That's just up the road from Braden and their group as they go through turn number 8. And we'll watch them come to the line for another lap completed. It'll be 3 complete this time by, 2 at full speed, and the 2 TKS drivers will freight train on through. Aston Wyatt on the Beryl Art and then the GFC of Cade Casper. So let's see them come through. Here's Braden Westfall's group as well. Tracy, I believe, is the driver just up the road from. No, that's the 244. That is Cadro Milbrandt, sorry, in the Slipstream Racing comp cart. So Cadro Milbrandt right there in the middle as they come to the line. Second time by at full speed for the pack. They'll shuffle around. Wyatt and Casper go to the top. Milbrandt to third. Westfall to fourth. Barsh will go to fourth. He'll push Westfall back to fifth. But these two on screen, Aston Wyatt on the Beryl Art machine, the black and white GFC of Cade Casper 1 and 2, as this pack is going to get tripped up a little bit. Milbrandt and Westfall trade in spots. That's just ahead of what might be maybe Drew Blem in that move, or maybe Tanner Barsh. We'll see where the rest are as they fall. We're past halfway, 5 minutes complete now, 2 minutes to go to get more laps in, and they've waited so long to leave the grid and find themselves on the racetrack. Emmett Eddles, again, we mentioned he'll be by himself. He might get one additional lap that will help, but not having anyone to work with like these three are at the moment with Braden Westfall leading that pack on through, it could be detrimental to his qualifying effort. He currently sits down in the 7th spot, 7/10 off without a tow. Westfall leads this pack now to the back sector. Right behind him, that is the maybe 289 or 299. Might be the 209 of Thomas Smith as we come through the line here. Let's see him. Westfall, Milbrandt, Casper and Wyatt, a 113.8, a 114 flat. Westfall got through traffic that time. It was Thomas Smith indeed there in the 209 GFC at the back of the train. So, on the Nitro Kart, sorry. So Thomas Smith there. Chris Tracy a little further away. He'll go to 5th. Cade Casper, Aston Wyatt, though, fastest too by 6/10, Caleb. That's impressive.
Absolutely it is, and we're talking about Emmett Eddles and how he was kind of off by himself. I think Mateo Quinto was the one that was behind him. Look at the time chart. They may have caught up. They blipped across the line at the same time. But as you were saying, way up on the field. Quinto in fourth, almost a second off the pace of Cade Casper, your leader.
Yeah, Cade Casper and Aston Wyatt working together beautifully to lock that front row out for Tim Lobaugh's Trackside Karting Services camp. As this time by, they will all get the white flag. Everyone should get in for one more. Eddles might get two. It'd be borderline for it. We've got just 40 seconds to go. Cade Casper and Aston Wyatt, Tanner Barsh, 1, 2, 3. Mateo Quinto, as you mentioned, in fourth. Let's see this group here. That's, again, Thomas Smith in the 209, the 244, Cadro Milbrandt. Braden Westfall just up the road on the BRL Art machine coming across the line. At the stripe, Casper and Wyatt, 113.5s. Westfall, 113.9. He'll go third. Thomas Smith to fourth. Milbrandt to sixth. Quinto went into P5. Barsh down to seventh. I believe Tanner Barsh might be by himself. Chris Tracy will even go into eighth. That'll bump to Emmett Eddles 1.2 seconds off. That's a big amount of difference in draft or no draft, Caleb. 1.2 seconds. That's tremendous. One of the biggest deltas we ever will see in karting, period. At such a big racetrack for such a low horsepower class, so dependent on the draft here. That's the big difference, of course. 4/10 right now for Cade Casper and Aston Wyatt. They're doing it perfectly. They'll come to the checker this time, maybe go a little bit quicker. It'll be the two of them based on how they were hooked up of who goes to the pole. They're just up the road from this group, I believe. Cade Casper and Aston Wyatt as behind. Thomas Smith's going to go by into turns 9 and 10. We'll come to the checkered this time by. Here comes the fast drivers on through. Casper and Wyatt towards the line. Westfall here by himself on this final lap. He'll get no toe out front or push from behind, so it may not be much better. At the stripe for Cade Casper and Aston Wyatt. Which of the two will snag the pole? Let's see. Neither one. They did not get through traffic well. They will not improve. Can Westfall improve? He does. Not enough to get the pole, though. Good lap on a non-toe lap for Braden Westfall at a 113.83. He'll lock into third. Tanner Barsh, a good lap, will lock to fourth. Casper, though, best toe lap, lap 5. Cade Casper on the Trackside Karting Services. GFC to the top. Aston Wyatt second. Braden Westfall, Tanner Barsh, Thomas Smith, Mateo Quinto, Cadro Milbrandt, Chris Tracy, Emmett Eddles, Dean Gary Orr, your top 10 in 206 Cadet, presented by Kept Clothing. Two more classes still to go. 206 Junior now revving up on the grid to bring the rubble one more time for the Briggs and Stratton classes. And then Exertech K100 Senior will round off the morning round of sessions before the lunch break.
And welcome back here as we are live at TSRS Amarillo, underway now for qualifying for your 206 Junior, sponsored by Sullivan Electric, as they are now making their way out on track again. 7 minutes is going to be the time here to try to put down that flyer lap, followed by the 3 heat races before we go into the feature. Looking down the order here, 12 karts are scheduled to take the green on Sunday. There's all sorts of racing still to come. Before we get to that time, first kart out is a comp of 378. And if I'm not mistaken, that is Derek Wargo, who's going to be the first one to the stripe, making the way across the line. A little loose there coming out of turn 11, heading into 12, making the way across the start-finish straight now. See, lap number 1 for him is going to be almost a guaranteed pole position since he was able to get away from the rest of the field. Josie Chambers is going to slot into P2. Again, this is all going to change as qualifying continues on here with the amount of time that they have. Tires not up to temp yet, and this is going to be the first actual flyer lap leading into the first opportunity for a pole position. Reagan Saval in P3, Robert Arnana in P number 4, and that is going to be Afton Wildren in the 5th spot. So plenty of time here for qualifying still yet to come as we're watching Derek Wargo out in front in that comp. A little bit of a gap before we get to the next kart to him. Can't quite see the number. We'll get it to you guys when they come across the line here to figure it out. And now there is a close 2-pack right there, making their way out of turn 8, if I'm not mistaken. Long line of karts going down that first the first major straighter that we have. And again, just like we saw with the other 206 classes, towing is the name of the game here. If you're not in that draft, you're not going to be as competitive. As we saw in 206 Cadet, we're nearly at about the halfway point, 1.6 seconds separate the top 2 from the 3rd spot. So this is a matter of who can link up and find or someone who can either push with or give you a little bit of a tow, as we're now going to make it across the line for the first actual flyer lap. And it's going to be Joey Chambers making the way to the front of the field, just over Reagan Saval running in that 2nd spot. Derek Wargo in P3, but still plenty of time here in qualifying still yet to go, Xander.
Yeah, great lap for Josie Chambers there in the 3:45. Reagan Seville in the Seville Electric class. The reigning series champ, the number 1 plate holder, P2. Derek Wargo, P3, as you mentioned. Robert Arana, 4th. Shelby Ramirez is 5th. Ava Blem is 6th. Afton Willander is 7th. Parker Fitz, 8th. Gage Muxlow is 9th. Grayson Knoll is 10th. Jonas Dovray is 12th here in qualifying. Lots more shuffling to come through the few corners there. You see Ava Blem on your screen in the comp kart in the 315. She's tail end Charlie of that group of 3. One of the Kart Republic machines, I think, in the middle. As we'll watch them come down the back straightaway right now. That's the 315. That might be Derek Wargo going through, and there's a little contact as Blem tried to follow. Indeed, that is Derek Wargo. They're 3 wide now, coming out at turn number 10, and Ava will get through the mix. Wargo's still on the outside. They're all trying to shuffle to line up for a good lap. And the 316 of Afton Willander on the inside, Wargo on the outside, still through 12. That'll get tight through 13. I think they'll finally clear themselves, maybe, as they're still side by side to turn number 1. And I think Willander's like, fine, just go ahead, put his hand up, said, I'll let you go if you want it that bad. Unfortunately, they lost some touch with Ava Blem, though. They'll be a little bit outside of her drafting window now as they go to turn number 4.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the key features that you've always been taught is Kurt Matthews gave me the best advice ever at Rock Island when we were going side by side for qualifying. He said, man, it's qualifying. If you can't put a fast lap behind somebody, then you're not going to put a fast lap in general. As we seen a good shot of that now, able to get by there was the 315 of Evan Blam, who is now going to see now they're going to make up not only the last lap that they lost, but this one as well. Eva Blem running in the 6th spot. And like I said before, they're going to have to make up that last lap and then this lap again. So the next time by is going to be the actual quote-unquote flyer lap where they're not going to have any discrepancies between side-by-side action. So we're going to keep an eye on that one. Again, running in the 6th spot, a little bit more time to make up from the lead, about 2.5 seconds. But again, not a whole lot of time there for a flyer lap in the previous laps. Josie Chambers, still P1 right now, sitting at a 116.5, just clear of Reagan Saval in P2. Reagan off by less than a tenth from the current pole position right now as Joey Chambers is swapping back and forth with Reagan Saval. And again, it went to Saval at the start, then it went back to Chambers. So they're both improving on their times. And it looks like Robert Arnada able to make it up into P4. Now Derek Wargo holding on to that 3rd spot, less than half a second, about 3/10 off of Joey Chambers, your leader. As we continue to watch that comp cart, that 345, Joey Chambers out in front. We're going to take a little bit farther look back through the field now as we're trying to make out the kart numbers to give the correct answers for everyone out there. I believe that is Reagan Saval running in on the qualifying time P2. That is kart number 1, Reagan Saval in that 2nd spot. Again, swapping back and forth the pole position with Joey Chambers lap after lap. Not so much of a tow there for Reagan. It didn't seem like she's doing that all on her own. However, Josie Chambers also by themselves in that tow lap, but they are slowly starting to bring in more and more karts into the field of view right now as we continue to watch. I think that's the 345 that is of Josie Chambers, like we were watching at before. So actually that was my mistake. Joey Chambers is one that we're watching out in front of the 345. The comp kart that I was talking about of the 340, I can actually see it on track right now. We're just going to continue to watch here the battle for the top 2. Josie Chambers, Derek Wargo able to go faster than Saval, goes into P2, less than a tenth off Chambers. Chambers was a 1:16.003, not able to improve the last lap. Wargo went to a 1:16.071, so 0.068 tenths of a second is all that separates the top two. When you get into the third place of Reagan Saval, again, swapping the lead in the first half of qualifying, is about a tenth off, doing a 1:16.180. So the checkered flag is now going to fly, and it looks like our top three are going to get one more lap in the books before we are going to continue on to the next class. So let's watch them out for the rest of this lap. Making their way down the backstretch. In that second spot is Reagan Saval. She has been in contingency for the pole position. Just in front is that comp cart, that 340, or I think that is a 345, if I'm not mistaken. Making their way down the second long backstretch. They got a handful of corners yet to come. Let's watch them here into the final two. That's a 378 out in front as they make their way into that quick left of turn 11, followed by the other left, a little bit of a dogleg there of 12 before we get to the final corner of turn 12. Let's see if Reagan is able to go to pole position across the line. She almost did. Joey Chambers and Derek Wargo able to get the last second. They went to a 1:15.4 for Josie Chambers. Derek Wargo a 1:16.00. So how about that for Josie Chambers? What an epic last lap. Able to take over half a second there for your top two. As we're still not done, the rest of the field is still going to have to sort their way through the mix. Landon Welker comes across in P9. Parker Fitz comes across in P6. So I think everyone else is going to slot in as is. So Joey Chambers, your pole sitter here for your 206 Junior, sponsored by Savell Electric. Derek Wargo in P2, Reagan Savell in P3, Robert Arnada in P4. Shelby Ramirez will round out your top five. We still have one more round of qualifying to go before we go into our lunch break. We're going to send it to a commercial break. When we come back, the final round of qualifying still yet to come here live on Kart Chaser. And welcome back here live on Kart Chaser for TSRS at Amarillo. And we are underway for one of your headline events. This is the KA100 Senior Class. 30 in total are set to take the green tomorrow on race day. There's the man out in front, Alex Stanfield, the man who has ripped it up on the national and regional level. He has been one of the front runners for the past almost 3 years, finds himself out in front, and he has pulled well away from the toe. Like we were talking about before, when it comes to the toe, the smaller the engine category, the more and more the toe is proficient. KAs, not as fast as shifters, but as far as pack racing goes, they're one of the quickest ones that are on the schedule here for classes in the TSRS series. He is now going to make his way down that turn 1-2 complex, that quick left-right chicane. He takes a peek back, doesn't really see much behind him. Other big names that are up in this one, Brayton Roberts, we've seen him before, Joey Friend, another one who have been in the season all year long, Aiden Rudolph, coming from the Houston area, is also, I think he's up in that mix of gaggle of karts we're seeing right there. He is on the Burrell Art. He's in that second pack. He's leading that second pack. Give a little bit of tap on the back of the head. So he has been running right now, leading that pack. So look for that second pack as well to possibly have a chance at making their way towards the front. Adrian Cruz is that fourth cart in line right behind that CRG suit that you can see, making a little bit of an outside run there. He is sitting and watching those guys go back and forth as they make their way out of that first long straightaway into the rest of the field they go. So they're going to all try to slot into line. This back and forth that we've seen, once they get sorted out, that's when the faster times are going to come. Those first couple laps, it's okay. Your tires are come up to temperature, but if you're still going back and forth with someone instead of maybe pushing or towing, that is when you're going to have issues with qualifying, especially with this big of a class, 34 entries in total. If you find yourself slotted towards the back of the mid-pack or beyond, you're going to have a very long weekend with 3 heat races in the future.
Well, they're all slotting for position. Drew Chappell on that white and orange Kart Republic, Braden Robertson on the black and orange to Arcane Motorsports CRG, and a big pack all lined up behind him. In there is Adrian Cruz, contender from North Texas Kartway, and podium finisher on the Cruz Racing Development X-Spree, fourth in the tow. Jonathan Westcott was a bit of a blip lap, so we'll let that lap get deleted and update. Peyton Phillips is the quickest at the first lap at full speed at a 106.18. Alex Stanfield, the number 1 plate reigning champ, is the fastest. Here's Robertson. He's going to go by on Chappell. Cruz is going to go by one of the red speed karts behind him. Aiden Rudolph is there on that AR Academy Bureau Art. He's right behind Kingston Himes, I believe, as they go towards turn at number 11. So we'll put another lap in. A little bit of passing. Let's see what the laps look like as Aiden Rudolph, goes by on Kingston. Moves past him, moves him to 5th. Cruz 4th. Stanfield, new quickest driver. Alex Stanfield and Joey Friend 1st and 2nd. Friend on the Arcane CRG with a really good lap in the works here. Great stuff for Joey on the 903. I believe he's just up the road from Braden Robertson there in the frame, if I'm not mistaken. Now, Alex Stanfield, I think he might be by himself at the moment, which is even more impressive. Peyton Phillips goes quicker than all of them, though. 58.074. He's further back on the racetrack. Indeed, that is Joey Friend on the 903 Arcane CRG, who is in the 3rd spot. Adrian Cruz is 4th. Again, don't pay attention to Jonathan Westcott. A transponder issue for him is clicking off incomplete times, unfortunately. So that'll get updated. That best lap will get taken out for Jonathan Westcott. Might have spun right around the loop. Here comes the group coming towards turn 11. This will be a great lap for Braden Robertson. He's down in the 9th spot as they come through. Aiden Rudolph going to go by. One driver in front of them might be JD. No, it's the 911 of Massimo Sanchez Lara. Across the line for Aiden Rudolph. Ahead of Massimo. Rudolph that time not enough. Chappell, great lap. Robertson, great lap. 58 flats apiece. Cruz goes right there with him. So Adrian Cruz goes to 4th. Peyton Phillips 5th. Stanfield is 6th. J.D. Lamping, Joey Friend, Aiden Rudolph, Caden O'Connor, Sebastian Trejo, Massimo Sanchez Lara, and Peyton Phillips will go to the top again on the High Five Performance Tony Kart. He's further back on the racetrack as Rudolph goes by, and one more of the High Five drivers might have been J.D. Lamping going by Massimo Sanchez Lara here in qualifying. Still early, still shuffling a little bit. We'll see good laps here still to come as they go through turn number 8.
Yeah, Peyton Phillips, fastest one on the field. Only one to dip down into the 57s. I think that's going to change as we go on. But 57.9 is what they're sitting at. Drew Chappell, P2, 58.00. So not a big difference here at all. In the top 6, you can almost count at 7 with J.D. Lamping running in that 58.2. So we're talking a little bit of a time here separating the entire top of the field as we're watching now. Adrian Cruz getting a little help there from the 972 of Drew Chappell coming over, going to complete one more lap.
Here they come across the line. Down to turn number 1, Adrian Cruz. Drew Chappell through turns 1 and 2. No improvement for any of them on lap 5 as Chappell dropped back behind the group and Cruz went past him, so they lost some time. Robertson's all over Joey Friend. I think he may freight train him here in a moment as he got a little sideways coming out of turn number 6. He'll get a push from Cruz. No, Cruz going to pull out of line. He'll go by him into turn 7. That'll hurt Robertson's time. It'll still keep a good lap for Adrian. Drew Chappell tried to go by. I don't know if he'll get clear. He will not. Still side by side with Robertson, who kind of shoves him to the wayside a little bit. So now Chappell won't get a good lap. Joey Friend still is all by himself. Aiden Rudolph trying to get there. The train's left the station without him, unfortunately. This pack is still slower than Peyton Phillips and Alex Stanfield, though. Let's find them here in a moment. Let's watch this group come to the line, then we'll go back and see if we can't find our top 2 qualifiers right now that are trading the top spot by hundredths of a second. At the line, lap 6, 20 seconds to go. This group will get another. Rudolph will as well. So will J.D. Lamping. The checkered will wait. 15 seconds to go. Any improvements? Only Joey Friend. Here's Alex Stanfield. He waited all the way till the end of the session. This will be his final lap. Actually, no, he was one of the first ones out. My mistake. So Alex Stanfield in the number 1 plate will be getting lap 7. Peyton Phillips, who waited and went to the back, will not. Will that be enough? Phillips, a 65-26. Alex Stanfield, a 65-28. Got another blip lap for Jonathan Westcott there. I think he might have 2 transponders linked to him. That's what's throwing that timing loop off. Alex Stanfield in the number 1, coming down to turn number 9. Final time through for Stanfield. Phillips, I don't know if he's crossed yet. He may have pulled in. We'll know in a moment. I think if that's not him up the road from Stanfield. Let's see it. Towards turn 11. Can the reigning series champ and the round 2 winner go 2 for 2 here this week, here so far in the season? Alex Stanfield across the line, right behind one more driver at the stripe. A 65-204. He'll do it. Now can the rest of the pack get there? At the stripe, Cruz goes to 3rd. Chappell will not improve. Robertson does not improve. More drivers pull on in. Alex Stanfield does it again. Top of the leaderboard for the number 1, and the reigning champion takes it as the 2022 champ. Best the 2021 champion Peyton Phillips. Adrian Cruz will end in 3rd. Drew Chappell 4th. Braden Robertson 5th. Joey Friend, J.D. Lamping, Jake Faulkner, Ian Howell, Ruben Ascencio, your top 10. Aiden Rudolph qualifies down in 11th, unfortunately down the order. Caden O'Connor 12th. Tyler Stevens 13th. Then it goes back. Sebastian Trejo, Taylor Roddy, Massimo Sanchez, Laura Garrett Weaver, Dimitri Nolan, Kingston Himes all the way down to 19th. Connor Casey, your top 20 out of 34 cars in Exertech KA Senior qualifying. It'll wrap up our morning coverage. We'll come back after the lunch break here, live from Amarillo, Texas, as 12:30 hits now. So that'll take us into our break of the action. Heat racing will come at the top of the hour, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Central in 30 minutes.
What?
All that ice going to waste.
Yeah, that's okay.
Is this the camera we're using?
Huh?
Oh, they are using your shot.
Yo! Going high too, yeah? There you go. I got my radio in a minute.
Thank God they put a trash can there, bro. I'm so tired of running.
And welcome back here to TSRS round number 3, about to get underway with our first heat race of 3 to go for the weekend. This is your Micro Swift sponsored by Royal Electric. This is going to be 8 minutes in total, so roughly anywhere between 5 to 6 laps, depending on how they race each other for your first heat race. Again, this is going to be the first round of 3. We're going to do 2 today, 1 tomorrow, followed by the feature after that. So Micro Swift is going to be the first round out on track. They're going to take 1 lap to get themselves all sorted out and lined up before they take the green flag down into turn 1. Again, as Andrew said during qualifying, this is the first time in TSRS history that they're going to go green into the actual turn 1, which is that quick left-right chicane. So we don't know what to anticipate. Side-by-side action is probably going to happen, but they are going to have to get themselves sorted out quickly to get through that turn 1-2 complex. Again, that quick left-right chicane. We've seen some guys taking that inside curb on the left side hard going into turn 1 during qualifying, and this is going to be the first time they're going to be bunched up here with the new updates to the facility here in beautiful Amarillo Karting Complex. Again, 8 minutes in total. Anticipate anywhere from 5 to 7 laps. We've got the entire field started to get woed down here as they make their way into turns 11 and 12. Ashton Wyatt and Colton Schniegenberg are going to lead the pack down to the green. Pasha Ali starts in P3. Caden Casper is going to start in P number 4. Running at the top 5, Marcelo Flores is going to round your top 5. Green flag is out. Down into turn 1. How are they going to sort themselves out? Single file to go. Oh, one almost sideways. 2 wheels it through there. Able to make their way through. And the top 3 go single file of Ashton Wyatt, Pasha Ali, and Colton Schniegenberg making their way through the rest of the field to follow as they can make their way down into turns 4 and 5, heading over to the quick little right-left, not so much a chicane, but it does slow them down to get a great run down the backstretch. There's a beautiful shot of the field. Already, Ashton Wyatt pulling away a significant margin. Here comes Colton Schniegenberg around the outside of Pasha Ali, takes it as they make their way out of that quick little right-hander. Down towards they go. This is going to bunch them back up. They get this quick little triple, almost quad left-handed apex before they go down that second longest straightaway, leading him down into that dog leg. Hard hairpin after that, or sorry, 9-degree corner after that to the left, and then it kind of snakes its way back up towards the second long straightaway right here with that dog leg in the middle. Great drafting opportunity. And here comes a battle farther on back. I believe that's Caden Casper, or sorry, cart number 42, Pasha Ali. Sorry, Pasha Ali getting shuffled a little bit farther back there in cart 42, and that Sodi finds himself back in the fourth spot. So across the stripe, it's Ashton Wyatt, Colton Schniegenberg, Caden Casper, Pasha Ali, and Marcelo Flores in the top 5. Just behind, Tanner Barsh, followed by Andrew Lee Anastionis, I'm probably saying that one wrong, please forgive me, followed by Wyatt Slitter, rounding out the 8 carts that took the green here this afternoon. There was 11 scheduled to take the green, but only 8 are registered now on timing and scoring. So lap number 1 into the books. Again, 1 minute and 41 seconds in out of 8 in total. As we continue to watch the battle for, that looks like 3rd and 4th between Cade Casper and Pasha Ali continue on here this afternoon as the leader of Ashton Wyatt continues to pull away from the rest of the field. There he is out in the bottom left-hand side. Second place of Colton Schniegenberg is kind of just off into the distance as they're making their way out of that quick little left-hander, coming all the way down to that quad apex of the left-hander, and then down that long backstretch. There it is, your leader, Ashton Wyatt and Colton Schniegenberg, P2, coming down into that turn 11 and 12 right here. Yeah, 11 and 12, making the way towards the main straightaway, down into turn number 1 yet again.
So a couple of laps completed here on the time plus 2 laps heat race for Royal Electric Micro Swift. Aston Wyatt, Colton Schniegenberg, Cade Casper, Pasha Ali, Marcelo Flores, your top 5. Schniegenberg going to go to the lead now in turn number 4 after pushing for with Ashton Wyatt for a couple of laps. The off-pole kid now goes to the front, and Aston Wyatt falls back to second. Cade Casper, Pasha Ali hoping for a little more battling up front, hoping to stay within reach of the front runners here in Royal Electric Micro Swift as Colton Schniegenberg now leads the way for the first time. Cade Casper was a little wide coming out of turn number 7 that time by. Pairs of 2, then back to Tanner Barsh, Andrew Anastasio, Wyatt Slater. Again, as we mentioned here, Paxton Romero, Liam Nachawati, Dutch Westbrook absent from the field. Scratches, I believe, for this weekend. They were not on the racetrack for qualifying. They have not returned to the racetrack here for the heat race either. The first heat race of the afternoon for those tuning in here in the paddock and for those watching live around the world. We've got viewers all over here from Australia, Europe, and South America watching the Texas Sprint Racing Series get underway here at Amarillo Kart Circuit. We'll put 4 laps complete now here at the 3.5-minute marker on the heat race, right around the halfway signal, and Colton Schniegenberg will get his first lap officially counted as the leader, sets the new fast time. That gap opens up now to 2 seconds back to Cade Casper and Pasha Ali with a near 7/10 gain for Colton Schniegenberg over the drivers in 3rd and 4th. And this will be a lot of what we'll see probably here this weekend, Caleb. Pairs of 2 pushing away and kind of running out the clock till the final 2 laps before they decide to battle.
Yeah, we're watching Ashton Wyatt pushing on the back bumper of Schniegenberg. These 2 have a lot of experience with the regional and also national level circuits as well. And as you said perfectly, they're starting to push each other away from that rest of the field. Cade Casper and Pasha Ali, I believe they are paired up nose to tail in the 3rd and 4th spot, but that gap that they've gained so far, your leaders, that is, of Schniegenberg and Wyatt, is just massive. Looking at the time chart right now, almost 2 seconds separates Cade Casper and Colton Schniegenberg, your leader, and we're just over halfway, I should say, sorry. So if these 2 can keep it up, staying nose to tail, they're going to have a significant margin. Last couple laps start to battle it out. But again, this is heat race 1 of 3. There's still plenty of time for racing as the weekend continues on.
Yeah, points racing here at the end of the day, right? This is not only points for the grid, but championship points at every single heat matters when it comes to trying to contend for a Texas state title. So depending on who wins heat number 1, will set the bar of who needs to go back and try to win heats 2 or 3. But as we mentioned, I don't think we'll see too much out of them. If you look back to 3rd and 4th, same type of situation. A little bit of a pass right there, though. Pasha Ali has gone by Cade Casper for position number 3 on that Sodi kart. So as the leaders head toward turn number 8 now, up the road by a couple of seconds, it's a new driver into 3rd, the number 42 Sodi Racing USA driver, Pasha Ali, has gone to position number 3. Cade Kasper back to the 4th spot as the leaders continue to roll into turns 9 and 10, with the gap now opening up to over 3 seconds on the field. Here's a look at 3rd and 4th. Pasha Ali on that black and orange Sodi kart there in the 42. Cade Kasper on the gray and white GFC Trackside Karting Services number 55. Marcelo Flores is by himself in no man's land. Then it's a pair of 2 with Andrew Anastasio and Tanner Barsh back in 6th and 7th. And then 8th on the racetrack, Wyatt Slider. So 3rd and 4th coming across the line in a new formation. Pasha Ali taking over P3, going back to where he originally started, and Cade Kasper back down to the 4th spot at the line. They were 5 seconds back from the leaders, who are running an unmatched pace at a 110.4 apiece. Those two that time with the battle lost an extra second, but they are still at the best in the low 111s. So a near 7 to 8 difference for the top 2 drivers here in the field that have been of the class of the field for the most part all year in Royal Electric Microsoft. Colton Schneegenberg and Aston Wyatt on that Air Academy Bureau Art. We're coming again towards the final few moments of this first heat race on the day. Again, it is in total 7 minutes plus 2 laps. Same distance as qualifying, just 2 bonus laps at the end of it. We should be getting that 2 to go signal this time, and Cade Kasper knows it. He goes by in turn number 9, takes back that 3rd spot away. And we look to the leaders up front as they come to the 2 to go signal. Colton Schneegenberg, Aston Wyatt, 1st and 2nd. They'll round turn number 11. Pop the curbing there for Colton and for Aston, and across the stripe, double sticks in the air for Porter Wiesensenzel on the finish line straight. 2 to go. And we'll wait to see when the battle opens up. You got 3 major straightaways here. First of all, this one coming out of turn number 2 that you can pass on. And already Aston Wyatt's going to fade to the high side as Schneegenberg defends down low. Then they'll switch back and forth through the S's. Great passing opportunity if you got the guts for it right there to turn number 6. Maybe not enough of a braking zone in the lower horsepower classes, but we'll definitely see some action in Shifter and in K Senior and Master later today.
Yeah, now we see side-by-side action yet again. It looks like Wyatt trying to force the issue there, trying for the crossover move, able to get it done. So Schneegenberg back into P2, and then here comes the big left-hand sweeper. It's almost a triple, if I'm not mistaken, quad apex with the 4 curbs set up on the inside, and that leads down another long straightaway, coming down to that quick, hard left-hander. Good passing opportunity with the senior classes especially.
Yeah, through turn 9 and turn 10, Aston Wyatt defends on that 2nd straightaway. Here's that 3rd and final long backstretch coming down to turns 11, 12, and 13. Aston Wyatt stays low, then kind of opens up, now goes center. He'll lock into the middle of the racetrack. Schneegenberg to the high side. Tries to cross him over, won't get enough. Aston Wyatt parked it right on the apex and the exit, so he couldn't get crossed up. And now to the white flag, 1 to go. Wyatt defends low. He's got to be careful how much he opens up on these straightaways for the corner. He went kind of center and went a little bit wider towards corner entry, so same thing here. Down the bend towards turn number 4. He tried the outside last lap. Now Schneegenberg on the outside. He'll get the inside in 5 and get clear. Colton Schneegenberg back to the lead as they come out of 6. But he had a narrow line coming in, so Wyatt will have a big run on him as they go side by side to turn number 7, Caleb.
Yeah, and it looks like Schneegenberg taking a look back. Now he's going to look to his other side, see Wyatt. He's trying the crossover move. Can he get it on the inside? He had the run, but can it stick? Yes, it can, but now he's stuck on the outside of that left-hander. He knows it, backs off. Look for him to try to see if he can't toe up through this triple apex and then make a run down here. But Schneegenberg already down to the inside to defend.
He kept it narrow. Aston Wyatt trying to do the same. Maybe sends it on the high side. Schneegenberg felt him. He sent it deep, a little too deep. Got sideways on the brakes. Aston Wyatt now noses ahead. They'll go door to door. Single file back to it. Aston Wyatt back to the lead. Final time to turns 11, 12, and 13. He'll go low. Schneegenberg finds a hole even lower as Wyatt opened up for the corner and gets through. And coming onto the front straightaway, Colton Schneegenberg wins the first battle of the weekend. He'll lead them across the line. Aston Wyatt back to 2nd as Schneegenberg takes heat 1. Behind them by about 6 seconds, side by side, a photo finish. Cade Kasper comes up 9 thousandths short of Pasha Ali for position number 3. Here comes the group for 5th and 6th, Tanner Barsh and Andrew Anastasio. Barsh ran him down, caught him, got by him. Barsh, P5 from 7th. Anastasio in 6th. Wyatt Slider, 7th. Marcelo Flores will round off the field here in the 8th spot, unfortunately, with a DNF going off the racetrack with 2 laps to go. 1 race complete. More to come here on Kart Chaser as we're back underway. That's the 1 seed. Next up, it's Maxwell Paper Products, 206 Heavy, live from Amarillo.
We don't got gun
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
And welcome back here to round number 3, TSRS at Amarillo. We're about to get underway with our second heat race of the day for the first round of heats. This is your 206 Heavy, sponsored by Maxwell Paper Products. Your pole sitter of Ross Smith will take him to the green, followed by Kyle Yuchinski starting in P number 2. That is your front row. You can see them now getting themselves woed down here on that backstretch as we were talking about earlier today. This is a very long circuit. Perfect when it comes to your 206 and K100 senior racing here. All sorts of pack racing as we saw previously from our micros that just made their way through. So they're going to take them down. They're coming down to that third long straightaway that leads them down into turns 11 and 12. Good sportsmanship there from your front row between Ross Smith and Kyle Yuchinski. Give each other a little fist bump as the rest of the field gets themselves all woed down here. In total, registered 15 set to take the green here this afternoon. We've had a couple of no-shows in some of the classes so far, but I believe, I'm not mistaken, 206 Heavy was one of the classes where everyone who registered ended up going into qualifying. So, first time by, we took the green into turn 1. Not a whole lot of issues there going into that quick little left-right chicane. This time, now that we got some more senior level drivers in the field right now, let's see how this one's going to pan out. As they make their way out of turn 11, coming up from that little short chute up into turn 12, down the main straightaway. Let's take a peek at Porter. Let's see if it's going to go green this time by. It will. Green flag is out, side by side. An outside line gets a good jump there from Ross Smith as he's now going to shuffle his, that was Yuchinski, makes it out in front. Oh, major contact, and some people are not happy with each other coming out of turn 2. They get themselves slowed down just a little bit there, making their way through, and that's going to pan out for your leader of Kyle Yuchinski starting to pull away. Rest of the field, all sorts of backed up after that incident coming out of turn 3, and they're going to go side by side out of the S's coming down this first set of long straightaways before they make their way into that hard left-hander. But Kyle Yuchinski, if he can keep his nose clean for the rest of the time, he could have an easy heat race number 1 win. Again, these heats are going to be 6 minutes plus 2 laps. Roughly about 8 minutes in total when you look at it. Lap-wise, anywhere from 5 to 8 are possible. Coming out of that triple apex of the left-hander down the second long straightaway. Single file they go down into the quick left-hander now. Is going to get themselves, try to get single file. They will. And there's a good shot. Your leader, Kyle Yuchinski, pulling away on the bottom. I think that's Ross Smith into P2, but I could be wrong. And then third and fourth are also in line.
Yeah, good start for Kyle Yuchinski to go from the outside of the front row. As you mentioned, Caleb, a little bit of a mess in turn 3. We thought the mess might be more down at turns 1 and 2. They survived that one with a clean start, and the rest of the field kind of got all spread apart. So it's Yuchinski, Ross Smith second, Richard Fogarty there in third. He's pulled away from Max Martinez in the fourth spot, who's up 2 from his original grid spot of 6th. Biggest losers there, Madison Knox went down a couple, Noah Murphy down a couple, and Jorge Ruiz down a little bit as well. So we're watching this middle pack right here. This is 5th and 6th on back, Ruiz on the OTK, 6th there, Noah Murphy on the GFC, then 7th, Macon Moore, who's up 5 spots from the tail of the field for Macon. So good run to start for Macon. Biggest mover right now in heat number 1 is that black suit, white helmet behind the black and white GFC, currently in the 7th position. And a little bit wide behind him for Christopher Ramke in the 515. He'll lose his spot to Junaid Din. And that will shake them up and kind of split the packs again as the field comes down the backstretch. Here comes a look to the inside for Macon Moore. Turn 9, looking and easily clear on Noah Murphy. He'll pick up another and now sets his sights on the Jam Racing OTK driver of Jorge Ruiz towards the back section to turn number 11.
Yeah, Moore had the tap of the back of his helmet to tell Murphy, give me a little bit of a push. We can make our way up through the field. Not quite sure how much they got bobbled down. Moore is up 5 positions in total. Murphy is now down to 2. So they're about where they started from Moore, that is. From Murphy. Moore making his way through the field. And now Moore already has got his eyes set one more ahead of him. That is Ruiz that he is now trying to see if Ruiz coming out of turn 3 now that he is in the toe of.
Yeah, big run for Macon Moore. Big run as well for Jorge Ruiz on Max Martinez. He'll go to the inside. Look in, turn 4, position number 4, and Jorge will get through. Macon trying to look for a hole, high side, low side, crossover. He will almost get clear by the end of the corner, trying to get there, but Noah Murphy's going to give a push to Max Martinez, and that will push him back alongside Macon into turn 7, and it'll be a net no change for Macon Moore. Now he'll look again to turn 8 to let Jorge Ruiz and the Jam Racing OTK get a little further up the road. All the while, Kyle Uchinsky continues to lead, but Ross Smith has been tracking him down. Richard Fogarty was faster than both drivers last time as we look at this midfield battle. Here comes Macon for another spot. Inside and easily clear on Martinez. So will Noah Murphy. They'll go to 5th and 6th. Martinez back to 7th. And let's go back up to the leaders now as the field heads towards turns 11, 12, and 13. It's going to heat up for the top spot if it hasn't already. Uchinsky's got company. Welcome back to the front. Ross Smith on the bumper as they come to complete lap number 4. 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. And in the distance there is Richard Fogarty as they go down to the turn 1-2 chicane.
Now let's see what Smith does here. Does he try to work with Uchinsky and push him away from Fogarty? He was closing up to him quickly. Or does he try to make the move and try to see if he can't get a gap? The problem is once you catch a pack, it is easier to run in it than it is to pull away. And it looks like he is going to stay in tow and try to see if they can't get a little bit more breathing room from Fogarty, who's in P3. But right now, Fogarty closing on that drafting gap. Yeah,
Uchinsky looked good that time in the S's. Ross Smith looked back, hand in the air. I don't know if he was trying to signal to Richard saying, hey, when you get here, let's go together by Kyle. Yellow flags further back by turn 4. That's way down the order, though, so we'll stay on the top 3. And you can see the separation. It's 3.5 seconds back to 4th place, and Jorge Ruiz, who put a good lap together last time by, he was matching the pace of race leader Kyle Uchinsky. Smith there, going to give him a little shove here, going to turn number 9. Signals back again to Richard Fogarty, says, yep, I see you there. Let's get ready to go. Once you get to my bumper, I'm ready to go to the lead. He's just looking for help as he comes out of turn 10 over to 11. Taps the bumper again. Not there. Ross Smith trying to get a draft run as he doesn't want to do a braking maneuver, it looks like, from Kyle Uchinsky. Could have gone there. Didn't go. It's showing some hesitation and some patience right now with 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Here comes Kyle Uchinsky for another lap led. And Richard Fogarty sets best lap of the session. They all pulled away 4/10 from the rest of the pack that time. Almost frustrated there is Ross. He's like emphatically going, hey, get up here. Come on, let's go. And Richard is fast. He's closing in. Just wasn't there yet.
Yeah, Smith is getting a little anxious here. I think he's waiting to make his move until he's got support. But, I mean, if you're Fogarty, he's doing all he can. All he can do is stay in the tow, run the same lines the guys in front are. Now we see it coming to fruition where he's now on the back bumper. But, I mean, a little bit of patience there from Ross Smith maybe would have gone into the favor of Fogarty. We still got a little bit more time. We're currently 5 minutes and 46 seconds in. So I kind of understand his impatience now. He's got 2 laps when they come to the stripe. So now that he's caught back up, it looks like Fogarty's struggling to stay in through that big left-hand sweeper.
Well, it'll be once the timer hits 0, so I think we'll get 3, maybe 4 left before this one's said and done. We're working lap number 6 right now. Uchinsky, then Smith, then Fogarty. Coming through the bend towards 11, 12, and 13. Final couple corners coming up. Smith pushes him away, and he's almost kind of doing himself a disservice. If he wants some drafting help, well, he can't keep pushing Kyle. Every time he gets hooked up with Kyle Uchinsky, they put 2 car lengths on Richard. Coming down the front stretch, still single file, down to turn number 1. A 16 flat for Uchinsky with a good time. That was, again, quicker than most people, although Macon Moore was a little faster back in the 5th spot. He's caught Jorge Ruiz. That's tail end of the screen there, the 2 of them together. Fogarty's actually, it looked like he was looking low. Now look at that, pass for the lead. Ross Smith is through. Uchinsky back to 2nd. Fogarty trying to set him up for a move. Can't quite get around him coming out of turn 6, and they'll line back up for the lead while Ruiz and Moore, 4th and 5th, are hoping that the battle really breaks out. Here comes a look to the inside. Fogarty there, still side by side. Not going to get clear. Yuchinski fends his ground there, and into turn 8, he'll hold the spot, and it's going to give Ross Smith the biggest gap we've seen all day for him. 4 to 5 car lengths as Fogarty crosses back up, but he'll be out of the slipstream. Yuchinski will nose ahead, and he'll stay in second as they go through turns 9 and 10.
Yeah, Yuchinski and Fogarty going back and forth has allowed that gap to grow from Ross Smith, your new leader. And right now, about 3 kart lengths separates your leader in the second spot of Smith. And it looks like Fogarty, he's quick in the draft, but he falls back ever so slightly coming out of that quick little left-right complex, out of that long straightaway from the big left-hand sweeper. And right here, he seems to nail this final corner. Well, I didn't say that too soon. Last couple laps, he nails that final corner better than the top 2 do. Now he's going to have to stay in the tow. Ross Smith, he's got to hope that he can break that draft between himself and Yuchinski running in P2.
Cool little sign there from Yuchinski as he came across the line. As he was signaling up in the air, I'd imagine that's to his family, his wife and his daughter, watching up in the new viewing decks here above the racetrack. And Kyle must have pointed out where they were, or at least made a note of it, and now give a little peace sign to him. So, yeah, don't worry, Dad's got this. He's in control. On the bumper of Smith, who goes about center track to turn 7, then opens up. And, again, Fogarty, I think Fogarty, the biggest thing for Richard right now, he's really fast alone, but I think he's got a little bit too much teeth on. He's got a lot of bottom-end speed coming out of the slower corners. When we get to the end of these long straightaways, they pull a couple car lengths as he bounces the limiter. So let's see what they do down to turn 9. Yuchinski's close, not going to send anything crazy. Again, Fogarty, by the end of the straight, loses a little bit. There, kind of rolls some good speed through turn number 9. He'll get such a big run there with the lower gear, or with the more teeth on the gear. He'll pull up. But then watch this right here at the end. He's going to slow down as he pounds that limiter, and Yuchinski will go right back by him into turn 11.
Yeah, it looked like Yuchinski almost was going to give him the spot there, and then you saw it was almost like he hit a pillow at the end of the straightaway, just slowed down in speed so much of Fogarty, and then he was like, all right, I'm going to take the spot back over. Here comes Fogarty again. Right now he's just trying to save whatever position he can as they almost went side by side through that turn 1. Now here comes Fogarty on the inside looking into turn 4.
Yeah, that move might have cost them the race, unfortunately, folks. Here we're down to the final 2 laps, and Fogarty's kind of half attempted turn 1. Made Yuchinski go offline, made Fogarty go offline. We're on the final lap indeed. And now, as they battled a little bit awkwardly through turns 1 and 2 for second, it has pulled them away from the race leader. Ross Smith getting further and further up the road. Macon Moore, who is digging, has gone around Jorge Ruiz last time by. He has pulled a little bit, I believe, in 4th, if Ruiz hasn't gone back on him. Both of them just a couple seconds back there. You can see the all blacked out Ionic Edge of Macon Moore, P4. The OTK white and red machine of Jorge Ruiz in 5th. As we go down the backstretch here this time, final time, Ross Smith losing a little ground to Yuchinski, who's made up for what was lost in turns 1 and 2. But unfortunately, it'll be too much damage there from that half-pass attempt from Richard Fogarty. Wasn't anything malicious. He just wanted to get that spot bad, and then it just couldn't be enough to get through clear. And as they went side by side, that was all the gap Ross Smith needed. He'll round turns 11, 12, and 13 for the final time in heat number 1 as Yuchinski dips a tire there at the end. He should hang on to second. It'll be tight. Smith pumped up for the Heat 1 win. Yuchinski, Fogarty, second and third. Moore and Ruiz, 4th and 5th. And wow, did they pull away from the rest of the field. Max Martinez just now coming out of turns 11, 12, and 13. There must have been some more carnage back there. We saw a few yellows. In fact, there's another driver off, slowing out of 11. So it's Martinez in 6th. I believe that might have been Junaid Din. Indeed, Stefan Gallardo, 7th. Madison Knox, 8th. Din into 9th. And Steve Moore rounds the top 10 as the last few come across the stripe. Here's another one of the Maxwell Paper Products drivers coming across there. Christopher Ramke making up time after getting involved in that opening lap incident. He gets back to 11th. Nick Miller, 12th. Michaela Bradley, 13th. Noah Murphy, he was in that middle group, and something happened to him about halfway through, and the GFC will suffer a DNF. So 14 drivers all, 13 get to cross the line at the checkers, and it's Ross Smith back atop the leaderboard, keeps it up from pole and qualifying to a Heat 1 win in Maxwell Paper Products 206 Heavy.
We don't got guns.
Rimrock Raceway Honda Kid Kart getting set to go, and looks like the 33 of Beckley Anderson already wants to go, as he thought that might have been the green flag. So we might have to stop them here and see if we can get it going. Beckley Anderson's first race in the Texas Sprint Racing Series, to my knowledge, he was already ready to go fast. And now they'll stop him here, I think, at the finish line and try to re-rack him. They were having to get the Kid Karts all together. And now he's going to slow by turn 1, where the field was going to be getting ready to go green. And we're all mixed up here, so we'll give them a moment. For many of these kids, obviously, first time for doing any kind of rolling start. Some of the most drivers have probably been around so far in their careers, Caleb.
Yeah, and like we said before, too, this is the learning opportunity. When they're this young, they're still trying to get the groove of things. I mean, when you think about any job that you've done, you didn't know what you did when it came to the start. Same thing with karting. Everyone has to start somewhere. So, yeah, we may giggle about some of the stuff that these kiddos do, but they're all in that learning experience right now. And as I was kind of saying before, too, I would be surprised about 5 or 6 years, some of these kiddos who are in the Kid Kart division right now, they're going to be some of the top contenders for the micro and mini division. As we can see, they're making a little bit of a cut through there. One of the track workers' bags getting missed by his lunch. A-OK is not going to get taken out of. So they're going to push him back out onto that backstretch. Probably going to take him to a stop here and see if they can't get him back into order.
Yeah, we'll see if they can't get them all lined back up again. Looks like we're back in the right spots. I think Beckley has the idea of what we're supposed to do, so we'll see if we can go for a second try in Rimrock Raceway Honda Kid Karts. Now, the way that it works for all the classes is that the timer will start and will basically be under full course yellow if anyone does aboard a start, and it'll run against the clock for the race session. So it's 7 minutes plus 2 laps. There's race director John Over holding the red flag. He wants to let them know what to do, and we'll see if this time they all got it. I think everybody understands. So one stalled out. Porter Wiesenzel, our head flagman, going to give him a quick crank, get him set to go. And Porter will hustle on over. The U.S. Pro Kart Series official head flagman helping out here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series as well. A lot of shared national staff. Look at Deke Conine running with the field to keep him paced here. Deke's getting his steps in here today. Andy, Caleb.
Yeah, a little bit of cardio work. Never hurt anyone. It looks like we have another one stalled out. That's kart number 21, if I'm not mistaken. Come to a stop. We got another one stalled out as well.
Beckley Anderson slow in there. So is Killian Short. The field's coming around. If they can get them fired up and Benjamin Osborne and Brody Brown keep them slow enough, they should be able to rejoin. There's Killian Short pulling back up to the back of the field. They're a little bit out of sorts. Here comes Beckley. I think this will be at least good enough to give them the green flag. And we will. Green flag in the air. And so we're back underway down at turn number 1. Rafe Ali around the outside got a run on Brody Brown, but he couldn't get by. Now he will go side by side coming through 3. They're stuck together. Now they're 3 wide, and the momentum will go the way of Bodie Bayer. He'll get by both of them to take over third as Brennan Barsh moves into second. And your race leaders, Benjamin Osborne, down to turn number 4.
Yeah, so they're going to go nose to tail here, getting a little bit of a gap there from the rest of the field as set up before. But here comes Brody Bayer. What about that? Looks like he was shot out of a cannon there. He is already starting to close up to the top 2, and it looks like the leader's not going to take it side by side.
Yeah, they will go side by side all the way to turn 7. But Benjamin Osborne will have a little more momentum on his side, so he'll lead through that hairpin back behind. Again, a good start for Brody Brown initially, then kind of fell back a couple spots, and I think that might be Bodie Bayer in the top card that's up to third with a great run forward in the number 10. And indeed, and now look at this. Brennan Barsh wants the lead. He'll look low on Benjamin Osborne. We got a great little race going on here in Rimrock Honda Kid Karts. He'll take it over, and with as low horsepower as they are, they'll still rev them up, and they'll get a big draft off each other. So now it's Brennan who leads them coming on the back chute. We got a good little race going on. Rafe Ali back in the 4th spot. Brody Brown in the 5th spot. Look at this. How about a run to the inside for the number 10? Bodie Bayer will go to 2nd. Osborne back to 3rd. And even more shuffling than half of that micro swift race we saw earlier, Caleb.
Yeah, we got 3 karts in the contingency instead of 2. A little bit wide there goes what was your 2nd placement, now 3rd placement of Benjamin Osborne, if I'm not mistaken. He's going to now lose momentum, and you can see the dads on the pit lane trying to tell their kiddos to pick it up a little bit as Bayer, heck of a run there, up 4 positions there after, I guess you can call it 2 laps after everything that we did with the go-arounds.
Yeah, I mean, I get technically 2 times by the loop. Rafe Ali's gotten around Brody Brown in the 4th spot, so he's net neutral. Brody Brown is down a couple from the outside of the front row on that blue and yellow comp cart. But Brennan Barsh taking Benjamin Osborne by surprise, and everybody else as well, as he's up now 2 spots from 3rd And the number 82 Barsh Motorsports machine leading the way to turn at number 7 here as we approach the halfway marker in Rimrock Raceway Honda Kid Karts. In second again, Bodie Bayer up 4 spots from 6 to P2 on the top cart, and he's pretty close to Brennan. He'll get a little run on him over to turn number 8. Benjamin Osborne back in the 3rd spot. Ray Foley, Brody Brown, Beckley Anderson sits in 6th, Killian Short in 7th as they round the triple apex turn 8 and head down the backstretch for 2 laps at full speed. And the time limit will put us around a 5, maybe 6-lap race here as they go through turns 9 and 10.
Yeah, and Bayer in the, I guess you can call it the drafting with these Kid Karts. Like you were saying before, the draft is there, definitely not as dragged out as it is with the classes like KA or 206, but it is a little bit of a factor there as Bayer not quite in that drafting range, but hey, for being up 4 spots, he's doing pretty well right now. Benjamin Osborne, who dipped that wheel going out of turn 11, now finds himself starting to fall off the pace of the top 2. Around goes your second placeman, Bayer, doing a big 360, and he is now going to continue on, fall back into P3, almost into P4 as the rest of the field catches up.
Oh, that's tight there. Ray Foley, Brody Brown, or navigate around him. They get to 3rd and 4th, and Bodie Bayer had such a good run little going there. He'll drop all the way down to the 5th spot as Brody Brown moves to 4th. Ray Foley to 3rd. Brennan Barsh still the leader. It'll update timing there in a moment here. Killian Short being shown as the leader. He's back in that 7th position. It's the kid on your screen, the 82 of Brennan Barsh, that shows the way coming out of turn at number 6, and he'll make his way now with a big gap back to Benjamin Osborne in 2nd, headed to turn number 7.
Yeah, he got to the outside line really quick coming out of turn 5. Now going to lead him down into that triple apex there of turn number 8, if I'm not mistaken. There he is, taking apex number 1, 2, 3, and then 4 yet to come. And looks like the timing sheet has finally updated here. So Benjamin Osborne registered in P2. Ralph Ali, after threading the needle into that last corner, finds himself up into P3. Bowen Bayer now back into the 5th spot. Still up 1 position net in total after starting off into P6, but still struggling to keep up there at that top crew.
Yeah, just hanging in there right there in the 6th spot again. Beckley had such a rocket ship start, and he was close to Bodie Bayer after Bodie's spin, so he might get to learn a little bit off of Bodie's line. We'll have 1 lap before the time limit will hit, and we'll get 2 more. So this will basically be 3 laps to go here across the line for Brennan Barsh, basically the halfway marker here in this Rimrock Raceway Honda Kid Kart Heat race. Benjamin Osborne 2nd, Ray Foley in 3rd. Your leader headed through turns 1 and 2 as they go down the backstretch bend to turn number 4.
Dude, that Ali kid, crazy move.
2 to go was shown at the line, coming up on the white flag this time by. And how about this for Brennan Barsh, your leader, almost from the drop of the flag. A little bit of a hectic start there with all the once-arounds we had to do. Eventually got to sort it back out, but Brennan Barsh now leading the way, making their way towards the white flag this time by, coming down the last of the straightaways here up into turns 11 and 12. When they make their way across the stripe, they'll be shown the white flag with one more lap to go. Again, Barsh had a little bit of a battle there about beginning to mid-half of the race with the top 3. Now finds himself in a huge gap by themselves. White flag has been showed her this time by Porter Wetzel, making their way into 1 and 2. Lap traffic out into the distance now, coming down into turn number 4. And this is, again, we were talking about with straightaways. This is the first of 3 long straightaways. If it wasn't a close race contingent, this corner coming up here would be a good chance for a pass for a possible lead here. Lap traffic just out in front. That is cart number 21. Let's see if we can't get a name for you guys right now. Cart number 21 is Kalen Short, who is running now 1 lap down to your leader, coming down towards that second long straightaway now, heading up into turn number 8, followed by the big sweeping left-hander, the quad apex that everyone enjoys and loves here. Not a good passing opportunity, but it does set them up for that big run down that long straightaway. So we're going to follow them through now. Your leader of Barsh out in front. There they go through turn 8, coming down towards that long backstretch now.
Final time through for Brennan Barsh here in Rimrock Raceway Honda Kid Kart Heat number 1. And the gap further back, pretty spaced through the rest of the field. Brody Brown and Rafe Ali were a little close together, but they haven't traded spots much since. Brody got back around him a few laps prior. So there's a look further back as though there must have been some contact between the two of them. Bodie Bayer is going to get around Rafe, and they must have been side by side. We knew they kind of got together earlier on as well. Your leaders still headed back to turns 11, 12, and 13. Brennan Barsh, final time on through. He'll easily round the corner, over 8 seconds and counting on the rest of the pack. Brennan Barsh will win Heat number 1 in Rimrock Raceway Honda Kid Kart. And a little pump of the fist as he crosses the line. Benjamin Osborne will take second as they got around the lap traffic of Killian Short. Black and checkers out across the line for potential penalties and all marking results unofficial. And watching the last few drivers, they'll make their way down the backstretch now towards turns 11, 12, and 13. There they are, top of the screen. There, I believe, a little bit wide is Beckley Anderson on the CRG, so he'll inherit third thanks to Brody Brown and Rafe Ali getting together. So good run for Beckley Anderson, as he was kind of already ahead of him, and then they never got back to him. Brody there on the top of the screen on the blue and yellow comp cart will cross the line for 4th. Here comes that little battle for 5th. That's coming all the way down to the wire. Rafe Ali on the end of the straight there, just going to go out of frame, come back into frame as they come across. I think he'll end up just behind Bodie Bayer, and he will at the line. Rafe Ali 6th, Bodie Bayer's 5th, and Killian Short in 7th. Commercial break coming up. We got more to go here as the mini slips get set to go, presented by the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy. Welcome back to Amarillo Kart Complex for the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy Mini Swifts here. The viewing station lined up for these 8 to 12-year-olds getting set to go green, and it's a pair of brothers on the front row, Mason Berry and Carson Berry, with Carson taking the top spot at the end of qualifying. Will lead the pair of Team GWR Energies to the green. Then it'll be Mateo Quinto on the Tony Kart and Sawyer Chambers on the Nitro Kart in row number 2. Simon Klein and Cadro Milbrandt will make up row 3. Rodolfo Lavin Jr. and Sofia Sadagova, row 4. Pato Medina and Paxton Dyson were scratches on the entry list. We'll see if any of them are here. I believe Pato might be here, but maybe not for Paxton Dyson in the 144, which would put us at 9 total. And basing off everything on the screen, I think we may only be at 8. So we may also be missing Pato Medina. But nonetheless, it was close in qualifying. The top 4 just about 2/10 apart. The best of them all, Carson Berry on the inside there. Pair of Energies, the brothers make up the front row. Mason Berry on the outside. Carson, you can tell a little more red on the helmet. Mason, a little more blue. Carson in the 110, Mason in the 122 machine. Those will be the toughest for us and for the viewers at home and everyone at the track to pull apart if you can. Then you got the 134 of Mateo Quinto on that green and white Tony Kart with the red suit to his outside, and the red and black Nitro Kart. That's Sawyer Chambers with the yellow helmet. They'll go through turn 11, and again, we've been 3 classes through turns 1 and 2 so far. A little bit of chaos. For the most part, though, the starts have been slow enough. We haven't seen anything crazy, but that'll be coming next with 28 206 seniors set to take the green and bring the rumble. Here we come out of turn 13. The brothers have them nice and slow. Let's go to the tram lines, into the boxes, nice and easy. Looks good. Should be good enough for a green flag on the first try by. 7 minutes plus 2 laps. AR Academy Mini Swift underway down to turn number 1. And let's see, can they all survive? Look around the outside trying to get through. Big jump, big start for Cadro Milbrandt to go to 4th. They'll swallow Sawyer Chambers up and down the long straight to turn number 4. Mateo Quinto to the inside to defend for 2nd. He'll send it in deep as Mason Berry loses out, falls to 3rd. Now tries for 2nd through turn 5. He'll be on the outside in 6th. Looks for the crossover there. Cadro Milbrandt looking on there, door to door for 2nd, and he gets around him. So good run for Mason Berry back to P2 as out in front Carson Berry gets gifted already a 7 or 8/10 of a second lead.
Gifted is the perfect word for it, with that 3 battling it out for that 2nd spot. Able to open up that gap. Not a good shot of it. There's a good shot of it. About, I don't know how many car lengths there is, but quite a few of them between Carson Berry out in front and Mason into P2. Mason now is going to have to hold off Mateo in that 3rd spot as he is all over the back bumper, making their way now towards that 3rd long straight with the dogleg right in the middle of it. But now it's down to Mason to try to see if he can't catch up to his brother Carson heading down in that final corner.
Side by side behind him, that's one of the high-five performance Tony Karts, the 111 of Simon Klein, getting around Rodolfo Lavin Jr.'s Bureau Art machine. And let's see if the 2 second and 3rd, Mateo Quinto, can hook up and roll with Mason Berry down to turns 1 and 2 here. Quinto through, couple car lengths away, not close enough to run him down, so it'll be all on Mason at the moment to try and reel in his brother Carson, who leads at the end of lap number 1, spread apart in the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy Mini Swift class through turns 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, Mason pulling out a little bit more on Mateo there, the past couple of corners there from about turn 4 on. There's a good shot of the gap. About 3 kart lengths now separates your 2nd and 3rd place. As we go farther back down towards the field, that is the 114 of Cadron Milbrandt running in the 4th spot right behind a Sawyer Chambers. So those 2 linked up nose to tail, may be able to close back up to that pack out in front. The major thing they need right now is for Mateo to put the pressure onto Mason in order to bring the pack back down. Here's a pass. Up now to the 4th spot goes Mason Chambers.
Sawyer Chambers down the inside of Cadro Milbrandt. And again, remember, Sawyer qualified for us, so now he's just back to neutral as he got swallowed. A great superhero around the outside, 3-wide move for Cadro Milbrandt aboard the comp cart to move up into that 4th spot, but now he falls back into 5th. Still up 1 spot net ahead of Simon Klein's high-five performance Tony Kart, but down the front straightaway, Sawyer Chambers back to P4 with a gap to run up to Mateo Quinto. Now that time by Mason Berry, about a 0.5 better than his brother, 1.3 seconds away after losing time at the start. We're just under 3 minutes in, 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go, so still plenty of time for the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy Mini Swifts to throw down as they go through 4, 5, and 6. Look at this, Simon Klein, the next driver to challenge Cadro Milbrandt. He's looking for 5th as he's only 2 car lengths back, headed to turn number 7.
Yeah, I wonder if Milbrandt may have dropped a wheel there coming out of the corner because it seemed like he fell off just a little bit more than what you anticipate to see. And now here comes Klein starting to put the pressure on him as they make their way down into that big old sweeper, the quad left-hander before they go on that long backstretch, heading down into appears to be that sharp left-hander followed by that third long straightaway.
Apologize on the broadcast there to Beckley Anderson, the young lady, doing a great job in the Honda Kid Kart class in our Rimrock Raceway. Beckley, she was able to get third there in the heat race just prior. Cadro Milbrandt and Simon Klein still together, but no change yet. Simon, we'll see if he gets a big run. Here he comes. Milbrandt drops a tire coming out of 11. They'll go side by side and move Simon Klein back up to fifth there on the high five red and white Tony kart.
Yeah, now they're going to go back nose to tail and right in front of them. So Quinto, who is not able to stay onto the back bumper of Mason Berry, falling off just a little bit. If they were able to battle back and forth, then if these two are able to stay nose to tail, able to make their way up to the field. However, since they're going back and forth, it's giving just a little bit of breathing room there farther ahead.
As they go towards turn 7, you can see the gap up to Sawyer Chambers. Now that's the gap for second and third. Check this out here. Again, you mentioned Mateo Quinto, like you said, catching back up. So while 5th and 6th seem to have settled out, Simon Klein starting to pull away from Cadro Milbrandt. Here's the leader, 1.3 seconds out is Carson Berry. Mason Berry in second is about to get a drafting partner in Mateo Quinto aboard the Tony kart. The two of them should be able to work together and maybe in the final few stages track down Carson Berry. He'll get a big run right to the rear bumper, a car length back to turn number 11, and Mason Berry is going to get some much needed help. He's only been able to match the pace of his brother Carson. Now he's got a drafting partner. That could make a bit of a difference, although that time by Carson Berry pulled 2/10 on him by himself. Let's see what Mateo decides to do. He's going to lock onto the rear. He'll push him down this big stretch. That's going to be a 2/10 gain right there alone for the two of them hooked up and working together. And it's still only a second and a half. That's reasonable on this racetrack with how many big straightaways we've got.
Yeah, the one thing, though, that can make or break Mason Berry's race is Mateo. If he decides to push the issue and try to make the move up into P2, that's when we're going to basically write the check off to Carson Berry. However, since he's staying behind, working that toe to his advantage, and trying to keep him up into the fight, that hasn't allowed that gap to close down ever so slightly. Mateo, last time by, registered the fastest lap so far, using that toe off of Mason to the advantage. But coming up into that big turn 8 complex, it looks like he's fallen off just a little bit.
Yeah, he kind of had a bobble coming out of turn number 7, and now he's a little further back still to make up. So he gave him a push over to turn number 4. We'll see if that's enough to kind of sway the winds back in the way of Mason Berry. The lap before, Carson was able to add 2/10 to the margin. Cross the line. This will be 5 complete here. This will basically be 3 laps to go. Next time by, the timer should elapse, and it'll be 2 to go, or it'll be borderline at the best. That time, Carson Berry 109.9, Mason 110 flat, so not making up ground. Mateo saw that. Now going to go to the inside for second. He'll get back through turns 4 and 5. Mason trying to set him up. Crosses him up again over to 7. Mateo sets up a little better. He'll keep the spot as now they roll over to turn 7.
Mateo giving a tap to the back of the helmet, wanting Mason to work with him to catch back up. And if you're in Mason right now, you're having a dilemma. You can either, one, stick with him and hope that his brother Carson has a bobble somewhere on the track and closes that gap back down, or you can force the issue and start to battle for that second spot. Points come down to it in these 3 heat races all the way through. So if he is able to make up one more spot, that might help in the championship. But there's always a possibility that Carson Berry could have a major mistake and cause them to close that gap back down with roughly about 2, possibly 3 laps to go.
And we've seen mistakes happen here. There's a couple corners where there's not a lot of runoff room. One of them being the one they're going into, turn 11. We've already seen it bite a few in each of the classes where drivers have gone wide, dropped a tire off the edge of the racetrack there into the grass, and lost time. But Carson Berry, a 110 flat that time to a 110.3 by Mateo Quinto. Quinto did pull away. He's a little better through 1 and 2. As you can see, Mason got tripped up. The gap is 2.2 seconds now and climbing. Sawyer Chambers that time by a 110.5. He was a little slower than Quinto. Granted, he shows a little quicker than Mason Berry, but that being said, Mason had to give way to the pass, so that's why his time was a little bit slower that time around. Nothing else really shaking up too much with the pack. Simon Klein has gotten to 5th, back to where he qualified ahead of Cadro Milbrandt. Pulled away a little, hasn't gained any time on Sawyer Chambers. Milbrandt is 6th. Rodolfo Lavin Jr. is 7th. Sofia Sadagova is in 8th. Here we're coming to 3 laps to go this time by. Down to turn number 9. Carson Berry just the edge of the screen. This is 2nd and 3rd still Mateo Quinto on that red suit and the green and white Tony kart. The blue and red and white energy of Mason Berry is third, trying to make back up ground that he lost in turns 1 and 2 last time by. We've hit the time limit, so the white flag will wave, or 2 to go signal will wave, this time around. So Carson Berry will see 2 laps to go. So will these two. No, white flag in the air. 1 to go. 1 lap remaining indeed for the Mini Swifts as they head on through.
Yeah, and it looks like looking at Mateo right now up into P2. Carson now is going to have the ability to try to force the issue. There's Carson Berry watching right now. What I was talking about was behind that, Mateo Quino and also Mason Berry. Those two running in the second and third spot respectively. There's that battle right now. Mateo now falls back into P3. Mason Berry now up into the second spot. Here comes Mateo trying to force the issue and see if he can't force a mistake out of Mason Berry.
Yeah, Quinto that time, a car length back. Not close enough to get back to him. Has to kind of clean those tires off a little bit from going offline and also mentally reset, get back in his rhythm. This is the run to the checkers right here. Mason Berry feeling the pressure, goes low to defend into turn number 9. To the outside, then inside for Mateo Quinto. He'll get a big run on him to 11. Final time through, Carson Berry well out in front of the 110. He's got a couple seconds advantage as he goes to turn number 11. He'll round that corner. Behind him, they'll battle for second, but Carson Berry will take heat number 1 in the AR Academy Mini Swifts. And as we go back to that battle for second, Quinto did get around Mason. And at the line, Mason back around him again. And a good battle to the end for Mason Berry to end up in second over Mateo Quinto. Just hangs on after getting crossed up in 11. Gets back underneath them through 12 and 13 to hold on to second. Chambers 4th, Klein 5th, Kadra Milbrand 6th, Rodolfo Lavin Jr. 7th, Sofia Sadegova in 8th. And if we turn our attention to the left, well, the grid is filling up with 206 seniors, 28 drivers strong, and the engines have come to life as the Mini Swifts begin to make their way off the racetrack now. We saw in qualifying Drew Chappell and Braxton Tregg continue to put laps on the field, and I wouldn't be surprised here if they're able to get away early to be first and second, that we see exactly the same thing here today with the two of them just working together until the final 2 laps, maybe even the final lap of the session. With 7 minutes plus a lap for the field, Slipstream Racing 206 Senior getting set to go. Let's go through the rest of the starting lineup as they finished out qualifying here in one of the biggest classes, as always, on the weekend. It is, again, Trappel on the pole, but with Treg and him working together, well, there were another couple groups that also worked together well. Ibrahim Dean, with his best career qualifying effort in the Texas Sprint Racing Series, put it second on the 627 machine, working with Samuel Jung, who put it 4th on the outside of the reigning series champ Braxton Tregg. Jeff Shaw and Cohen Summers will make up row 3, starting 5th and 6th apiece. Landon Fitz and Vaughn Weber, row number 4. Tyler Stevens and Sawyer Roussel will round off the top 5 rows, starting 9th and 10th. And then you go down further on the order. It's Luke Waller on the inside in 11th. Landon Melson in 12th. David Williams and Kelvin Ching. Ching with one of his rougher qualifying efforts on the year. He goes outside the top 10, nearly outside the top 15 in 14th. The multi-time TSRS race winner rolls off on the outside of row 7. Then it's Jonathan Westcott, who we couldn't get a good read on where he qualified with some transponders mixed up. Those were resolved by the end of the session. He's 15th here to the inside of Jacob Oliver. Row number 9's got Kurt Goodson and Bryce Frank starting 17th and 18th. And it's Mikey Bolin and Jensen Harrell to round off the top 20. Paul Braden and Aiden Smith will roll off in row number 11. Mike Weber and Adi Bomru as around goes the 647 on the outlap. That's the driver slated to start, I believe. Oh, wow. So off the racetrack for the 647. Maybe the 642. It looks like the 647 on screen. We'll ID in a moment here regardless. We lost one driver already off the side of the racetrack there. So might have been the 642 of Kurt Goodson. I don't believe it was, though. We'll let the rest of the fields line up. It's Mike Weber, Adi Bamaru, Hunter Stein. Adi Bamaru, Hunter Stein, Micah Kipp, and then Samuel Burnett did not get out for qualifying. So we got 26 turn a lap there. But the 647 machine off on the side of the racetrack as the field heads towards the back sector to get set to go. The biggest class so far today. This will be the big test. Most of the time when we've come to Amarillo Kart Complex, we have started the field on the straightaway they're on right now, going into turns 11, 12, and 13, finish them on the front stretch. This year, they're starting in the tram lines on the loop, going down to turns 1 and 2. So the officials, including head flag reporter Weiss Sensel, will try to keep the speeds down to let everybody survive, but that's a tight bottleneck, Caleb.
Yeah, and like you said, this is actually the true test of it. You got a full-size kart. When we saw the 206 heavies, made it through there just fine. A little bit of a bobble out of turn 3, not even to turn 1. Now that we got a field stacked, this is going to be the telltale sign of what we can see here the rest of the weekend.
Well, let's see it here. Drew Chappell on that gray and or chrome and black comp cart brings them down nice and slow into the lines. Looks like Ibrahim Dean is out at the tram line. That could trigger a penalty, but they're underway. We're green down to turn number 1. Braxton Trigg will get himself into second. Dean's going to fall all the way back to 4th. As a good start for the inside as well for 5th place. And Jeff Shaw, he'll go to 3rd. But they're side by side, and already this is not what the field wants to see. The two drafting partners, Drew Chappell and Braxton Trigg, getting a big gap as they battle behind. Here goes the field through 4, 5, and 6. Samuel Jung is side by side. That's for position number 5. He'll get through. Chappell and Trigg. 1st and 2nd, Jeff Shaw is 3rd. Ibrahim Dean on the KRS Tony kart is 4th. And they're 2 abreast behind them as they rocket to turn 7. Tyler Stevens will follow Samuel Jung through to go to 6th.
Yeah, top 4 breakaway. Rest of the field still not even getting close to single file right now. There goes your top 2 of the 627 of Drew Chappell out in front with kart 1, Braxton Trigg. As you said before, those two linked up well when they were doing the drop down the seat for the qualifying tow. There's the rest of the field still side by side. I think that may have been Calvin up into the mix there, but I could be mistaken on the kart number. Sorry, that I'm not. That's a 605.
That
a little
was
bit farther,
Tyler Stevens there on that high-five performance red and white Tony kart going by for position number 5 on Samuel Jung. Look at this already. Braxton Tregg's locked on the rear bumper of Drew Chappell. Bad news for the rest of the field. Good news for the top 2. They should be able to break away. They've got Jeff Shaw close to them on that VLR, but he doesn't have any drafting help because Ibrahim Dean's a couple car lengths away. So let's see how they go through turns 1 and 2. Drew Chappell, Braxton Trigg already beginning to build that margin over the pack. And Trigg, an experienced racer here. Last year he spent most of the time leading a duo. Right now he's pushing in a duo through to turns 4, 5, and 6. Lap 1 complete. Shaw, Dean, Stevens, the top 5. Stevens up 4. Luke Waller up 5. Landon Fitz, Cohen Summers, Sawyer Roussel, Kelvin Shink up 4 to 10th as they go to turn 7.
Yeah, there's the top 2 doing almost like active aero, the way they squat down in the seat. They're going to try to see if they can't make themselves as aerodynamic as possible. But top 2 starting to pull away. Your 3rd placeman, though, of Jeff Shaw is not making that an entire possibility for him. He's staying right there. If he can get a little bit of help there from Ibrahim Din, he might be able to start to make his way back up and force the issue. But right now, these two all weekend long have worked really well together.
Yeah, Jeff Shaw is hoping for a pass that probably will not come from Braxton Trigg and Drew Chappell. He needs Ibrahim Dean to use that 2nd place qualifying speed, get up to him and push him back to the leaders, or he'll lose touch. He'll lose about a 10th maybe as this big run over to turn number 11. They were locked and loaded that whole straightaway. They've got the drafting deal down pat. Here we come across the line for lap number 2. 4.5 minutes plus a lap to go in the 7 minutes plus 1 lap heat race. 14.6 to a 14.7. That's a 1/10 net gain for the top 2. Jeff Shaw still trying to stay close. He's still getting a little hint to draft there. Tyler Stevens has help now. Landon Fitz, Luke Waller, they're lined up 5th, 6th, 7th. So they might be able to run up to this pack as well. That was a good lap for them at a 1:14.7. Sawyer Roussel, Cohen Summers, Kelvin Shing in that 3rd pack. Coming out of turn number 6, though, that seems to be a little bit of a weak point for Braxton Trigg on the MGM. A good point for the VLR. Jeff Shaw, as he really gains time in that S's section. It's one of the few sections, again, on the racetrack that the draft won't matter at all, and you can really let it come down to driver and kart setup. And I think he's a little bit closer. Ibrahim Dean did not get a good exit. Jeff did. Trigg knows that. He'll continue to push Drew Chappell to try and build that margin, but Jeff Shaw still lurking, still there. He needs to be absolutely perfect right now is what Jeff Shaw needs to be. He doesn't have any safety net behind him in a pusher. He's got to do everything he can to make up for what he'll lose every straightaway. These two hook up the way that they do and push down to turn number 11 as we come to put 2 laps, now make it 3 in the books.
Yeah, Shaw is at the tail end of that tow, about to fall out of that draft distance, so to speak, as it is. But like you said, it has to be perfect, has to hope. Not so much that these two are going to pass each other, because I think everyone knows that's not going to happen towards the end. But he's going to want to hope from a bobble or drop a wheel or something from the top 2 in order to bring one of them back to him to use that tow to his advantage.
Fastest lap on the racetrack came from that 2nd pack of 3. Tyler Stevens hit a 1:14.28, so that was quicker than everybody else, including the leaders. Jeff Shaw, again, looks pretty good here through turn 6. He'll close up closer than he's been. That's within 2 car lengths. He looks back. Ibrahim Dean's losing a little bit of ground. He lost a couple tenths last time by. And then behind him there, that 3-car pack, Stevens, Waller, Fitz, they're making up a lot of time on everybody. Picked up 1/10 on the lead, a couple of tenths on everyone else. When they get to Ibrahim Dean, that gap will accelerate, so they might be able to get up to 4th. And if Jeff Shaw can get in and mix it up for the lead, we'll see more drivers here. He's closer than he's been, loses some time on the straightaway through turns 9 and 10, because as much as Braxton can push Drew Chappell, he has to back off earlier than his own braking point in the braking zone to not run over Drew, and that's what allows Jeff to make up ground. So he'll lose some time when they hook up like this, but then you see Braxton has to breathe that brake a little bit to give some space going into the zone so he doesn't mess Drew up too much. And here comes Jeff Shaw, big run. This will be a really good lap for Jeff as Ibrahim Deem is out of the tow, and he'll fall back into the clutches of that next group. A 114.2 for Jeff, 114.4s for that next pack, 114 flat for Sawyer Roussel and Kelvin Ching. They're moving now too.
Yeah, Kelvin Ching just went purple, so I think that group of 4 or 5 linked up. They're doing the same thing we're seeing with the top 2. However, if you see what's happening out front with these top 2 but stretch out with 2 more karts, that is quicker than having 2 because you have more tow, more people up in the mix. Speaking of up in the mix, here comes Jeff Shaw. I think he is now about the closest he's been, and like you said, gets a better run out of that tight S's, but he's just going to have to hope to keep inching his way forward, and I'm sure it's painful for him, waiting for that draft, and now I think his fruits of his labor are about to pay off.
Yeah, he's just about there. He'll be close enough that even with them pushing, he'll still gain. Trey takes a look back, knows he's coming. He already tapped his helmet once. He said, when you get here, I'm ready to go. Drew Chappell just pounding laps right now. He's had a clean run thus far, but it's going to get interesting. That pack behind them still is only 2.5 seconds away. A little bit of battling up front, and we'll get a lot of cars in this lead group. Look at the gap. You can see it open up there. Then Shaw brings it back close, deep in the braking zone for Jeff Shaw. That's the mistake he didn't need to happen. Luckily, it's not a super long straightaway to turn number 1, but he'll drop that right rear off the racetrack, and Jeff Shaw's going to lose some time. He was on a really good lap, lost 3/10 right there, and that might be the nail in the coffin for Jeff Shaw to get up there. As looking further back, check this out in the battle for 4th on the way. Ibrahim Dean, P4, is going to come under pressure. If we could just go back just a little bit there to that next group. Ibrahim Dean under pressure from Tyler Stevens and company as Drew Chappell, Braxton Trigg, then Jeff Shaw. Dean is under heavy fire as they go to turn number 7. And Chappell and Trigg still going through. We'll try and pick them up in a moment here as the field heads over to turn number 8.
Yeah, and if you're Jeff Shaw right now, that little mistake may cost him even more so. If that pack of 4, now count at 5, is able to close up to him with that freight train mentality, he might be out for lunch here and get basically his doors blown off if the 4 in the back can time it right into a heavy braking zone, but he doesn't really have any allies right now.
As they come through turns 9 and 10, Drew Chappell, Braxton Trigg is still going good as we had a spin there in the 691 further back. That was someone out of that main group. That was Luke Waller that went around out of that pack. Here's the next group all the way back to 7th, 8th, and 9th. Now Kelvin Ching leads Sawyer Roussel. Ibrahim Dean's lost a spot to Tyler Stevens, so something happened with Luke Waller and company as they've lost some time back to turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, now they're going to go single file, and as we were talking about before, there is the main 5 that we're watching right now. Just off the distance in front is Jeff Shaw in 3rd. They're not close to him. The time is ticking down for him as of now, but he's going to hope that clock goes up even more so, because with those 4 or 5 in the tow right now, they might be able to close it back in if they stay nose to tail. As more time goes on, once we get 2 to go, I'm sure that 4 or 5 pack might break loose and start having battles within their own group.
So Drew Chappell, then the number 1 of Braxton Trigg, then that middle group, and I think these 2 will be pretty stationary. As look at this, Ibrahim Deems been passed by Kelvin Ching. Sawyer Roussel wants by. So does Cohen Summers, Landon Fitz, in the comp cart. So there goes the leaders on through turns 9 and 10 with the 2 of them continuing to pull away. We're on the final stages here. We've hit the time limit. I think it'll be the white flag this time as they come down to turns 11, 12, and 13. So we might see them start to battle. We might see Braxton Trigg just ride this one out and collect some heat race points with a second-place result. Drew Chappell's going to get a big championship heat load here with heat number 1 as we cross the start-finish line straight away down to turn number 1.
Yeah, so they're going to stay nose to tail as of now. And like you said, Xander, maybe fine just staying in that second spot, but if their opportunity comes for an easy pass, he might take it if it's not going to cost too much of what they have going on from behind. But it's been the name of the show from the start, nose to tail. Probably going to continue this way throughout the rest of the weekend unless that guy running in 3rd place, if Jeff Shaw, is able to find something as the weekend goes on, maybe an ally to help him push up there, or maybe something in the cart, maybe the gearing's off, tire pressures, whatever it might be. But this one's going to be the one that's going to we're going to want to watch through the next 2 heat races.
Yeah, as they go through over to turn number 8 here, Drew Chappell with still Braxton Tregg behind him. You can see how far back Jeff Shaw has fallen. That's not going to change. They'll come to the white flag this time, I believe. That was 2 to go at the stripe. So 1 lap to go for the group as they go through turns 9 and 10, and still no changes there. They've pulled even further away from that next pack. Kelvin Ching looks like he's gotten his way up to 4th. So we've got a change for P4 back there. He's gone around Tyler Stevens. Great drive forward here in heat number 1. Exactly what he needed to do after the rough qualifying for Kelvin Ching, championship contender and former race winner, to get himself up the order. Stevens back there right behind him. Sawyer Roussel, no, that was black and checkers. So it was 1 to go. Drew Chappell wins. No pressure from Braxton Tregg to 2nd. Ching up 10 spots there to P4. Jeff Shaw 3rd. Sawyer Roussel ends in 5th, up 5. Big gaggle there coming across the line of Cohen Summers, Samuel Jung, and Bryce Frank. That's 9th, 10th, and 11th. As Ibrahim Dean falls all the way down from 2nd on the grid back to the 8th spot. We'll take a commercial break now. Slipstream Racing 206 Senior will be all wrapped up till later this afternoon when they run it again for Heat 2. On deck as we move to group number 6, we continue to roll through. It's K100 Masters. K100 Master presented by Kart Racing Solutions onto the racetrack now. Let's go through the lineup here as the field gets set to go green. Morgan LeBaron and Kyle Uchinsky make a high five performance Tony Kart lockout of row number 1. The number 1 plate reigning series champ Miguel Mir rolls off on the inside of row 2 alongside former owner of the Amarillo Kart Complex, Dr. Thane Morgan. Back on row 3, it's Adamai Callargo and Kyle Walther on row 3. Then it's Gary Glanger and Neil Faulkner on row number 4. Andy Miller and Jose De La Garza will make up row number 5. RJ Gallardo and James Lundberg, row 6. Evan Kozak and Tan Yen on row 7. Tyson Knight and Randy Russell, row number 8. Doug Foxworth and Scott Cherry, row 9. Randall Rogers, Junaid Dean, Kogan Wright, and Keithan Hutchins, your 22 drivers here in Kart Racing Solutions KA100 Masters. So as the field heads on through and we get set to go green here this time, we'll get set to head on to the racetrack. So they'll head their way towards turn number 11, and the field will make its way to the final chicane, and we'll again see a pack grid for the field to turns 1 and 2. That has been a trouble spot, or what it was an expected trouble spot, and really hasn't been much of one so far. They've kept the field pretty much under control that time by, so we'll watch them make their way around 11, 12, and 13 as we go to the final S's and on through. Up front again, Morgan LeBaron and Kyle Uchinsky will make up the front row as we mentioned here. And here we go through the final turn, turn 13. Let's keep it nice and slow, boys and girls. And the veterans, 30 plus and over in the K100 Master Division, looking for the green flag. Morgan LeBaron taps his helmet, says, give me a little shove. I could use some help. Kyle Uchinsky wants the same. He'll get a nice jump on the outside as we're underway to turn number 1. And they'll slot to first and second. Can the field survive? They will. It's a tricky opening chicane, but everybody giving room and respect, and they'll make their way through the long bend to turn number 4.
Kind of the same thing we've seen in all classes. Top 4 or 5 go single file. The rest of the field side by side coming down to turn 4. These S's, though, is what's going to really breaks up the field. The top 4, since they're single file, are able to pull away because they can take the normal racing line through. The side by sides from about 6th on back, that's when they get bogged down, and already about a 5 or 6 car breakaway out in front right now.
Yeah, Morgan LeBaron there on the black suit and the blue helmet leads the way. Mr. No Mustache Man here this weekend. And he'll lead Kyle Uchinsky, who's, again, continuing his double-duty run. He was second in the opening heat race in 206 Heavy. He's right behind him. Miguel Mir is there on that Cruise Racing Development blue and yellow number 1 plate in third. The white bumper there, I believe that might be Adamai Callargo that got into 4th on the opening lap, but we'll confirm that when he comes across the line. Let's see him through all 6 in this lead pack. Across the stripe, clean and green for lap number 1. It's LeBaron, Uchinsky, Mir, Callargo, Thane Morgan in 5th, and Kyle Walther in 6th as they go through turns 1 and 2. Little gap back to Gary Glanger in the 7th spot of about 8/10. Andy Miller is 9th or 8th, and then RJ Gallardo and Evan Kozak round the top 10. No major passes or shakeups here in the opening lap, and with teammates up front, we'll wait and see if Kyle Uchinsky wants to go to the lead or if he wants to follow Morgan LeBaron for now. For the most part, he's showing a lot of patience as LeBaron sends it in deep there into turn number 7. Caleb fully locked those rear tires, and he was sideways in the brake zone.
Yeah, a little bit of a driver craft there, have to come into fruition as he was able to save it. Miguel Mir, though, in the 2nd spot, took all sorts of curb into turn 1, fell off the pace of the top 2, but then in those S's before it brings you back down towards the long straightaway, able to close it back up. Now he's down by about a kart length, count it 2, between himself and the 2nd placeman of Kyle Uchinsky. He's right there in the tow, but not close enough to force any issues out in front.
Yeah, he lost a little bit there out of turn 10. LeBaron definitely looks really good early. Uchinsky gets a big run out of 11 and through the front straightaway. Kyle back onto the bumper of Morgan down to turn number 1, and they pulled a little bit away from Miguel Mir. Quickest on the racetrack, though, all the way back in the 6th spot is Kyle Walther. He's all over Thane Morgan and Adamai Callargo. So 4th, 5th, and 6th having a little battle begin to form while the top 3 spread apart from the rest of the pack. Mir with a little carburetor adjustment down that front stretch. He pulled away, and that second group really heating up as they come out of turn number 6 here. So, again, here come your leaders to turn number 7. LeBaron, Uchinsky, Mir, 1, 2, 3 here as we get closer to the halfway mark in heat number 1.
And kind of similar to what we saw last time with the 206 seniors, top 2 teammates working together, starting to pull away, but the 3rd placeman is trying all they can to stay in the draft. That is Miguel Mir, MP3. Look back there in the 4th on back as it looks like a little side-by-side there. If I'm not mistaken, that is Kyle Walters getting passed by 1.
Yeah, Walter trying to go through. Adamai Callargo, Thane Morgan, Gary Glanger all in that mix. Glanger again was quick. Walter was even quicker last time by. Callargo and Thane Morgan there as the Top three come out of the corner. Look at a big run for the number one of Miguel Mir. The two of them working together is keeping him at bay, but Miguel even turned it up a little more last time, picked up 4/10, so he's got some speed there in that CRD OTK. As they go down to turn number 4 once again to the S's. He's still not close enough while they're pushing each other to pull out of the toe and try to make a move. Maybe something in the lower braking or the slower speed, higher braking zone turn 6 right there, but not close enough. And again, as long as Kyle Uchinski can stay locked onto the rear bumper of Morgan LeBaron, it'll be very difficult for Miguel Mir to try and make some way to split them apart. Although that move right there through 7 with Uchinski losing some ground to LeBaron might open the door for something for Miguel Mir. All the while, Morgan LeBaron continues to lead the way down to turn number 9. It's looking to be about 2 or 3 kart lengths. Little bobble over the curb for Uchinski. Here comes Miguel Mir looking for second, Caleb.
Yeah, 2 mistakes in 1 lap is not what Uchinski wants right now. See him tapping the back of the helmet saying, push me back up to the front. Miguel Mir says, I'm going to take that second spot. Thank you very much. So now count Miguel Mir up into P2. This is all music to the ears of Morgan LeBaron out in front. If he looks back and sees how much of a gap he has, this might be what he needs in order to slowly start to pull away if Mir and Uchinski continue to go back and forth.
Although, with that being said, fastest on the racetrack was the man in fourth on the white suit in the high five Tony kart, Kyle Walther, 106.5 to the leader's 106.80. So P4 coming into frame a little bit more now, even more with that pass. He's getting to the edge of the toe. Gary Glanger's followed him forward. He was also faster than the race leaders last time by. So as Miguel Mir starts to close up, a little sideways action for Uchinski coming out of 7. Pulled alongside there into turn 8, surprisingly enough, but tucked back in. And all the while, again, LeBaron gets a little more of a gap, but even more than that, Kyle Walther closes up. Here comes Uchinski, looks slow, doesn't do it. Into turn 9, he pulls back in. Here comes Kyle Walther with a big run towards his high five teammate. Down the straightaway to turn number 11. He'll give him a shove for now. Looking, not going to go yet. Kyle Walther stays in line, but he's caught the main pack as they come onto the front straightaway with 1.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, this is just what Uchinski needs right now, a little bit of a push to help him catch back up to Miguel Mir. If they're able to do it right, they might be able to get to the back bumper of Mir, push him up to LeBaron. Then we have a 4-kart breakaway for the lead. Or they may try to do the opposite where they try to get around him quickly, and then we're going to have even more of a gap here with LeBaron and Mir. But now Mir starting to force the issue onto LeBaron as they make their way down that long backstretch.
Yeah, good run for Miguel Mir. They're coming out of turn number 6. Here he comes, looking for the lead. Turn 7, new leader. The number 1 goes to position number 1 as Miguel Mir takes over the lead. LeBaron back to second, and look at them all coming together now. A 6-car party here as the field exits turn 8. All single file, trailing the reigning series champ, Miguel Mir, Morgan LeBaron, Kyle Uchinski, Kyle Walther, Gary Glanger, Dr. Thane Morgan at the back of it in the blue suit as they exit turn 10. It is close and a flurry of high five performance. Tony Karts, first, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Or second all the way back to 6 as around goes Gary Glanger there in the orange suit. He spins out. It collects Thane Morgan as well. They had such a big gap. They may not lose more than 1 or 2 spots, but that's taken out a lot of the pack. As now Kyle Walther had to make evasive action. He hung on to 4th, lost some time. Uchinski's back there with LeBaron, and LeBaron looking on Miguel Mir as the timer will hit 0. It'll be the white flag, I think, this time by for Miguel Mir and company coming out of turn 6.
Mir's going to have to play defense. As I said before, 3 teammates are sitting behind him, 2 of which are breathing down his back bumper currently as they're going down into that, I believe that's turn 6 and 7, heading up into 8. Now through that quad left-hander down this backstretch. Here's a good run from LeBaron. He's closing up, and let's see if Mir goes to the inside line to defend. He takes home a racing line. Here comes LeBaron. Sends on the inside. Does he take it? No, he does not. Stays behind Mir.
Not enough on the brakes there down the inside for Morgan LeBaron, but he'll still have a good run down the backstretch to close the gap up with a big push coming from Kyle Uchinski. Down to turn number 11. All the way to the rear bumper for Morgan LeBaron. Not in time enough to make a move, but he'll be on the bumper if he wants to try something in turn 1. Let's see it across the start-finish line. That time by, it is still Miguel Mir as the timer hits 0.
And let's keep an eye on Walter, too. He's sitting back here watching all this happen in the 4th spot. If there's a big bobble inside the top 3, he could easily find himself in contingency to finish inside the top 3. Is up on 2 wheels. Goes LeBaron trying to see if he can't find a way around Miguel Mir, and they're now snaking their way back on towards that backstretch yet again.
So here we go. LeBaron says, all right, let's get back to him. Work together again, teammates here. Second, third, and fourth trying to gang up on Miguel Mir, who's done a good job of holding on to the lead since getting there. Qualified in the third spot. LeBaron still trying to get back to him through turn 8, through that quad apex turn, a long sweeper. Now down the backstreet into turn number 9 and 10. It'll come down to 11, 12, and 13 if he can get there in time. Miguel Mir up by 2 car lengths coming out of 10. LeBaron will have a run at him. Is he going to be close enough? I don't think so. Over to 11. Through the S's we go. Miguel Mir hangs on by a car length, can run the normal line, can get a decent exit out, and on to the front straightaway. Miguel Mir tucks his head across the line for the white flag. 1 to go. LeBaron not close enough in 1. Needs the big run. Uchinsky's almost there as they exit 2.
Yeah, Lachinsky, he's trying to give as much help as he can, but probably not as much of a big push as LeBaron wants. He's holding on right now, and I'm sure he is locked in. If you could see into his eyes, probably would be a little bit scared of what you're going to see as he is not making his way through. Almost dips a wheel there coming onto the back parts of the track, but Miguel Mir doing a fantastic job holding 3 off by himself out in the lead.
Yeah, Miguel Mir still with a 2-car length cushion. Morgan LeBaron needs a really good run through the quad apex turn 8 here, or really triple apex. 1 curb, 2, or no, you're right, indeed, quad. 1, 2, 3, 4 curbs all the way in that long full throttle sweeper here going to turns 9 and 10. This will be the money corner. If he gets a good run out of here, he'll have a shot at him in 11. Through the S's. Now down the back straightaway for the final time in KA Master Heat 1. Mir can feel the pressure. LeBaron will get close. Oh, just not close enough. Has to stay in line, and through the S's onto the front straightaway. It'll be a photo finish, but it won't be enough for LeBaron. Miguel Mir holds him off and wins Heat 1 in a good battle of defense for the number 1 plate as he hangs on over LeBaron, Uchinsky, and Walter. Here comes the rest of the field, all the way from 5th on back. Andy Miller, 4 spots gained to 5th. Tyson Knight picks up 9 spots from 15th to go 6th. Neil Faulkner, 7th. Evan Kozak, 8th. Scott Cherry picks up 9 spots to go to 9th from 18th on the grid. And James Lundberg on the AR Academy Bureau Art rounds out your top 10. 6 groups run through, still 5 more to go in Heat number 1 as we move on to Group 7 on the lineup. KA 100 Junior, 20-plus drivers strong, getting set to go green.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop in to Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
Welcome back to Amarillo Kart Complex for the Wilcher Racing Engines KA100 Junior Division. 28 drivers in total, and Diego Guillot timed the draft perfectly in qualifying to be able to go quickest out of the pack. Truly Adams on the Musgrave Racing Company factory kart will start on the outside of the front row. Landon Skinner and Graham Tremmel will make up row number 2. Then row 3 will have Tyler Roberts' Iron Rock Motorsports Tony kart on the inside, alongside fellow junior rookie David Ibarra in the AR Academy OTK. Matthew Duquette and Justin Music will make up row number 4, with Derek Wargo and Spencer Smith on row 5. Joey Domey and Archer Eversman, row 6. Jackson Young and Beckett Friesen, row 7. Easton Cox and Liam Flanagan, row 8. Nathan Golseth and Ian Walker, row number 9. Jackson Baldus and Preston Pico, row 10. Christian Ruiz and Landon Welker will start 21st and 22nd. Then it's Davis Henry, Luke Cruz, Jonas Dovere, Santiago Duran, Jeremiah Thomas, and Alex Pope to round off the field. We get set to go green now for the 28 total drivers in Wilcher Racing Engines KA100 Junior as they'll come through turns 11, 12, and 13. And you can see the bright white and red Allen Rudolph Racing Academy Tony karts there on 1st and 3rd and 6th, bringing the field to green. Then it's the chrome red and black factory kart of Truly Adams on the outside of row number 1. Nice and slow for the 11 to 15-year-olds. You know they're ready to get this one going. Let's see if they can all survive turn 1. Side by side down to the corners, we're green. And one already off in the cut through. Had to go wide and will give way to the field. But the field otherwise will survive the opening couple corners. Graham Tremmel with a great start to get to 3rd on the opening lap as the field heads back to turn number 4. And through for Diego Guillot. Landon Skinner to 2nd. Truly Adams goes into 3rd. A little gap back to Graham Tremmel and Tyler Roberts in 4th and 5th. And everyone has made it through turn 4, 5, and 6 so far. We're back to mostly single file on this opening lap in Wilcher Racing Engines K100 Junior. Good start for David Ibarra into the 6th position as the field goes through that quad apex turn number 8 for the first time. Diego Guillot's got his teammate behind, but it's not an all AR Academy lead pack like it was in some of the other divisions with teammates together. So Truly Adams might be the wild card there in the mix as well there. Graham Tremmel is close on that all-white, I believe, Bureau Art, headed towards turns 11, 12, and 13. But Landon Skinner right to the rear bumper. Diego Guillot closes up to him. And Truly Adams about 2 car lengths back as we come to complete lap number 1. Let's give you the rundown. Guillot, Skinner, Adams, Trammell, Ibarra, Roberts in 6th. Justin Music picks up a spot on the start. He moves up to 7th. 8th for Spencer Smith. 5 spots gained for Beckett Friesen from 14th to 9th there off the line. And Archer Eversman rounds out the current top 10 with the big driver that had to go wide. That was Derek Wargo going off in the dirt, I believe, along with Matthew Duquette in the opening lap. They've fallen back outside the top 20, so not ideal for either one of them with a lap completed here at full song. And it's still all Diego Guillot up front with Landon Skinner right there, riding in line there in 2nd to help build that gap and even try to pull away and drop Truly Adams off the train. So over to turns 9 and 10 here. Still looking good for the top 2. And they'll come through that section to that long bend into turn to the final sector of the racetrack with Guillot in the 848 showing the way over to the S's. A little pop of the curb there for Landon Skinner through turn 11. That still looked pretty good. Let's see the lap times as they cross the loop. Skinner and Guillot about a tenth to half a tenth better than Truly Adams, just inching away. Graham Tremmel as well, almost fast enough to run as fast as those guys on his own, but with Landon Skinner being a loyal pusher to Diego Guillot, he's helping maintain that gap at exactly where it needs to be through turns 4, 5, and 6. Here's a look to that next group. How about Justin Music picking up another spot? He leads Tyler Roberts along with Beckett Friesen, who continues to move forward. He's up to 8th now. Big midfield train. Music on that Arcane Motorsports OTK ahead of Tyler Roberts. Next up in the group to run down is David Ibarra. Young David Ibarra all by himself. The pole man from Denton at North Texas Kartway kind of got eaten alive a little bit on the starts there. A better start for David here this time. Up 1 spot from 6th on the grid. And again up 2 right now from 8th for Justin Music, the round 2 winner. Trying to lead this midfield back towards the front. It's a big gap to try and break back down here at the halfway mark. 3.5 minutes in. 3.5 plus 2 laps to go. Over to 11, 12, and 13. Roberts there through over the curb. Same for Beckett Friesen. Let's see what the laps look like. It's a 105.6 for the lead pack. It is a 106.0 for Justin Music So they're not making up time on the leaders. In fact, they even lost a 1/10 of a second to David Ibarra, but they might have been battling a little bit to get to where they need to be. So this lap may be a little bit better for that midfield group. They're just not as fast at the moment as the top three. Truly Adams did pick up a 0.5 back by the end of the circuit, so he's holding close to the leading trio, but we're not seeing any movers and shakers in the top five, so that's why we're focused on 6th on back right now. Again, in this group, it's Justin Music on the 852. Then that white helmet's Tyler Roberts. Music's teammate on the Arcane Motorsports 10 is 8th with Beckett Friesen. 9th is Archer Eversman on the comp cart, who's having a good run. He'll actually pull out a line on Beckett, looking to the inside, turn 9. And a little hip check as he goes through. Had to send it pretty deep, and it hurts Beckett. He'll fall back one more spot as around the outside on the forward direction Motorsports comp cart of Spencer Smith to get through. So good run for Spencer. He'll go to 9th. Eversman to 8th. And now we see a challenge here at the front of that group again. That is going to be the FDM comp cart of Spencer Smith going by Eversman. Friesen still back there to the 10th spot. Jackson Young is looking on in the GFC as Friesen signaled forward and off the racetrack. That is Archer Eversman going way wide. He'll lose about 4 to 5 spots as Friesen slipped down the inside in turn number 1. So a big shake up there as Justin Music and Tyler Roberts now get a lot of breathing room further back, while up front, Diego Guillot and Landon Skinner, the AR Academy Tony Kart teammates, continue to pull away from Truly Adams. It's been a game of inches here, Caleb, just getting a little bit and a little bit more each lap from the drop of the green. They have been nose to tail in that order, and there is the margin. Adams is all about outside the drafting window now with 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Yeah, it's the same story that we've seen for almost every class. Top two pull away, third placeman just falling out of the draft and then starting to slip farther and farther away. Is a little bit of a side-by-side action pass there from the 852 falling back one spot. So get a name for you guys here shortly. Again, that was the 852 getting around the 809 if I'm not mistaken. So that is Justin Music getting around Ybarra. So now, Music getting around Ybarra for the moment.
Music losing the spot there to Tyler Roberts. So Music in the 852 losing that 6th spot. Tyler Roberts followed him for a while, decided to go, and he has. So Tyler Roberts into 6th, Justin Music back to 7th, and trying to switch the formation up, see if maybe this setup of Roberts leading the way can get them closer to David Ibarra. Or no, indeed, to get closer to David Ibarra, who is 2.5 seconds up the road. In fact, David is actually running down Graham Tremmel. So we might see a little bit of a battle for the 4th position here in a moment, because David Ibarra pulled up to within 0.8 back of GT inside the top 5. Here's your leaders coming down the back chute. Diego Guillot there. The white helmet is Landon Skinner. And then behind him, Truly Adams on the red and black factory cart for Billy Musgrave's operation. Then you've got the all-white Beerlard of Graham Tremmel in 4th, and David Ibarra, who's closed up to them. Ibarra that time was even to the race leaders in terms of speed. A very good lap out of David. Teammates under the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy camp. And across the line with 25 seconds to go before the limit. So 3 laps to go essentially right now for Diego Guillot.
Yeah, Guillot out in front, and like you said, teammate Landon Skinner running in P2. And it appeared for the moment that Ybarra is closing up on Trammell. However, the pair of them are starting to close into the 3rd placement of Truly Adams. So we're going to keep an eye on that one and see what might happen. Like you said, 3 laps to go, not a whole lot of time for any major chaos to happen, but Truly Adams is getting reeled in by Graham Trammell faster than Ybarra is catching up. So if those two in the 3rd and 4th spot, if Adams and Trammell are able to go back and forth, that could allow the 5th placement of Ybarra to close back up, make it a 3-cart battle for the 3rd position. We continue to watch the top 2 of Guillot and Skinner running 1 and 2 respectively. Next time by, anticipate seeing 2 laps to go here for the 2 teammates out in front. But right now that gap has opened up about 2 and maybe 2/10 from Guillot to Truly Adams running in the 3rd spot. But Adams might be under attack, so that might grow even more.
Yeah, Adams is definitely going to come under pressure. This time by, 2 to go as Guillot makes the first mistake we've seen of him all race long. Landon Skinner going to take advantage. Here he comes inside. Guillot going to let him go. Says, all right, I made the mistake there. I got dirty tires. You want to go by? I'm not going to fight it too hard. He knows the draft will keep him close as they go to turn number 4.
And in the back of the distance, you can see the 3 starting to close back up onto the 3rd placement of Adams there. So just off of the distance right behind, 3 carts about to go for P number 3. Top 2 continue to pull away, and it looks like Guillot slowly starting to inch his way back up towards the front.
Lap and a half to go for Landon Skinner and Diego Guillot as they come through turns 9 and 10. So Guillot, for the first time all race, having to follow, having to play chase here a little bit. Had to clean those tires off in the first part of the lap from that one mistake right here a lap ago in turn number 11. Through the S's, Landon Skinner has a half car length lead, nearly a full car length, coming to the white flag this time. 1 to go in KA Junior as they head to the turn 1-2 chicane. Guillot trying to close. There's lap traffic up the road as well. They got to be mindful of. That is the Beryl Art machine of, I believe, Jonas Dovray. So here we go, and look at the battle further back as well. 4th, 5th, and 6th going at it. Here come your leaders on through the S's right there, catching up to the lappers. And behind them, Graham Tremmel had caught Truly Adams, battling for 3rd. David Ibarra is there. It's a 3-car fight for P3, while the top 2 head through turn 7 with a little bit of separation. And again, Jonas Dovray on the Beryl Art there, just up the road, if I'm not mistaken, in the 819. Is going to potentially get the blue flag. There he does. Landon Skinner sees Guillot coming through, but Guillot's not close enough to fight him into the final chicane. So here we go to turns 9 and 10. Coming onto the front straight for the final time. Landon Skinner, half car length out. Runs the normal line. He should be safe and clear. Guillot gets close. Skinner going to defend low. Here comes a crossover move. Guillot not enough to get there, but he'll have a big run onto the front stretch. Can he get close enough? Landon Skinner hangs on to win. Look behind them as well. What a battle for 3rd. Side by side at the line. Truly Adams wins out by 0.03 of a second. Graham Tremmel 4th. David Ibarra 5th. And here comes the flurry of the rest of the field. Spencer Smith. What a great run on that Forward Direction Motorsports comp cart to go to 6th. 4 spots gained from 10th. Justin Music ends up 7th, just ahead of his Arcane teammate in Beckett Friesen, who ends 8th. Tyler Roberts fades back to 9th. And Jackson Young on the Trackside Karting Services GFC rounds the top 10, but Landon Skinner pulls his punch, or puts his punch through on the 2 to go signal and perfectly drives his way to the win here in heat number 1 for Wilshire Racing Engines KA Junior. We've still got more in the tank, folks. Open Shifter, the fastest karts in the Texas Sprint Racing Series, coming your way next. onto the racetrack go the Victor Racing Open shifter drivers here, and I believe as they leave the loop, Billy Musgrave may have opted to go to the tail of the field to have some fun. So the Factory Kart Musgrave Racing Company driver is going to give us a bit of a show as he lines up tail end Charlie here for these heat races and have some fun with it here. Long ride over. Doesn't want to just pound laps by himself. He put about 8/10 on the field in qualifying over Derek Proctor, so now he'll let the regional Texas Sprint Racing Series drivers have at it, and we'll see how quickly Billy can carve his way up the grid. Derek Proctor again will lead the field off. Alongside him will be the alongside him should be David Williams and then Wes Lee. And we'll let the field slowly sort themselves out. Chris Jennings, Juan David Gomez on the CRG, Isaac Treza, Alamon, Noah Zarsk. And here indeed we are. So there is Derek Proctor. He'll pull to the inside. David Williams to the outside. Then the comp cart of Wesley on the bottom. Chris Jennings on the outside. Gomez, Alamond on row 3. Noah Zarsk and Corey Caswell, row 4. Ryan Pedraja and Justin Humphrey, row 5. Billy Musgrave, Eric Vanderdussen, row number 6. They'll go into the start boxes here. Newly painted tram lines and start positions for everyone as we try to get the field all lined up properly. And we'll bring them through. So here we go. Who gets the whole shot? Derek Proctor, David Williams, as the last couple are a little bit out of sorts. We'll try and refire the 242 machine just at the back of the grid there. That is Iron Pedraja. And if they can't get him going here, they'll have to wave it off as the field cycles in. I don't think we're going to get him, so that's going to probably wave off this start because they can't let him sit there for all too long. They'll overheat. Oh, no, they're going to pull him off. Looks like it might be a mechanical issue for the 242. I guess we'll go with what we got. Here we go. Victor Racing open shifter with one off and off the line. Look at the start there for Derek Proctor and Billy Musgrave as well. We'll pick up a couple already. Picks up about 5 halfway up the grid there, and here he goes.
Yeah, Billy Musgrave looked like he was shot out of a cannon coming after that start. Beautiful start there from him. And the rest of the field, a little bit of contact there from the top two. But what I was about to say, and they're still not done yet. They're still hopping the curbs, going all over the place here, coming onto that first stretch that we have before they make that hard right-hander.
That was Wes Lee on that blue and yellow comp card going wheel to wheel with Derek Proctor for the lead. He ends up losing out, falling to 4th. Chris Jennings got the worst of it. He faded back to 5th. Good start for David Williams in the 240 up to 2nd, but here comes Billy Musgrave. He might get to the lead by the end of lap 1. Already going to pull to the inside, and he'll clear him easily down to turn number 9. Let's see, can Billy get to the lead by the end of the opening lap? Big run up to the rear bumper of Derek Proctor to turn number 11. Billy's there, peeks out, looks low, inside, and from the back of the grid in 11th and 12th on the 6th row, Billy Musgrave jumps the start with a phenomenal run. Not an illegal jump, don't get me wrong. He takes over the lead by the end of the first lap.
How about that? All the way from the back to the front in one lap. Everyone down the order, down one position. Billy up 10 spots in total. But what I was saying with that hectic start was that we have seen all types of categories taking the green flag here into turn 1 under race conditions. Standing start, we know it works now going into turn 1 and 2 here at Amarillo.
Yeah, so that's what everyone, again, a little bit of the pucker factor with that tight chicane, but so far so good, knock on wood. Musgrave leads over Proctor, Williams, Wes Lee, Chris Jennings. Then Juan David Gomez as around goes the 242. The day continues to get tougher for Iron Pedraja as he was, again, the driver that stalled off the line, got started after the field went green, and now has spun over in turn 4. So the 242 CRG of Iron Pedraja falls down the order. Let's look at the midfield fights here. How about Juan David Gomez in that 6th spot under pressure from Isaac Treza Alamond? And looking on there is Noah Zarsk in that DKC Sodi kart. This is 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th coming across the line to complete 2 laps.
Making their way down into turn 1. The thing about shifter racing, it's almost comparable to Formula 1. There's not a whole lot of pack racing. It's kind of waiting for the guy in front of you to make a mistake and then pouncing on the opportunity to go after him there. Again, these karts have the front brakes so they can all go really deep into the corner and almost stand on it before they pitch it in and then power out of it.
Coming out of turn 6 here this time for Isaac Treza Alamond on the green and white Formula K chassis, pressuring Juan David Gomez for position number 6. That's the closest battle we have on the racetrack. The top 5 are all strung out. Musgrave pulling away. Proctor about a second up on David Williams. Williams an equal 6 or 7/10 back to Wes Lee. And Chris Jennings also kind of by his lonesome as a deep dive there for Noah Zarks, getting heavy on the brakes there on that Dallas Karting Complex Sodi kart in the 8th position, but he backed out of it there in turn 9, gave some space and lost a little bit of time in the process, which allows Isaac Trez-Alamon to close back up here to Juan David Gomez for P6 across the line. So 2 minutes in, now 3 minutes in. 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go as they come out of turn 2.
Yeah, still plenty of time, and this is also going to be a battle of attrition. The sun's starting to come out, getting a little bit hotter out here. Shifter karts are the most physical form of racing you can do on its own, hands down. With the shifting, you're carrying more G's through the corners. It takes a toll on your body. So it's going to be a matter of who can make it to the end, especially on Sunday. We have even longer heat races. It's going to be who can hold on to the wheel the longest.
Yeah, who can hang on to it through turn number 7. This physical racetrack doesn't have you over the curbs all too much, but it's a long, and of course this right here, high G load, probably 2 to 2.5 G forces being applied to the drivers' necks and bodies and cores all the way coming through turn 8. That 4 apex corner really putting a lot of load and throwing you into the right side of the seat. As we look up front, how about this? A little battle for third. Wes Lee on the bumper of David Williams, kind of tracking him back down. Remember, Wes started third at the opening lap, and David started in the second spot, but he got around him for a moment and was almost able to pressure Derek Proctor for what was the lead at the time, but second now. And since then, kind of went wide through this section here, and the S's going side by side and fell back to that P4 spot. So second, third, and fourth close together for the field as they come to turn number 7. There goes Tris Jennings on by. Here's that next group again with Juan David Gomez, Isaac Treza-Alamond, and then Noah Zarsk, who's, again, just looking low, can't quite get low enough and deep enough on the brakes to take over 7th, but he's applying pressure still.
Yeah, Zarsk has tried a couple of times to make a move on Alamon. Even some really late throws that we've seen, especially coming up into this corner right here into turn 9. Let's see if he tries it again. He doesn't, but he's trying to work. Force a mistake is all he's trying to do onto Alamon. And it looks,
Wesley goes around, tried to get in deep there to the inside of David Williams, and he slides the back end around and stalls it. So he'll have to push start himself as he gets the kart back on the racetrack. Got to quickly find neutral. And then look at this, looking like a bobsled run as they hop back in and fire under power. Wesley will drop all the way back from 4th to 10th as he gets going just ahead of Justin Humphrey. Here's a look at the 2 of them that were further back. That's Alamond and Noah Zarsk, I think. No, they're further up the road. This is Corey Caswell and Eric Vanderdussen. So 8th and 9th now. They were 9th and 10th before the Wesley spin. Here's up the road to Zarsk, Alamond, and Juan David Gomez, 5th, 6th, and 7th. And that changes the complexion. We had a 3-car battle for second. Now it's just a 2-car battle between Derek Proctor and David Williams, with Chris Jennings just kind of lurking back there a couple seconds away in the newly inherited 4th spot. Here's a look at Derek Proctor in that bright LSR Racing Team Magic coming across the start-finish line straight with David Williams behind him. A minute plus 2 laps to go, so next time by, will be just enough. I think Billy Musgrave might get us another lap in the books here to put a 10-lap total on the race. As Chris Jennings there in the Jimmy John's Magic Kart heading towards the back. Here's all the way up to Billy Musgrave. The gap right now, 6 seconds for the factory kart driver.
Yeah, the man who started dead last on the field now makes his way up. Like you said, Xander, 6 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, 10 positions gained in the first lap. And I believe off on the right, you saw the battle for the 5th position. So that shows you just how much of a lead he has on the rest of the field. Right now, he's just burning some laps, having some fun out here. He doesn't really have any pressure from behind. Maybe we'll catch some lap traffic, but I think he's got maybe another 15, 20 laps before that actually happen. So possibly in the future, we'll see him in lap traffic, but right now, he's just out there by himself leading the way.
And it's all about research and development there for Billy Musgrave. Of course, he's got the Superkarts USA Pro Tour Summer Nationals coming up here in about a month's time at Newcastle Motorsports Park, just 4 weeks away. And over in Southern California, they're still awaiting the grand opening of the K1 circuit in Winchester. So outside of some local racetracks like at Adams Motorsports Park and a few other smaller circuits around, he hasn't been able to get as much seat time as he would have in years past under the former reigns of Cal Speed Karting. So for Billy Musgrave, this is just as much a lot of fun to go out and play and come to a racetrack he really likes. It's also a lot of much-needed testing in a high-rubber environment and similar track conditions to what he may experience in Indiana at the end of the month as he tries to contend for the race win at the Summer Nationals. It was not an ideal run for Billy Musgrave in Utah. He was decent there, but needed a little bit more as he gets around the lap traffic of Justin Humphrey and pulls on by to see the 2-to-go signal. Well, for Billy Musgrave, getting as many laps as he can on a high rubber racetrack, on the types of conditions he needs to be competitive in at the SCUSA Pro Tour is critical for him in the operation and the R&D of the factory karts, from shifter all the way down to cadet, where he's got the likes of Jackson Porter and the High V Mini Swift. Obviously, we saw Truly Adams running really good on that KA100 Junior. They had even some X30 and KA seniors in Utah as well, and they're wanting to continue to build that brand. And for the Pioneer himself to get out, it's a lot of fun, but it's also still a lot of work at the same time to try and find more speed. That's what he's looking for right now. He's racing the stopwatch and his own seat of the pants feel to get himself the best package he can to try and contend for another SCUSA Pro Tour win later this month as he comes to the white flag.
And you're talking about R&D too. The announcement came out that the 175s were no longer going to be ran in the Pro Tour. The Musgraves have been very, very heavy on running the 175. So right now, starting from almost a blank sheet, he's trying to develop the KZ package as quickly as he can before it comes time to go to Newcastle for the SCUSA Pro Tour.
Oh, that was checkered flag there. They did only a white flag and a checker when the time limit hit this time. So Billy Musgrave, the winner. Derek Proctor, second. David Williams, third. Chris Jennings, fourth. Juan David Gomez will end in the fifth spot, I believe, as Jennings comes across for P4. But Billy Musgrave takes it through and takes an easy run to the checkered. That time he got to the lead by turn 11. We'll see if he can beat that record if he goes to the tail for the other two heats and maybe get to the lead by halfway through the opening lap. Billy Musgrave setting the benchmark for everyone here as he comes down to race against the regional competition of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. 3 more classes to go in the lineup for heat number 1 before we run them all back again for the second round of heats later this afternoon. It's 206 Cadet, 206 Junior, and KA Senior on deck. .206 Cadet presented by Kep Clothing coming onto the circuit now with Cade Casper on the Trackside Karting Services GFC. That'll lead them to green. Aston Wyatt was right with them all the way through qualifying, and the two of them put on a clinic of how to work together to lock out the front row. Braden Westfall will line up in the third spot behind the two TKS drivers with Tanner Barsh on the outside of row number 2. Then it'll be Thomas Smith and Mateo Quinto on row 3. Cadro Milbrand and Chris Tracy will make up row 4. Emmett Eddles and Dean Gary Orr, row number 5. Drew Blem and Willis Stevens, row 6. Theodore Mitchell and Wyatt Slider on row number 7. And then again, we did not see Paxton Dyson or Dutch Westbrook on the grid. So while 16 drivers make up the entry list, I believe we may only see 14 on the racetrack here this afternoon. But Kep Clothing 206 Cadet as they work their way on the chute to turn number 9 and 10. Cade Casper there on the black and white GFC will slowly bring them around alongside Aston Wyatt's Beryl Art cadet machine. Through turns 9 and 10, we'll slowly see the field form together for the 8 to 12-year-olds. And we saw a big gap in the draft, of course. Remember, we saw Emmett Eddles go out by himself in qualifying, put him 9th. That's the kid who was up front in both classes and a winner at North Texas Kartways in Denton. So we know he's got some speed. We know he's been a championship contender through the first 2 races of this year. Keep your eye on the white and orange MSL Racing Bureau Art to carve through from 9th if he can do it as the pack forms up to turn 11.
Yeah, I remember Eddles, too, was the one pointing at his engine when it came across lap 1 for qualifying. So maybe had some sort of issues there that got fixed. So, yeah, like you said, definitely keep an eye on him. Might be able to stir the pot just a little bit in the mid-pack.
Yeah, through turn 11. coming over to 12 and 13. Down the front straightaway. Let's see it into the tram lines. On the front stretch here for Cade Kasper and Aston Wyatt. Looking to turn number 1. Down to turn number 2, side by side for the lead. And look at this, great start from third from Braden Westfall. He'll pull alongside and get clear. P2 for Braden as they head down the straightaway towards turn 4. And Cade Kasper leads the cavalry down into the S's for the very first time. A little bit of sideways action there as they're 2x2, nearly 3 wide behind the front 4. Look how much that's going to stack them up as they are still 3 wide at turn number 5 and 6. Coming out, it completely changed them up, and already the top 4 get a bit of a breakaway as it's Kasper, Westfall, Wyatt, and I believe Tanner Barsh in the mix there as well.
Yeah, there's 2 2-packs out in front. It looks like Kasper under attack already, going to hold on to the point going through turn 7 now onto this backstretch. Let's see if that second pack is able to close them back up to the point as they're making their way now into turn number 9. First heavy breaking point. Anyone going to take it here on the inside? They are not. All stay in line, but it looked like there was 3 wide there in that second pack.
Single file there coming out over to turns 11, 12, and 13 as the field rockets on through. So here we go down to the S's. You can see the 2 pairs splitting apart. Aston Wyatt over Tanner Barsh there, 3rd and 4th. They got to get on their horse right now. If not Tanner Barsh, that might be Thomas Smith in the 209. I think Thomas Smith from 6 got a great start. And let's see it. Did he? Indeed. Thomas Smith on that all-white GFC is up to P4. Great run forward for Thomas Smith. I believe GFC might be a Nitro kart, but we'll confirm that when we get a closer look. All the while up front, Cade Kasper and Braden Westfall through turn number 4.
Yeah, Westfall hard on the back bumper of Kasper, making their way through the S's now. Has a peek for a possible crossover move on to Kasper. Can't get it done. Continues to push on the back bumper. Meanwhile, Thomas Smith up into the 4 spot, pushing on the back bumper of Ashton Wyatt, making their way now into that run into turn 7. Here they go again, side by side. Kasper on the inside, Westfall on the outside. Westfall not going to have enough to get it done. He's going to stay in the tow.
Yeah, I think in the case here with the lower speeds, the 206. Oh, wow. What a crossover. Look at Braden Westfall here coming down the back straightaway. He's got a nose underneath Cade Kasper. He'll go to the lead in turn number 9. So Braden Westfall moves through to the top spot. Kasper back to 2nd. Aston Wyatt now will get a bit of the tow back in 3rd. And Braden Westfall looks to lead for the first time here this afternoon in heat number 1 as he'll start from 3rd, go to 2nd. And out of turn number 11, the 248 will lead us across the line. And we're 4 karts back together again.
Yeah, that second pack able to close up due to the passing for the lead there. Count Westfall to the point. Kasper into P2. And it looks like Purple Lap went to, for the moment, Thomas Smith. So that second pack a little bit faster. Again, that pass is going to slow down the front too. But it almost appears that they're starting to gain that gap back away, Xander.
Yeah, already pulled back away. Really good run through turns 1 and 2 for Braden Westfall. And Cade Kasper to open back up over Aston Wyatt and Thomas Smith. Now, that being said as well, that pack behind, it looks like a gaggle, but they're single file. Dean Gary Orr up 5 spots to the 5th position. He's been carrying them forward a little bit. In fact, along with himself, Chris Tracy, Mateo Quinto, they were either even or faster than everybody else on the racetrack. Look at all the drivers lined up. That's about 9 deep right there with Dean Gary Orr leading them. Now, they're 3.5 seconds away from anyone else on the circuit at the moment. But if they stay hooked up, if the leaders battle, they might get back there here. So that's where, oh, wow, Mateo Quinto up on 2 tires in turn 9. Good save by Mateo to hang on to it as they come through, but now he'll lose some ground. And let's see, is Chris Tracy going to continue to, or Tanner Barsh and company going to continue to work with him? Into the corner, a little more pushing and shoving. That's the 224 of Tracy as Quinto on the bumper back to Dean Gary Orr down the front stretch, and he'll push him again. No, he'll look to the inside. This will mix him up. Side by side again. 2 tires up and over. Mateo Quinto sending it as he moves up into P5.
Yeah, he's not afraid of that curb at all. Got 2 wheels up in the air. And here comes the rest of the pack. He didn't get a good run as they're still going to go side by side farther back. And now they're going to try to work themselves single file through the S's between Quinto and Tracy is able to get around, or Tracy's holding on to over Barsh.
Yeah, Tracy able to get around Mateo Quinto. Tanner Barsh was able to get by on the red and white Bureau Art. Quinto falls all the way back in that group now. In fact, Mateo Quinto, he I think fell way back there in the mix of things. So, or no, McQuinto got by. It was a last-second move with the GFC of Thomas Smith, who was up there in the front of it. And Smith, Quinto, Barsh. I think Gary Orr ended up being the loser out of it all. So as we switched around, Dean Gary Orr on the Ricardo card ends up losing a lot of spots. Meanwhile, let's look back up front. How about Thomas Smith there, sorry. Smith at the 209. It's one of the GFCs. Chris Tracy was okay. Quinto was okay. Barsh okay. May have been someone else. Maybe I think Gary Orr was the biggest loser there. Here is Smith and Aston Wyatt, third and fourth. Kate Casper second, half a second up the road. Braden Westfall continues to control the race from out in front here with 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. There's the group further back. They're now 4 seconds away from third and fourth, 5 off the lead for the pack led by Mateo Quinto and Chris Tracy.
Yeah, Aston Wyatt is doing a good job of trying to lead that pack. His pushing buddy went a little wide there. They went Thomas Smith, dipped a wheel, and now is going to fall off the back bumper of Aston Wyatt. Now Aston's going to have not a whole lot of help here. He is barely in the toe of the top 2, and it looks like
a little dropped wheel, maybe. Might have been Kate Casper in second because you can see the gaps opened up to Braden Westfall, but it's almost again like getting too far away from the pack is not the best thing because now if Kate Casper can get a good run through turns 9 and 10 with Aston Wyatt, his teammate on his bumper, they'll have a huge run up to Braden Westfall to turn number 11. Check this out here, folks, as they come down into the back section of the racetrack. Wyatt wasn't connected, so it won't be as massive, but look at the gain all the way back here. That one mistake, well, it's about erased already. As a great run for Kate Casper. Calls him back again close. 50 seconds to go plus 2 laps.
Down into turn 1 they go. Any takers into the inside? Looks like no. Still nose to tail. Westfall, Casper 1 and 2. But Wyatt and Smith slowly inching their way back up to the top 2 as here's a defensive move on the inside from Westfall. Casper thought about trying the crossover moves. Going to stay back in line. And here comes that second pack. Both Wyatt and Smith using that to their advantage, closing back up. Top 2 now starting to get a little bit more racy here as we're going to be approaching 2 laps to go this next time by.
Once they got sorted out behind them, they really started to roll. Last time by, that group from 5th on back led by Mateo Quinto picked up 0.8 of a second on the leaders. They're now 3.5 seconds away from 4th. They're even closer to the lead than where they were before. So big time gains for that middle pack. They need a lot of battling up front though. Braden Westfall super strong coming out of turn 7, opens the gap every time over Cade Casper and Aston Wyatt and Thomas Smith. Now this time, Casper, about the same actually, coming out of 10. Maybe close enough for a move into 11. He'll pull up to the rear bumper by the end of the straightaway, but he won't be close enough to dive. No, he's going to try it. Check it out. Casper looking low, sends it in, and around he goes. And he collects Thomas Smith, who locks up to avoid. Here comes the rest of the field. We're coming to 2 to go, and it is all changed as Westfall had to go wide, and Aston Wyatt was able to move through. Here is Dean Gary Orr. He'll get by. Casper able to get back going. Westfall survives it. Aston Wyatt to second. Look at Mateo Quinto there in the Tony kart. He's up to 3rd, and with no drafting partners up front, they will close up, but it's the white flag here, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right. It is the white flag as they're making their way through the S's.
Oh, 2 to go. Indeed, 2 to go. They were coming to the white. That was coming to 2 to go. So it's Westfall, Wyatt, only 2 seconds back to Mateo Quinto, and they're by themselves. That middle group, if they stay hooked up, they might get there before the checkered is out.
And it looked like Westfall got a little loose there heading out of turn 6. The back end kicked out just a little bit. Didn't lose a whole lot of time, but there's your leader going by, and we're about to see the gap from him on back. So that's Westfall, Wyatt about to come into the field of view. There he is just off in the distance, and there's Quinto leading the entire pack coming in from behind.
Braden Westfall through turns 9 and 10. Then back to Aston Wyatt. Look how close Mateo Quinto's gotten. That big group is really reeling him in. It's a little less big now. It's Quinto, Tracy, and Tanner Barsh. They've got a run on Aston Wyatt, and they are going to use it here very soon. White flag out this time by Braden Westfall. Great job avoiding the spinning out of Cade Casper. And look at the run for Quinto coming to the line. Wyatt feels it. He's going to block low. They're 3 wide for second at turn number 1. All the way wide, unfortunately, for Chris Tracy. He gives up a spot to Tanner Barsh, who now gets back to the bumper of Quinto. And Wyatt is going to feel the heat again now to turn 4. He stays low. Quinto high. Barsh down low. Quinto sending it. Now Barsh alongside. He backs out. Wyatt blocks low again through 6. And they stay neutral. No changes there. Looming in the distance now is Dean Gary Orr and Emmett Eddles, as well as Cade Casper back in the mixes. All the way wide for Chris Tracy. He goes now with a crossover. Here comes his teammate Cade Casper back into it. Side by side, 2 by 2. Going through will be Aston Wyatt. On the outside is Tanner Barsh. Down on the inside, Mateo Quinto. Wyatt still defending. 3 wide down to turn number 9. It's going to get tight, boys. Look at Tanner Barsh. Superman move around the outside. He'll go to second. They all continue to shuffle over to turn 11 as up the road, Braden Westfall is miles gone. Final time to turn 11. A big gaggle of cars. Look at Emmett Eddles. 3 wide on the bottom. Now 2 by 2 as the checkered waves give it to Braden Westfall in Heat 1. And look at this craziness coming to the line. Across the stripe, Tanner Barsh all the way up to second. And where does everybody else fall? Well, it's Quinto third, Casper fourth, Emmett Eddles rounds out the top 5. On back from there, Aston Wyatt, Thomas Smith, Dean Garrior, Chris Tracy, Kadra Milbrand. I got to catch my breath after that one, Caleb. That was a wild last lap.
Yeah, I'm surprised you still have some oxygen left in the tank. And then Milbrandt in 10th, Drew Bellum in P11. Sorry, I'm going to try that one more time. You're going to have to
Drew
help me.
Blem right there.
Oh,
11.
okay.
Will Stevens 12th, Wyatt Slider 13th, Theodore Mitchell 14th to round off the field as they all cycled through. Everybody finished, but it was crazy nonetheless. Braden Westfall the winner in the 2:48. 206 juniors on deck. K.A. Senior set to go here from heat number 1 in Amarillo.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop in to Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
Seville Electric 206 Junior getting formed up on the racetrack here with Josie Chambers on the inside, who's had a pretty solid season so far, alongside Derek Wargo trying to rebound mentally after that rough opening heat race in KA100 Junior. Then it's Reagan Seville, the reigning champ, in the number 1 plate, starting in the 3rd spot. Robert Arana in 4th. Shelby Ramirez and Parker Fitz will make up row 3. Row 4's got Ava Blaman, Jonas Dovray, Afton Willander, and Grayson Knoll on row 5. Gage Buxlow and Landon Welker will make up the final and 6th row of the grid for 206 Junior. So once again, 7 minutes plus 2 laps. Exertech K100 Seniors on deck for those tuning in. And then while we were on our 10th and 11th final 2 races in Heat 1, we've got a full other run through the rotation this afternoon with Heat number 2 still to go green. So again, we got a lot of racing coming your way all the way till 6 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Eastern. A busy afternoon here in Amarillo, and we're ready to get another one underway. Josie Chambers on the black and blue machine on the inside. Derek Wargo on the comp cart for the Drive Your Line Kart Shop on the outside. Looking for the green flag down to turn at number 1. Side by side, we're green and on the power, and looking to the middle was 4th Robert Arana, but he couldn't get there. And already Reagan Seville with a good jump. He'll go to 2nd. Wargo into 3rd. Side by side with, I believe, Shelby Ramirez. Still side by side. Ramirez wants the 3rd spot away. She will try to send it in deep, and she will get it to turn 4 as they go back and forth now for position number 4. Wargo hangs on. He keeps that spot. Arana back into the 5th position, and they're single file to turn 7. Josie Chambers leading the way.
Yeah, a little bit quicker there to get down to single file from what we've seen. Typically, it was the top 3 to 5 went single file. The rest of the pack stayed side by side behind. Now they're all single file. Good shot here coming up into that high-speed corner of turn 7.
Yeah, there they go through turn 8 all the way through. Josie Chambers, Reagan Seville, And then Shelby Ramirez, 1, 2, 3, locked and loaded. Derek Wargo, couple car lengths back through turns 9 and 10. But he'll get a nice run out of there. And then back in fifth, Robert Arana trying to stay close. The field's going to stay packed up, and it's not a two-car breakaway by any means. Reagan Seville in the number 1 plate, staying there, looking low, not going to go to the lead. Now he will. Inside, no, backs out again. Looked back and then finally decided to hang on for a moment, and it bottlenecked them coming out. It'll bring Derek Wargo right there. Couple of comp carts, third and fourth, while Josie Chambers leads them through turn number 1.
Yeah, Ramirez was right there to give that little bit of a push to Seville to get him back up to that front pack. Still top 3 pulling away, and as you said, that 4th placement of Wargo inching the way up towards the front. Here's a side-by-side battle for the lead. New leader, Reagan Seville, down into turn number 4.
He'll bring Shelby Ramirez with him, so Reagan Seville goes through and now latching onto the train. 5th, Robert Arana. 6th, Parker Fitz is there as well. So that one pass brought 5th and 6th up into the mix, and we've got a 6-car party here at the front, headed through turn number 7. Reagan Seville, the leader, a little bit sideways for Shelby Ramirez coming out of the corner. That backed them all up, and Seville will get about a 4-car length gap over her and Josie Chambers in company. Here they come out of turn number 8 and down the long straight towards turn 9 to try and make up for lost time. Josie Chambers wants to get back forward. He'll take second back in turn number 9, although dropping a tire on the exit will hurt them. It'll give Reagan Seville a bigger lead here as they come onto the big bend towards 11. Look on the outside, Derek Wargo's got no help. He'll drop back in line to 4th. Here comes Robert Arana to the bumper in that 5th position, not going to do anything. And we stay single file through the S's onto the front stretch. 2 laps at full speed completed now here in Heat 1 for 206 Junior.
Yeah, Seville now opening up the gap to the rest of the field. They're in the tow, making their way up through it. As you said, single file, and it's almost like a crapshoot for second on back. They keep swapping places back and forth. Maybe if they calm it down just a little bit. Again, we got 4 minutes plus 2 laps here on the inside. New leader, Chambers is going to take the spot. Can Seville come back on it? No, stays on the back bumper.
Oh, yes, he will. Right there, turn 6. Big diver from Reagan, but it's an overcooked move, and now they're 2 by 2 behind. He's got his GFC Trackside Karting Services teammate of Robert Arana on the outside. He couldn't get down, but he got into 4th. Ramirez into 3rd. Josie Chambers back to the lead now as the 6 continue to battle. In the background, Ava Blem is there a couple seconds away and needs more of that to bring her into the mix, along with the rest of the midfield as Josie Chambers leads down at turn 9. Seville 2nd, Derek Wargo 3rd, then 4th is Robert Arana, 5th is Shelby Ramirez, and 6th Parker Fitz there on that red and black Bureau Art, headed through the bend over to 11, 12, and 13. We'll put another lap down. Here comes a challenge for 2nd. Derek Wargo wants it. Seville has it. He'll give way in 11. Crossover maybe, not going to happen. Derek Wargo to P2 down the front straightaway.
And this is all playing to the favor of Ritz and Arana, who are now making their way back up into the frame. They were starting to fall away heading up into turn 11. Now they're not really within striking distance, but definitely within tow distance of Reagan Seville, who is just ahead in P3. Let's see, no pass here going to be made into turn 4 like we saw the past 2 times.
But they did close the gap back up at least to Josie Chambers, so now we're back to nose-to-tail action, and 6th place Parker Fitz is losing a little bit of touch with the leaders. You can see there on the red suit, losing some ground to the top 5 as Josie leads them into turn 7 with still right in tow Derek Wargo and Reagan Seville. Even Parker Fitz lost a little bit. No, Parker Fitz losing time. Ramirez and Arana were losing a little bit out of 7, but Arana got a good run through the quad apex turn 8 section. So Robert Arana back up to his teammate Reagan Seville. Shelby Ramirez, couple car lengths back in the 5th spot as they come through turns 9 and 10. Josie Chambers exits that section through the bend and down to the final few corners, coming at 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Derek Wargo locked on and pushing him all the way to turn 11.
Yeah, no passes made on the inside. Starting to form a gap just a little bit more. The top 4 are starting to spread back out because of the top 2. And like you said, off in the 5th spot, Ramirez can see it all happening, but it just has to sit and wait for something to happen inside the top 4 to bring him back up into it.
Yeah, he's close. Shelby's unfortunately losing some more time. That time by, she lost big time out to the leaders, about 1.25 seconds. So Shelby Ramirez has lost the draft. It's down to 4 now in that main pack up front. Chambers, Wargo there on the bright yellow and blue comp cart. Then the 2 black and white GFCs. You got the number 1 of Reagan Seville in 3rd, the 353 of Robert Arana in the 4th spot. But Josie Chambers is doing a great job leading on that Bureau Art out in front. Again, Sawyer Chambers having a solid weekend here in Mini in 206 and now in 206 Junior Josie leading the pack down to turn 9. Will get what should be 3 laps to go this time by, as the timer will elapse before they get back around again here with 1 minute left on it. So 3 laps remaining. Josie Chambers having Derek Wargo pushing him. Derek's not made an attempt for the lead yet, and I think he's trying to hope that they can keep dropping more cars off the pack. Next one on the bubble, Robert Arana, 4 to 5 car lengths. You can see the gap opening up from P3 to P4.
Yeah, but Arana staying right there, like we said, in the toe. Just needs something to happen in the front. But Derek Wargo doing a fantastic job of playing pusher onto the back bumper of Chambers, trying to keep him away. Now look, he's trying to do the drop down. A little bit of a getting your head out of the arrow that you have out in front. Pops back up, but right behind Seville, you would think would start to fall off in the drafting distance itself. Not close enough to make a move, but stretches it out in down the straightaway with a little bit of a push, but uses that toe to stay right with it. Yeah,
Seville's quick enough to hang with these two. They're running really good lap times right now. Robert Arana set his personal best last time by. It just wasn't good enough. They're down in the 114s for the first time here all race long, and as Josie Chambers has continued to set good laps, it slowly weaned the pack down from 6 to 5 to 4 and now to 3 as Robert Arana has lost touch. Seville next one on the chopping block, but I think he's a little stronger than the rest that have lost ground to the top 2. I talked to him in the lunch line. He felt pretty good here this pace, even with only qualifying 3rd due to missing out on a good toe lap in the top lap session. So as they head to 11 and 12 now, we'll watch Josie Chambers take them onto the front stretch for 2 laps to go. 6 complete. Wargo and Seville there as they go down to turn number 1. Josie says keep on working forward. Let's keep pulling away.
And they're starting to do that. Last time by, Chambers went purple. Wargo not too far off, about 6/100ths of a second appears like, maybe even more than that. But Seville, like we said, is right in the field of view, but just not close enough to make any moves. Needs something to happen with Wargo to get a little impatient and try to make a move prematurely onto Chambers.
Yeah, because they'll keep building speed in the toe. Here's that opportunity now. No, not going to happen. But as you're mentioning there, Seville can close up to them the moment he pokes his nose to the inside with air hitting the front nose cone and bumper. And himself, compared to Derek Wargo just pushing Josie Chambers, he'll lose all momentum, all steam, and run out of juice. So he's, again, just kind of having to wait. Outside of a dive move like what he was able to pull off earlier in the race in turn 6, where it's just a braking maneuver, he pulls out here on any of these straightaways. He'll be in the clean air, out of the dirty air, but also out of the draft and, lose that run. Down to turn 11. This time by the white flag will wave. How long does Derek Wargo want to wait? You've got 3 major straightaways and a really good crossover opportunity in this hard-braking turn 11, turn 12, turn 13 complex. So he's been patient. Will it pay off? White flag in the air. Derek Wargo yet to make that move for the lead on Josie Chambers as they exit turn 2.
And it looks like now they are more bunched up than they have been, nose to tail. And is this going to be the move for Wargo? Looking on the inside, thought about it, pops back into line. And Seville continues to stay up there in the P3. Chambers doing a good job of leading out in front. But how long until Chambers decides to go on the defensive?
Yeah, how long? Right now we are seeing him take a normal line. He'll do the same in the 7. Wargo's actually going to stay low to defend from Reagan Seville. And that'll back them up a little ways as Seville now crosses over, pulls alongside coming out. But he'll be on the outside for that quad apex turn 8, so he'll tuck back in. Even with the defending, luckily for Derek Wargo, he'll close back up to Josie Chambers by turn 9 if he wants something here. Big run for Derek Wargo. He'll push Josie down to the corner, stays in line through 9, over to 10. Final time coming down the bend over to 11, 12, and 13. He's waited the whole race. Josie says, keep pushing me. Let's keep getting away. Is Derek going to ride there for second to the checkers? It looks like he will. Just like what we saw in 206 Senior, the juniors learning from the veterans, although Josie a little bit wide. That'll put them side by side. This will be close. Big run for Derek, and the one mistake pays off. Derek Wargo follows him all race, and Josie Chambers drops 1 tire coming out of turn 11 and loses out at the line by 200ths.
Yeah, and Reagan Seville was right there at the end, too. You can see they thought about trying to bob one way or the other, just not close enough to try to capitalize off that move.
Robert Arana, P4 by the end of it all. Shelby Ramirez ends up 5th. Landon Welker and Ava Blem, they all caught Parker Fitz. Welker picks up 6 spots from dead last to 6th. Blem 7th. Afton Willander in 8th. Jonas Dovray 9th. And Parker Fitz at one point in 6th at the end of the lead pack falls down to the 10th spot. But what a final run to the line. Derek Wargo, get you some. gets the win after running second for all but the last 100 feet in the run to the checkers. One more class still on deck here, so it is time for Exertech K100 Senior when we come back.
moment. I know. You get a full house up here, you know, windy day, it starts shaking. Just be. That's sort of insurance. Yeah. For what it would cost to put freaking 4 cables in the front, 4 in the back, would be peace of mind. Oh, I was just thinking, you went like through Texas here. Yeah. You get rid of all that.
Exertech KA100 Senior onto the racetrack now as we have one get spun around into the wall already coming off the line. That's the 991 of Matt Cherry that's gone into the wall, unfortunately, it looks like. So 991 of Matthew Cherry. He'll get back going, slated to start just outside the top 20. How about the run, though, for two of the heavyweights we're used to seeing at the front of the field? Alex Stanfield, the reigning champ, and the 2021 champ Peyton Phillips will headline the class as the front row. Adrian Cruz and Drew Chappell will make up row number 2. Braden Robertson and Joey Friend, row 3. J.D. Lamping and Jake Faulkner, row 4. Ruben Ascencio and Aiden Rudolph on row number 5. Caden O'Connor and Tyler Stevens make up row 6. Sebastian Trejo, Taylor Roddy, row 7. Cole Morgan, Garrett Weaver, row 8. Then it's Dimitri Nolan, Kingston Himes, Connor Casey, Dallas Dunlap, the top 20, all the way down to 34th there. Couple drivers going to the rear after qualifying. Ian Howell, Massimo Sanchez Lara to the tail. We'll keep a tab on how far forward they can roll in this 34 driver field. A few that qualified there in the middle of the pack. But for Alex Stanfield on the inside and that green and white Tony Kart on the Team GWR suit, then it's the purple, white, and red Hi-Fi Performance Tony Kart of Peyton Phillips. You have the purple and green Cruz Racing Development X-Spree of Adrian Cruz on the inside of row 2. The white and orange Kart Republic of Drew Chappell on the outside in 4th. And the rest of the field will cycle through. Robertson there on the orange and black Arcane Motorsports CRG. Here we go for 35 drivers. The biggest class here this weekend, KA Senior. Heat 1 underway down at turn number 1. This is going to get crazy, and Chappell got loaded up there into the corner. He lost a few spots as he really had that whole outside lane behind him, and it sent him wide. So it's Stanfield, Cruz, Phillips, Robertson, J.D. Lamping up to 5th here on the opening lap.
Yeah, Stanfield leading the point, and again, Cruz having a good run there up into P2 after starting, I think, in the 3rd spot, so that move him up 1 position in total. I think one had to take the runoff and cut through into turn number 1 again, though, avoiding a little bit of chaos to happen out there. But overall, I'd say a pretty clean start despite what happened there in 1 and 2, but already single file there for the top 2 of Cruz in P2 and P1 of Stanfield.
Yeah, and again, the big loser there was Drew Chappell. The worst he got was to go back to 6th from 4th, so great recovery for Drew Chappell from the outside of the 2nd row, getting shipped wide. I mean, he was fully locked up in his rear tires off the ground as he tries to close up. Problems for the 910 there on the opening lap going around. That's Sebastian Trejo. More drivers collected. The 904 is involved with Dennis McCarthy as well. But the leaders coming around the front straightaway. 1 lap complete. Alex Stanfield leads over Adrian Cruz through turns 1 and 2. Phillips, Robertson, Lamping, Chappell trying to run him down. Ruben Ascencio, Joey Friend, 7th and 8th. Aiden Rudolph, 9th. Tyler Stevens rounds the top 10. Your update on some of the drivers that had to start further back. Sanchez Lara is up 8th into 26. Ian Howell is up 9th to 24, or up 9 to 24th. And Ace Parker, he's up 10 spots from 26 to 16th. As up front, Peyton Phillips wants 2nd, but he's not close enough yet there on that Hi-Fi Performance Tony Kart out of turn 7.
Yep, Phillips is probably going to play this one just a little bit patient, being behind Adrian Cruz. Cruz, a big name out of Texas, running here in the TSRS series, especially in the national stuff as well. And here's a possible look on the inside from Cruz onto Stanfield. Stanfield still holding on to the point, but if Phillips waits a little bit too much longer, they may see that second pack being led by Robertson start to close back up, followed by Lamping, Chappell, and company.
Adrian Cruz now going to look to the lead. Down the inside for the 916. Adrian Cruz is through. Phillips will fill the hole, and he'll go into second. And just like that, Braden Robertson is right back in it in fourth. Now Phillips wants the lead in turn one. He'll go by on Adrian Cruz. Stanfield trying to get around him, and they'll all pack up as they come onto the long straight to turn four. Braden Robertson looking out of line on Alex Stanfield. Not enough to get by, and Peyton Phillips commands the train. Look at that dive move. What a slick pass by Adrian Cruz in turn five. He'll retake the lead, and also behind them, Drew Chappell forcing his way through in turn six to get the fifth spot. Now Phillips back on Cruz. Not enough to get there, has to defend just from Stanfield. And Adrian Cruz gets a little bit of separation to turn number 8 here while the leaders battle. So all that shaken out. It's Cruz, then Peyton Phillips on that green and white high five Tony Kart. The green and white Tony Kart of Alex Stanfield with the number 1 plate is third. And that black and orange CRG for Arcane Motorsports is Braden Robertson fourth, and the white and orange Kart Republic of Drew Chappell back in the 5th spot. Down to turn 11. Phillips wants the lead again. This time it'll go. Stanfield tries to go to second. It'll get tight coming out of the corner. And Cruz has to give way, and this is going to hurt. Here comes 3 of them lined up, turn 1. Cruz has to back out. Robertson gives him space, and he makes contact with Drew Chappell coming through turn 2. And Chappell's going to lose some time as Robertson hangs on to 4th. Cruz 3rd, Stanfield 2nd.
Yeah, I think Lamping was looking to see if he couldn't get a nose through. He's back in that backpack as well, along with Adrian Rudolph, who's up 3 positions. They're all going all sorts of sideways there, coming into that first long straight that we have. But Phillips continuing to run out in front. Stanfield under attack from Cruz. And then Robertson he fell off, trying to pick it up back right now. Doesn't have a whole lot of help. Chappell is back there. Oh, we got one off there.
More off there. Matthew Cherry is not happy with whoever just sent him off the racetrack coming out of turn number 6 right there, Caleb. Apologies for the obscene gesture right there for those watching along at home. Peyton Phillips still leading the way here over Alex Stanfield and Adrian Cruz. Braden Robertson still 4th. 5th, Drew Chappell as they head on the long straight. Phillips with the biggest gap we've seen all race as Stanfield pulls back to within 2 car lengths through turn 11. Peyton Phillips on that green and white high five performance Tony Kart leads lap number 4.
And that was a smart move by Adrian Cruz. Gave a little bit of a push there when they possibly could have made a move on Stanfield coming up into turn 11, able to bring the gap back up. But right now it looks like Stanfield's struggling to manage that gap between himself and Peyton Phillips out in front. Getting a little bit of help there from Cruz, though, to try to see if they can't pick it back up.
Yeah, 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go here as the field exits turn 6. Braden Robertson, you can see back there, trying to hang on to that main group, but I do believe you're right there. Peyton Phillips looks to be the strongest driver right now. Stanfield and Cruz just working together to try and hang on to his coattails. Robertson not making up any ground. Neither is J.D. Lamping. Impressive stuff from Aiden Rudolph to survive from starting 10th to get up to 6th, but he's still a couple seconds away from this leading group of 6 right now through turns 9 and 10. So Phillips the leader, Stanfield, Cruz, Robertson, Lamping the top 5. And, we got more together. This is Drew Chappell and Tyler Stevens have collided in turns 9 and 10 as Cruz goes up to 2nd. Drew Chappell's day just continues to get worse. He'd already lost the 6th spot to Aiden Rudolph, and now he gets collected as him and Tyler Stevens found themselves on the side of the racetrack in the grass. Good lap, though, from Braden Robertson, 64.6, fastest on the racetrack by a 10th.
Yeah, closing up to Stanfield as well. Stanfield getting passed by Rudolph. Not by Rudolph, by Cruz. It wasn't really working with Cruz pushing onto Stanfield. Decided to swap rules and see if this can work even better. But now that Robertson's starting to close back up, does he try to push the 2 in front, or does he try to possibly get around and see if he can't take a crack into getting into the top 2?
Yeah, look at them coming through turn number 8. Adrian Cruz getting a little bit of a gap. Let's see if he can tow Stanfield back up to Peyton Phillips. Phillips is almost outside of the drafting window for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th to hunt him down. And this would be mega for Peyton Phillips again. He had a lot of speed at North Texas Kartways in Denton and made one mistake early on in the race. Had a half spin and had to drive back forward. He had the fastest kart on the racetrack. Best he could muster was a top 4 result when they crossed the line, where he should have been battling probably with eventual race winner Alex Stanfield. Now today it's redemption time, and Peyton Phillips is still holding the lead. Only gave up half a tenth that time to Cruz, who was a little better. Stanfield a little better. Robertson a little better. So they are tracking him down bit by bit, but they need more to get there. I mean, we're already down to the end of this one. It'll be 2 to go next time by. And Peyton Phillips' lead, 0.7 of a second to Adrian Cruz, Alex Stanfield, and Braden Robertson. And kudos to Peyton Phillips' teammate and J.D. Lamping on that high five performance. Tony Kart in 5th. He's not lost a ton to the leaders. He's faster than everyone behind him. He's having a solid heat race right now in position number 5.
And I'm wondering if Stanfield's struggling. He keeps looking over, making adjustments to the carburetor, heading into turn number 4, I believe. He may be battling some issues there because right now he was the one out in front, almost pulling away from the pack. Now he's struggling in the 3rd spot, using Cruz as the tow. Maybe he figured it out because he's pushed on the back bumper. Robertson now trailing by about 2 kart lengths on the 2, running in 2nd and 3rd in front.
This time by, it'll be 2 to go as Cruz drops a tire coming out of the corner. Too much speed, and now Robertson will go through as well. And so Alex Stanfield takes over 2nd. Cruz tries to close the door, and Robertson was there, and he sent it as well. And that'll cost them a lot of time, but Cruz hangs on to 3rd. Robertson 4th, Lamping P5. Let's see turn 4. Cruz, does he leave the door open? No, Robertson didn't have enough of a run there. Watch this. Does he dive him in 6? Here it is. Look at that, side by side, and they come together, and they're stuck off the racetrack. And Cruz giving him a thumbs up as the 2 of them get stuck together. And now they'll try to get back going as Robertson is off. He's fired back up, but they're both stuck in the dirt. For 3rd, Adrian Cruz, Braden Robertson collide in turn 6 on the final lap here, and Peyton Phillips gets a big-time lead over Alex Stanfield and company, or 2 to go, sorry, coming to the white if we're not already. There's more together. Matthew Cherry's involved, and oh man, that is frustration stuff there. It is all heating up here in turn number 6. Meanwhile, here come the leaders out of the final couple turns. Peyton Phillips, unaware of everything going on behind him. He's driving a phenomenal race at the white flag. 1 to go.
And how about that for now your 4th and 5th placement? J.D. Lamping promoted up now into P3, and Jake Faulkner also up into P4. Aiden Rudolph now cracks inside the top 5, moving up 5 positions in total. And it looks like they're able to get all that incident taken care of, though there's probably more incidents that they're going to have to worry about after this race is over with. We're not going to worry about that right now, but how about this for a dominance performance for Peyton Phillips, running out in front, about 1.3 seconds ahead of Alex Stanfield in 2nd.
Peyton Phillips has done a great job here in Heat 1, and he has set the bar and put everyone on notice. If you want to win this weekend in Amarillo, you are going to need to knock off the 996 in his bid to try and get a 2nd career Texas State title. Got his first national championship this year at the SCUSA Winter Series, national winter title, if you will. Looking for a regular season title in the SCUSA Pro Tour and U.S. Pro Kart Series as well. But in his Texas State Series championship title bid, it's looking pretty good here at round 3 in the midway point of the season. Heat 1, an Exertech KA senior, will go to the High Five Performance Tony Kart of Peyton Phillips. Alex Stanfield 2nd, Lamping 3rd, 4th to Jake Faulkner with one of his better heat race runs. And look at this battle coming to the line for P5. Aiden Rudolph holds off a hard-charging Joey Friend and Ruben Ascencio. Check out the runs from way back in the field. How about 11 spots gained for Connor Casey? 25 spots gained for Massimo Sanchez-Lara from dead last, 34th, up to 9th. 23 gained for Ian Howell in 33rd. Big runs on the back of the pack. Ace Parker picks up 15 spots to 11th. Then it's Jacob Polak in 12th, 9 gained. Taylor Roddy, Garrett Weaver, Henry Lepard up 8 spots to the top 15. And a lot to break down from that one, but there won't be a whole lot of time to do it. We go right into the 2nd round of heats right after this here live on Kart Chaser.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
PSRS Amarillo. We're going to be underway here with the second round of heat. Starting off is going to be Micro Swift, sponsored by Royal Electric, is about to get underway. The front row is going to be Ashton Wyatt. Colton Schniegenberg is going to start in P1 and P2. Into the third spot is going to be Pasha Ali, followed by Marcelo Flores in P number 4. P number 5, and rounding out the top 5 is going to be Andrew Lee Anastio in the 5th position. I'm joined in the booth by Taylor Burris, who is working not only the microphone but also the cameras, while Xander Clements goes off to get some well-deserved lunch here, a little late lunch this afternoon. It is 4 o'clock here at Amarillo. The sun is up. It's getting a little bit hot, and you can see from some of the shots, heat waves starting to come off of the track here this afternoon, as their top 2 are now going to take them down to get the green flag, hopefully this time by, of Ashton Wyatt and Colton Schniegenberg. They're making the way into turn 10. Everyone looks to be fine here, bumper to bumper, nose to tail. Into turn 10 they go. There's one of the flag marshals. Tell them to make sure they stay in line. Again, they have to go down the tram line. The new tram lines have been painted here with the new upgrades that have come to Amarillo. Hopefully get the green flag. In turn 1, everyone thought it may be an issue, but so far today, no problems to speak of. Knock on wood. Don't want to jinx it. Green flag is out. Down into turn number 1. It is going to be Ashton Wyatt going to hold on to the lead there, and it's going to get shuffled back by Colton Schniegenberg. Pasha Ali makes their way up into P number 2.
As they work their way down towards the hairpins here, you see Pasha Ali in that beautiful Sodi kart machine trying to get his way up to the back bumper of Ashton Wyatt as they snake their way over through turns 3 and 4. Good run right there for Pasha Ali as he gets his way up a little bit further and makes the run down the short chute towards that second hairpin.
Yeah, the second hairpin's a good braking and passing opportunity, and here goes Schniegenberg taking advantage of that, getting back around Ali, goes up into P2. Ali now on the back bumper. Here comes turn 7. That quad apex, big sweeping left-hander, is now going to allow a good run there from Pasha Ali into the back bumper of Colton Schniegenberg to try to get a little bit of a push going to make sure that they can keep up with their leader of Ashton Wyatt as they make their way into turn 8 now. Quick little set of S's before they make their way down this the longest straight that we have leading up into that turn 11 and 12 complex.
As they get the run, we look a little further back there. You see the 12 machine of Marcelo Flores having a good little run right now in the 4th spot, trying to hold back 2 karts who are right there behind him as they come out of the final corner across the start-finish line. Just under 6 minutes plus 2 laps to go. And as they come across the line here, timing and scoring will update for us. But so far, a great run as Kate Casper is trying to make a move.
Yeah, Castros is having a look there on the outside line, not able to get a gun. Tucks back into line, opens up the door. Oh, a little bit of contact, and around goes the 12 machine. And if I'm not mistaken, that is Marcelo, who is now stuck into the field right now, falling all the way down the order. And that is going to be an unfortunate end to heat race number 2 for them. Hopefully they can get back under track, but they're going to have all that ground to make back up. Meanwhile, the top 3 starting to get spread out of Ashton Wyatt, Colton Schniegenberg into P2, and Pasha Ali, who was on the back bumper of Schniegenberg, now has fallen back by 3 or 4 kart lengths running in that 3rd spot.
Good run right here as we watch Wyatt and Schniegenberg see if they can try to get themselves together, pull away further from the rest of the field. Pasha Ali has no dance partner for the moment as they come out of that wide sweeping corner down over to the last 2 set of corners down here in the end of the circuit as we watch that Sodi Kart USA machine, that number 42 of Pasha Ali, heading to the braking zone, trying to see if he can find a little extra speed coming up to the final corner across the start-finish line here. Got a little bit of work to do. Just about 1.4 seconds separates him from the top 2.
Yeah, Colton Schniegenberg is closed back up to leader Ashton Wyatt, who was Colton Schniegenberg went fastest last time by about 3/10 better than Ashton Wyatt. Now down to about a kart length and a half, almost 2 kart length through the S's. Able to maintain, closing a little bit, but not a whole lot as they make that run down into the hairpin down that quick little short chute. And I don't think Schniegenberg is close enough to make a move on Wyatt, but inching his way back up to the back bumper of Ashton Wyatt. And we got plenty of time left. We got 4 minutes plus 2 laps still yet to go. We're about 2 laps in so far. Still plenty of time for racing still yet to come.
Biggest mover of the race so far is the number 55 of Cade Casper in his GFC kart as we pick up your race leaders. Schniegenberg in his energy kart trying to see if he can find an opening. Not going to. Going to stay tucked up behind the 21 of Wyatt as they head down this long back straightaway over towards the final 2 corners. Gets a good run. Will he try to set it? No, just gives a little tap of the bumper, seeing if he can try to work together and stretch their lead, which is almost at 2 seconds.
Yeah, he's going to push that extra momentum into the back bumper of Ashton Wyatt, trying to see if they can't get more of a gap than they have over Pasha Ali. Ali was in contingency to stay with Schniegenberg there for a little bit and work their way up to the front, but not sure if there was an issue or what happened. but fell way out of the draft and is now holding on to the third spot. Got a little bit of a buffer, about 1.4 seconds, as there's a pass on the inside. There goes Schniegenberg up into the point. Ashton Wyatt now goes into P2. Wyatt is going to have to hold on to that toe. Down the short chute they go into the hairpin.
Now can we see Schniegenberg trying to see if he can hold on and maintain the race lead as they work their way out of that corner, heading down the short chute before they head down the long back straight. We're going to see what Wyatt can do. If he's going to try to maybe learn something, maybe work on maybe seeing if he can keep this second place and try to continue to extend the lead that they have over the third place driver, Pasha Ali. Into the braking zone they'll go. They'll stay tucked up 1-2 as they come through the long curve here and make the run towards the start finish. 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Ashton Wyatt had a little bit of a snap there going into that left-hander, able to hold on to it, not falling off the pace, and is actually now starting to push onto Colton Schniegenberg. I thought Schniegenberg might pull away just a little bit, ran very well by themselves, but this is a very draft-heavy track. So if Ashton Wyatt is at a deficit right now on power, what gearing, tires, whatever it may be, still able to hold on because of the draft, and if it is tires and wait for him to come back up, might be able to force a mistake out of Colton Schniegenberg and possibly make a move. Looking back through the field, Pasha Ali slowly falling into the grips of Kate Casper, who, as you said before, Taylor, biggest mover up 5 spots, running in the 4th position.
And Kate Casper just ran a personal best last time by compared to Pasha Ali. It was a 1:10.64 to Pasha Ali's 1:11.295. So he is really starting to drop the hammer a little bit here in this second half of the event for heat race number 2 for your Micro Swifts presented by Royal Electric. They'll head down the back straightaway, your top 2, as they're trying to get a little bit more distance. Could we see a pass here in the closing minutes? Not yet. I think Ashton Wyatt's going to be a little bit patient, wait till that last lap before trying something.
Yeah, they're probably going to get one more lap before they get the 2 to go. Well, they might be able to get 2. There's 1 minute and 21 seconds plus 2 laps. They're doing about 1 minute and 10. So my guess is that they're going to get this lap, and then next time by, they're going to get the 2 to go. So Ashton Wyatt still holding on to that toe and the back bumper of Colton Schniegenberg, the leader, out in front. They come across the stripe at about 1:08. So I think, yes, next time by will be 2 laps to go. Ashton Wyatt, if they are able to make a move, crunch time is slowly starting to appear, and here's a good battle for the 3rd spot as Kate Casper able to get around Pasha Ali for 3rd. Ali trying to see if they couldn't fight it back there off camera as they're going to go side by side with the leaders now, nose to tail through the short chute.
As they try to work their way through and keeping an eye. There you see the battle on screen with Pasha Ali and Kate Casper. We'll watch those 2, and then there goes your race leaders single file as they head towards the back half of the course. As we see your Schniegenberg and Wyatt continuing to have a good battle here. There you see your 3rd, 4th, and 5th place driver. Tanner Barsh starting to close in the mix of the top 3.
Yeah, Barsh is closing in to Pasha Ali, who's falling back into 4th. Don't think they're going to have enough time to make any extreme moves here whatsoever. Ali, who was one of the front contenders, qualifying in the 3rd spot and starting on that inside 2nd row, now struggling to hang on to the back bumper of Kate Casper. Kate Casper, however, has been very quick. Like you said, up 6 positions now, biggest mover in the field, and is giving that toe to Pasha Ali. You can see Ali closing up there into turn 11, but through the little bit the twistier and windier parts of the track is when Casper is able to pull away. 2 laps are presented this time by. The top 2 is still Colton Schniegenberg and Ashton Wyatt. There's a shot of them. And, man, Wyatt all over the back bumper of Schniegenberg heading into the S's.
Both of them ran some of the fastest laps of the race in the 1:09 brackets. So they are really starting to kick in the afterburners as they head down the short chute into the next couple of corners here. Wyatt being patient, not wanting to try and make an attack on the lead here at this moment, knowing that we have so many passing opportunities here around the Amarillo Kart Complex. As they come down towards the back straightaway, Wyatt will stay tucked up behind the energy cart of Colton Schniegenberg.
Schniegenberg had a look to the back behind, thought about trying to defend the line. Still got 1 more lap to go next time by. Ashton Wyatt has a little bit of time. Coming on to the 2nd longest straightaway now. Ashton Wyatt off by just a little bit, farther back than he's been almost the entire race. Down about 3 or 4 kart lengths, not close enough to make a move here into 11. Definitely closes the gap back up under braking, stays locked in on that back bumper. Schniegenberg now across the start-finish straight. White flag in the air one more time, and maybe 3 or 4 more attempts for Colton Schniegenberg to try to get around Ashton Wyatt.
He will try to stay tucked up behind. Now he'll look to the inside, which will be outside lane when they head into the corner. Tries to see if he can get some momentum and maybe set up a crossover move. Gets a little bit wide, and that's going to lose him a ton of time here as they snake their way through the S's.
Now he's going to stay on the back bumper, going to toe into the short chute. This hairpin's coming up. Does he have enough? Schniegenberg's going to defend the inside, and it looks like Wyatt might try to do a crossover. Gets a little bit of a bobble heading into the airpin, losing some time. Now he's going to close it back up about a car length and a half through turn 7. Great opportunity to draft onto this large backstretch. Here comes the second best passing opportunity, and Schniegenberg takes a peek back. Here comes Wyatt on the inside. Is it going to stick? No, it's not. He's going to stay right behind your leader.
And we work our way through the last couple of corners. That long sweeping straight, they're going to make the run through. It's about a cart length to a cart length and a half between your top two as they head to the final 2 corners. Schniegenberg takes a look over the shoulder, realizes he has enough room. If he makes no mistakes, he could come home with the Heat 2 win. But here comes Ashton Wyatt with a big run. Drag race to the start-finish line. Bunny hopping. Schniegenberg takes home the victory in Heat race number 2.
Ashton Wyatt comes across P2. We're waiting for the third on back to come across. There's the gap for it. Cade Casper up 6 positions, comes across in P3. Pasha Ali able to come across in 4th. Tanner Barsh rounding out your top 5. That is going to do. Oh, we got one off the track. That is car number 43. That is Andrew Anastiano in the 6th position, is going to fall even farther back. So unfortunate in there for heat number 2 for that Andrew in that 6th spot. But we still got more heat races still to come in this afternoon. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere as you're watching live on Kart Chaser. Welcome back here to TSRS Amarillo Kart Centers. We're about to go underway through 206 Heavy, sponsored by Maxwell Paper Products. Your front row is Ross Smith and Kyle Uchinsky, P1 and P2. Richard Fogarty in P3. Jorge Ruz running in P4. Noah Murphy in P5. That is going to round out your top 5. Set to take the green here in total. 15 are registered, but I think 13 are what is going to start here this afternoon. So let's watch Ross and Kyle, the two teammates out in front, making their way into turn 11 now as they are taking the pace down at a very proper protocol here. Almost at a snail's crawl there, Taylor.
Yeah, they're just going to take a nice and easy start. We're going to get ourselves ready to go for your 206 heavies. We saw a really good battle at the front of the field between, of course, the drivers of Ross Smith and Kyle Uchinsky as they make their way into the tram line. And we're getting ready to go racing for 7 minutes plus 2 laps.
Yeah, so let's wait for that green flag to come out, and I think it is shown now. Side by side they go into turn 1, and it looks like a good jump there from the outside. Still side by side the top 2. Uchinsky getting up, almost gets over the curb. He's not too happy with his teammate. They're waving hands at each other, but he's still going to be up into that front group. Now about to lose second spot to your then third placeman. I believe that is Jorge now going to get up into the lead. They're still side by side. Uchinsky trying to battle back out. Oh, turned around there on the inside. One drip and a wheel. And I think that may have been Kyle Uchinsky. 3 or 4 tied up there in the entry of the S's.
Make it like 6 or 7 as the drivers are trying to get themselves unstuck and ready to go back out onto the track. A lot of big names involved in this one as they work their way around the circuit and get back going here. As we see the last little bit of drivers getting themselves going, and that is a tough break. That was a 5:15 that just went by us here as they work their way down the back straightaway. Once again, that was Christopher Ramke, who was the last kart to get pulled away from that incident.
Yeah, so now that's going to create another second pack. So you got the lead group that's out in front, and then now you're going to have a huge break before you get to that second pack. That second pack doesn't really have much of a chance to catch back up to the first, especially with about 6 minutes plus 2 laps still yet to go. So we're going to have 2 different battles. We're going to watch out, almost like a split class, but it is now going to come down to battle of who can make it up to the front of that first pack and then just try to hold on to it for the best results. They're still side by side, one off the track there coming out of turn 11. It's a little fuzzy there. Couldn't see. Oh, turned back around through the barriers, and I think he's just going to send it back into the pits. Again, couldn't get a number. It was a little bit far off camera, but all sorts of chaos here happening off the start, Taylor.
Well, the driver that we see right there in blue, that's Max Martinez, who went off track, and unfortunately we could not get the number on that one, who decided to take it behind the wall. But we pick up your top 3 of Jorge Ruiz, Ross Smith, and Richard Fogarty as they try to now pull away from the rest of the field. Coming out of the hairpin, they'll make the run down the short chute and try to stay 3 cars abreast in order to make sure they pull away from the field.
Yeah, Fogarty is in that third spot, almost playing caboose there to the top 2 of Ross Smith. And Jorge Ruiz running out in the first position as they make their way through turn 7. That big quad left-hand apex making their way down into that quick little snap 90 of a left-hand. We'll see if Smith tries to make a move. He does not, stays in a tow. That top 4 got broken up just a little bit, but now coming into the limelight now, Kyle Uchinsky starting to see if he can't make his way back up to the top 3. Again, poor start there from the outside line going into 1, 2, and 3 on lap 1. Now able to recover just a little bit and is slowly starting to catch back up to Richard Fogarty running in P3.
A good run right here for drivers such as Ross Smith as they come across the start-finish line. He's going to stay tucked up behind Jorge Ruiz heading into turn number 1. They'll crisscross their way over as they come out of the sliding S's and make the run. Smith now looks to the outside, crosses him over, trying to go to the inside lane, not able to make the pass work as they continue to battle for the race lead. Then you see Richard Fogarty in the catbird seat watching and waiting to see if these two make a mistake. And then Kyle Uchinsky rounding out the top 4 as they come out. A little tap of the helmet right there by Ross Smith as he's trying to find the opening to get around Jorge Ruiz. He'll look to the inside, side by side. New race leader, the 575 of Ross Smith.
Yeah, Ruiz still not done being under attack here. Here comes Fogarty to the outside trying for it. And it looks like Ruiz is going to hold on to it. A little bit of hand gestures back and forth to each other. They're going side by side to turn 7. Not a good passing opportunity, and they're still going back and forth. Fogarty into the back bumper of Ruiz heading down into turn 8. Gives a little bit of a push, and here comes Uchinsky in the 4th spot. Now has a chance to see if he can't take a crack going up into P2.
Good battle here amongst your top 4 as they're trying to jockey for position. Ross Smith, though, is starting to pull away. He just set the fastest lap of the race last time by. Now to the inside, Fogarty trying to get around. He will push Jorge Ruiz off track. A little bit of hand gestures, not happy. That'll move Jorge back to the 4th position as Uchinsky moves up to P3.
Yeah, now Ruiz is going to have to try to see if he can't close into the toe of now the 3rd placement of Uchinsky. Fogarty up into P2, but that gap has grown from Ross Smith, your leader, back to Richard Fogarty running running in P2. About 1.2 seconds is what separates them now. And Yuchinski getting very aggressive on the push there heading into the S's. Not in a bad way. I'm saying that he's trying to push him to get back up to Ross Smith, and that gap does appear to be closing down. Ruiz a little bit farther back, maybe has a little bit of beef to settle there with Fogarty up into P2. He's now starting to close back up into the 2 running in second and third of Fogarty and Yuchinski.
Currently right now it is now down to about 2 kart lengths as they come out of this triple apex corner, heading down the back straightaway as we watch Fogarty get a good push from Yuchinski. They're now down to a kart length. Will they try something here in these final couple of corners? 2 minutes, 15 seconds plus 2 laps to go for your drivers in the 206 heavy category as they come down the sweeping corner, heading to the final couple of corners here. We're going to watch, see what happens. Can Fogarty try something here? Not close enough to make anything work. Everyone's separated by a kart length before they compress in the final corner.
Yeah, it looks like Fogarty may be a little bit tight there. He has to put some more input into the wheel to get it through that turn 11 complex there before heading up into 12. So you can see they're going into turn 1 again. It just has a lot of bite on the front end. He's having to battle it all the way through turn 1. Yuchinski, though, in the 3rd spot, still staying in the tow, giving the push for Fogarty to get up behind Ross Smith. Now he is on the back bumper of Ross Smith. So top 3, nose to tail almost. Yuchinski off by about half a kart length. And then Ruiz running in the 4 spot, slowly closing up. But he's going to want to see the top 3 start going back and forth.
There's going to be a lot of back and forth here in these final couple of laps. Give a quick shout out to Macon Moore, who is your biggest mover of the race, picking up 5 spots, currently sitting in 7th position. But we are watching the battle for the race lead. Just about under a minute and a half to go, plus 2 laps. And we are going to see a fight to the finish. Ross Smith, Fogarty, Yuchinski. They're now going to have a spirited battle as they come into the braking zone, and that sweeping straightaway, they're going to make the run here. Could we see a chance for a change of position? Not quite yet. Fogarty going to stay tucked up behind Ross Smith.
Yeah, about 50 seconds plus 2 laps still yet to go, so probably 3 laps in total remaining as they're going to come across the stripe with about 30 still yet to go. And again, every time through turn 11, looks like Fogarty is just a little too tight, and that's when Yuchinski is now closing back up. He is on the back bumper of Fogarty heading down into turn 1. Fogarty almost sideways there heading into turn 1, now is starting to lose time because of it to Ross Smith. So now Yuchinski is kind of what's saving Fogarty from falling too far off the back bumper of Ross Smith. Let's see how long until Yuchinski decides to get around Fogarty, but still 1, 2, 3, Smith, Fogarty, Yuchinski running in order, and then just off of camera view, Jorge Ruiz in the 4th spot. Really wants to see some battling happen in the top 3 in these last 2 laps.
Yeah, those 3 will be battling. Could be a big help to Jorge Ruiz, along with Steven Gujardo, who is sitting in the 5th spot at the moment. So this could be a big helping point for those 2 drivers who are trying to keep up pace with your top 3 as they head down the back straightaway. Now they're starting to pull away from Yuchinski a little bit. Here comes Fogarty and Smith down into the braking zone. Not close enough to make anything happen, but as they come out of the final couple of corners, they're going to get the 2 to go signal this time by.
Yeah, into the toe is Fogarty on Smith. Again, turn 11 is not the strong suit for Fogarty. Let's see if he can't mend the kart and try it just a different way into that hard left-hander 90-degree corner. Makes his way in a little bit better than before. Still not as good as Ross Smith. Yuchinski able to close back up, but he's about 3 or 4 kart lengths off of frame right now. Last time by, Fogarty went purple. He's the fastest kart on track. White flag out. He's going to have to make the move soon.
He's got to do something and do something fast here. Of course, that toe is helping him to make sure he runs those fast laps of the race with a 1:15.029 as they come through the S's, sidewinding their way through around the circuit. Big opening there as Smith goes a little bit wide. That could have opened the door for Fogarty, but not able to make the pass complete as they head down the short chute into the next couple of corners.
Yeah, and Ross Smith also not going on the defensive. He's taken the normal racing line. He hasn't tried to defend that inside line yet. Could be a different story when they make their way into turn 8. Here they go through 7 through the triple apex. Coming onto this long backstretch now. Fogarty has got the draft to his advantage. Let's see if he tries to take it. Smith doesn't defend. Fogarty does not take it. He stays in line. He's going to have one more opportunity heading into turn 11.
He's going to try to stay tucked up, not close enough to make anything work just yet as they make the run down towards the final 2 corners. He's going to stay tucked up. About a kart length separates your top 2. And then, of course, you have the driver in 3rd position. None other than Yuchinski, who is just waiting and hoping something were to happen to bring him back into the mix for heat race number 2. Across the start-finish line, white flag in the air for Ross Smith and Richard Fogarty.
Down into turn 1 they go. Up now on the back bumper is going to be Fogarty. And I'm sorry, I thought the previous lap was the last lap. This is now the white flag. Let's see if Fogarty can't make a move now, and that made more sense. Let's see if Ross Smith starts to defend that line, and if he does, that might start to bring Kyle Yuchinski back into the field of view as they make their way now through the S's. Into the short chute they go, and now Ross Smith driving maybe about the middle of the track, but not fully defending that inside line.
He's going to take his line, just be smooth and consistent. Ross Smith being a very dominant force this season so far. He had a good run over at NTK as they come out of the triple apex corner down the back straightaway. Could we see a move coming up here for Fogarty? He's going to stay tucked up into the slipstream of that. He's giving a little bit of a hand signal saying, hey, let's get going. I'm not going to do anything just yet. So we'll see. Now we see Ross Smith kicking the afterburners. About a kart length separates them as they come to the final two corners.
Yeah, and I don't think Fogarty's going to be close enough to make a move into turn 11. It appears no. Down by 3 or 4 kart lengths. Takes a peek back. Doesn't have a whole lot of pressure from behind from Kyle Yuchinski. So they're going to probably stay as follows if Smith can make it through the final corner clean. He does. Ross Smith is going to take it home. Heat race number 2 win. Richard Fogarty comes across in P2. Kyle Yuchinski falls back 1 position to finish into P3. Jorge Ruiz comes across in P4. And then Max Martinez is going to come across in the 5th position. That is going to do it for your 206 Heavy, sponsored by Maxwell Paper Products. We're going to come back with more heat racing of the second heat races of the day live on Kart Chaser. Welcome back here to TSRS Amarillo. About to go away for heat race number 2 for our Honda Kid Karts, sponsored by Rimrock Raceway. Your front row is going to be Benjamin Osborne, starting next to Brody Brown. Brennan Barsh is going to start in the 3rd spot next to Rafe Ollie. Beckley Anderson will start next to Bodie Byer. And then P7 is going to go to Kylan Short. That is going to round out the 7, taking the green flag here for our Kid Kart division here for round number 3 at Amarillo Raceway in beautiful Amarillo, Texas. Upgrades and updates have been made to this track, bring it to one of the top facilities that we're going to go to here on the tour, as we are now making our way down into, if I'm not mistaken, they're heading into turn number 11, hoping for the green flag this time by. If you remember last time, took about 2 or 3 attempts before they actually got underway under green, but I think they're a little bit better off, and no, they're going to bring them down to a stop and make sure that the order is in line before we get going here. Hopefully this time by, we'll have to send them through the cut through like we did last time. There's a thumbs up. Let's see if they're all good to go. They are, and they're now going to take the rolling pace down to the start-finish straight, where Porter Wetzel will give the green flag, hopefully this time by. Down into turn 11 they go. Unlike last time, no one's going to pull away straight from the start. There's one of the flagmans, making sure that they get the whoa down signal through turn 11. And it looks like a little bit better than last time. Hopefully they can get it this time by. Again, your leader, Benjamin Osborne, bring him down at a nice pace. Bodie Brown on the outside line doing a good job as well. Let's see if we get the green this time by. They're in the tram line, mostly in the tram lines. And let's wait for it. Green flag is out and they are underway, and Benjamin Osborne is going to take the lead down into turn number 1. Brendan Barsh in P2 is now going to possibly under attack from Bodie Brown in that 3rd position as they get themselves sorted out and fanned out, as here comes, I believe that's Brown trying to make a move on Barsh heading into turn number 4. Side by side they go, and it appears he's actually going to lose 1, maybe 2 positions. There is going to be Brown to Rafe Ollie and Bodie Byer, if I'm not mistaken. And they make their way down towards that quick little short shoot, Taylor.
Yeah, they're going to get themselves going here, and already we're seeing the driver of that number 88 of Benjamin Osborne starting to pull away quite a bit and trying to hold his position as the field works their way around the circuit. Good learning opportunity for them, and we'll see what they can do here in these next 6 minutes plus 2 laps, as they'll continue to log laps, learn a little bit more about the circuit, and be able to hopefully progress into the higher series within the next few years.
Yeah, not as much of a dramatic start as we saw last time by with the hustle and tussle that we saw inside the top 3, but it is still Benjamin Osborne leading the way out in front, making his way now into that turn 9 before that big sweeping, almost a little bit of a dog leg of a right-hander heading down into turn number 11. They get themselves sorted out single file heading down into 11. They're going to put 1 lap into the books. Again, 5 minutes and 40 seconds plus 2 laps still yet to go here for the Honda Kid Kart, sponsored by Rim Rock Raceway, down into turn 11. And here comes the 17 of Bodie Brown, slowly edging the way back up to Benjamin Osborne as they make their way out of the final corner. Across the stripe they come. Here's the parents all fired up, trying to root on their kiddo to see if they can't make their way towards the front. And Bodie Brown went fastest lap last time by, slowly closing up onto Benjamin Osborne.
Good run here. Your top 4 are pretty much lined up nose to tail for the most part here. Everyone under within about a second at least in your top 5. So this is some good learning opportunity for everyone. Good way for drivers to build up their experience around this circuit. And that number 17 of Bodie Brown really showcasing a lot of speed as he's keeping pace with Benjamin Osborne.
Yeah, and as we talked about this class too, the draft isn't as proficient as we see in the 206 and KA category, or even the Micro Swift as well, or Mini Swift. But it is there. It's not as strong, but it is still there. So right now, Bodie Brown not quite in the drafting range of your leader of Benjamin Osborne, but a little bit farther back behind Osborne and Brown. Rafe Ollie is holding off Brendan Barsh, who is running in the 4th spot, and that's kind of spaced out there from that pack on back. So we're going to continue to watch these kiddos. Again, 4 minutes and 20 seconds plus 2 laps still yet to come here. And we're going to continue to watch these kiddos as they learn, progress. And again, this is where it all starts. It starts here in about 4 or 5 years. Time may be given. You might see them running up front in the mini and micro class. As we continue to watch this battle start to pick up here for P2, that's between Brody Brown and Rafe Ollie there in the second and third spot. Just behind as well is Brendan Barsh. They've been kind of going back and forth side by side there from second, third, and fourth of Brown, Ollie, and Barsh. And right now it is Brown out in front, but here comes Barsh trying to see if they can't make a move on the inside coming up into turn 11 on Brown.
Yeah, they're really starting to have a good pace. And watching the lap times, at least amongst your top four, they are really improving on their lap times here. And everyone's pretty much doing a lot of learning, and a great way to be able to pick up as we see a pass for second place. And they're going to cross over a little bit as Raif Ali will move up to P2, and then Brandon Barsh moving up a little bit as well as, Ali goes a little bit wide. This could open the door for Brendan Barsh to come back and stake the third position away. Apologies on that. It's actually the battle for P3 as they work their way over to the S's. There you see Ali and Barsh battling for that final step here in third position as they work their way through the S's.
Yeah, so through the S's they're going to go, and like you said, Brown into P2 trying to hold off there. Rafe Ali running in the third, or sorry, I did the same thing. Rafe Ali running the third spot, holding off Brendan Barsh, running in P4. Just up the road is Brody Brown. There's your leader. Good shot of Benjamin Osborne holding out in front. About almost 2 seconds separates Osborne and Brown running in second. And then you go a little bit farther back, almost about a second before you get to the battle between Rafe Ali and Brendan Barsh running in the third and fourth spot. But Brendan Barsh right in the toe of Ali. There's your leader right there. Benjamin Osborne led every lap from the start. Same thing in the heat race as well. Had a little bit of competition there from the start, but was able to pull away. Takes a peek back to see how much of a gap he has, as we're now 57 seconds plus 2 laps still to go. So they're going to get this next lap to make their way through, and then 2 more after that. So good shot there of the top 5 going back there from Benjamin Osborne out in front. Brody Brown up into P2. Ali into P3, Barsh P4, and then farther on back we got Beckley Anderson in P5, Bodie Byer in P6, and Keelan Short rounds out the field in 7th. As there's a look on the inside there from the 82 to try to get around the 42. Barsh not able to get around Ali into turn 1, now into turn 2. Let's see if there's a possible crossover move there from Barsh. There's not, but he's going to stay right in the wake of Bodie Brown running in P2.
And with those two drivers battling it out, this could bring in that number 33 of Beckley Anderson. She's having a good run right now, keeping up pace with those inside the top 4 and running some very consistent lap times. So keep an eye on her. She may have something for the boys up here inside the top 4.
Yes, absolutely. As we there's a good shot of your leader there, Benjamin Osborne out in front, but just behind off screen, it looked like Benjamin Barsh was about to try to make a run at Ali heading up into turn number 6. Not quite sure if they were able to get it done. I don't think they were, as they make their way into that turn 7 complex now. Again, that triple, almost quad apex corner there of that big sweeping left-hander, almost a carousel-like corner, as we're now watching Benjamin Osborne out in front. There's the battle for second on back, just off behind frame of Bodie Brown, Rafe Ali, and Brendan Barsh running second, third, and fourth. There they are. So in that second spot is Bodie Brown, Rafe Ali in P3, and then Brendan Barsh, car number 82, running in the 4th spot. This next time by, look for 2 laps to go.
Into the break zone they will go. We're going to watch Brody Brown continue to run a consistent line. Ali and Barsh, though. Here comes Barsh to the inside. They'll go side by side, drag race across the start-finish line. Ali still holds on to the 3rd spot. 2 laps to go for your race leader, Benjamin Osborne, who is comfortably ahead of these 3 drivers as they make the run down towards the S's for the final time in heat race number 2.
Yeah, so they're all in the toe now. Again, white flag is out. 1 more lap to go. Down into turn 4. A little loose there went Bodie Brown on entry into the S. Let's see if he can make it back up. He's able to maintain his position, but Rafe Ali taking a little bit low over line. And now here comes Brendan Barsh trying to roll that outside line down the backstretch, heading to that hairpin before they get into that short chute before going into turn 7. Making their way down out of the hairpin. Now into turn 7 they go. There's the 42 behind the 17. Ali and Brown running in second and third respectively. Brendan Barsh not too far back. And just up the road, about 1.8 seconds ahead, is Benjamin Osborne, now making the way down that long back straightaway before heading into that quick left-hander.
How about this? Battle for second, just right behind Brody Brown under immense pressure from Ali. Ali will move up to P2 now as they head to the final couple of corners. They're going to drag race themselves to the start-finish line almost. Ali will now drop back to third. Brown be able to power his way around the outside to get back into the second spot, but it's not done yet. Here comes Ali. He'll look around to try to beat him down to the inside lane into the final 2 corners and completes the pass, but can he hold on for the final couple of corners? But trouble right there for Ali. He loops it.
Yeah, Ali just locked up the brakes there, got it, turned around into turn 11, and now hopefully they can get it back under track and underway. Heartbreaking there for your third placeman of Rafe Ali as he continues to fall farther and farther down the order. That's going to promote Brendan Barsh now up into P2, and now Barsh sees the opportunity to try to go up to another spot as well, as he is now taking the battle to Brody Brown heading into turn number 4.
Great battle here as they work their way across through the final couple of corners. White flag in the air for your drivers of Benjamin Osborne, Brody Brown, and Brennan Barsh as they come down towards the back half of the course here. And a big run for Brennan Barsh. He's going to try to see if he can power his way around to the outside.
Yeah, he's going to hold that outside line. Good shot of your leader, Benjamin Osborne, making their way into that turn number 5, turn 6 before heading into turn 7 of the big sweeper. And there's that battle for second. We're talking about 17. Kart 17 is Brody Brown. Kart 82 in third is Brennan Barsh. Out of turn 7 is going to be your leader of Benjamin Osborne down that long back straightaway.
Heading down the long back straightaway for the final time there. You see just off screen the battle for second between Brown and Barsh as we watch Benjamin Osborne get a good run through the corners. Very strong run for him here today as we pick up the battle for second as they get ready to come across the checkered flag. Everyone just filing up, and a little bit of issues maybe for Brody Brown. You see him tapping on his steering wheel a little bit like he's upset about something as we watch Benjamin Osborne in that number 88 coming to the final 2 corners, and he will come home possibly with a checkered flag for heat race number 2. Benjamin Osborne, winner in heat 2, Kid Karts presented by Rimrock Raceway.
Yeah, so Benjamin Osborne going to take the win for race number 2. Brody Brown able to hold on to P number 2. Brendan Barsh comes across in the 3rd position. As we wait for the rest of the field to come across the stripe, it should stay as followeth. Beckley Anderson in P4, and Rafe Ali again was up there. The battle for the second spot just locked up the rears heading into turn 11. Got it turned around the wrong direction, and then was able to save us. We had another going a little bit wide there. I believe that was Bodie Byer, maybe taking a little bit wide line there into turn 11. So that is going to do it for the Honda Kid Karts here, sponsored by Rimrock Raceway. We're about to go on to another commercial break. When we come back, we still got the rest of heat race number 2 coming to you live on Kart Chaser.
We don't got gun cars down the street. Waterfront, chop up on the seat. Cooking with a beat, what they eat. Bustin' on the beat. Nigga talking, body sweet. Hand on my lip. I just want it bust on my neck. It's on my tape.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop in to Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
Welcome back to Amarillo Kart Complex as we get set for the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy Mini Swifts. As you can see on your screen, here is the rest of the lineup. Group 4 Mini Swift is on track now. Group 5, 206 Senior currently on deck. Group 6, K Master, then down 7 at Junior, 8 at Open Shifter, 9th seed is the 206 Cadets, 10th 206 Junior, and the final class in the afternoon. Probably going to run around 6 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Eastern, as we're a couple minutes behind, about 20 to 30 off the original timetable, is Exertech KA100 Senior. But for now, it is time for the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy Mini Swifts to head onto the racetrack here. Carson Berry and Mason Berry, the front row. In the first heat race earlier today, Carson was able to get away as Mason Berry fell back to 3rd and 4th off the start. He eventually got back to 2nd, and then from there just couldn't run down his brother, who starts on the pole. So they'll slow them down over here by turn number 9, and the field will make its way around the turn 9-10 complex and come along that long bend to get back going. Once again, it's Mateo Quinto and Sawyer Chambers on row 2. They were pretty close in qualifying, just a couple of tenths off the top 2. Then a little gap further back as the field spread apart. Lap time-wise, Simon Klein on the green and white Hi-Fi Performance Tony Kart in 5th. Cadro Milbrandt's Comp Kart in 6th. 7th, Rodolfo Lavin Jr. aboard the Bureau Art, the red and white there on the inside of the 4th row. And to his outside there, Sofia Sadegova getting set to go in the blue and green machine. But it's the red and blue energies up front. Carson and Mason Berry, the brothers, will lead the field to green as they bring them nice and slow down to turn number 11. And where we expected the top 4 to kind of all battle that first race was all about Carson Berry up front. Caleb.
Yeah, both the Berry brothers, Mason and Mateo were the ones trying to chase down the brother of Mason, Carson, who was out in front that entire heat race, number 1. Let's see if it's going to be any different this time. And if you recall back to that start last time, it was a good start on the inside from Carson. Now that Mason's had some time to see some other heat races, let's see if we can figure out the outside line.
Here they come down the tram lines. Let's look for the green here. Mason Berry will get the jump indeed on his brother Carson on the outside. He'll let him go through, and around goes Simon Klein in the middle of turn number 1. So Simon Klein spins out, and along with him, off the racetrack is Mateo Quinto. Off the racetrack is Cadro Milbrandt. It's chaos in the opening couple of turns for the AR Academy Mini Swifts here. One of the smaller turnouts, having one of the worst runs through turns 1 and 2 that time in terms of luck for most of the field. But Carson and Mason Berry get away scot-free there with a nice and healthy gap to 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, they're the two brothers now found each other out in front, both Mason and Carson. Leading the way coming into turn number 7 now between that quick left, the triple left-hander now onto the back stretch they go for the first time. And again, the rest of the order, after all that hustle and tussle happened on the first lap, we'll get the exact running order for you guys when timing updates. But right now, the two brothers, Mason and Carson, running 1 and 2 respectively.
Yeah, good start again for Mason Berry on the outside. He just had to slot in behind Carson Berry in the 110 once they went through that first tight corner. But now we'll probably see them run nose to tail for the duration of the 7 minutes plus 2 laps. I don't think they'll see a need to battle and flex muscle early. Maybe just wait in line on the Team GWR energies and build a nice and healthy gap over the pack as through turn number 1. A good run through that opening sector for Carson Berry will open up a couple of car lengths. Sawyer Chambers avoided the carnage. He was able to get to 3rd. Mateo Quinto rejoined the racetrack in 4th, 2 seconds away back in the 134 Tony Kart. Sofia Sadegova from 8th moves up into the 5th spot. Simon Klein 6th. Rodolfo Lavin Jr. 7th. And Cadro Milbrandt was way off there in the grass on the comp kart, and he was able to continue. Unfortunately, he's 7 seconds back from anyone. Here's a look at Sawyer Chambers, 3rd place, trying to run down the Berry brothers, and without a dancing partner, that'll be almost impossible for Sawyer to get there aboard the 145 Nitro kart. So just like that, his race already kind of comes a little bit pre-decided. Caleb, is again with the two brothers getting away early at the lead and no one else able to work together or close enough to work together behind them. They're all just going to be kind of running laps at this point and hoping for, something to shake things up front, but we just may not see it.
Yeah, Mateo in the 4th spot is the closest one to Sawyer Chambers. So, again, unless Mateo can pull something out of the top out after that disappointing start that he had to himself, probably not going to see a whole lot of difference, though. Sawyer Chambers, he's been fairly quick all weekend long. Maybe they figured something out in between the 2 heat races. Last time by, the gap continues to grow between himself and both the Berry brothers out in front. Carson Berry last time by turned to 1:10.2. Sawyer Chambers turned to 1:11.0.
Here they come through turn number 4 once again. The margin back to Chambers as of the last time by the stripe was 5 seconds even. And like you said, an 8/10 loss on that lap alone. It will only get bigger and bigger while Carson and Mason push away from the field. It'll be probably one of the biggest margins I think we'll see all day here as we approach the halfway marker. Just 4 minutes to go plus 2 laps, 3 minutes completed already from the drop of the green in AR Academy Mini Swift. On deck is the 206 senior class. That one of the bigger ones in total at 28 drivers, I believe, making up the entry list. We had about 24 to 25 start that first heat race, which was pretty entertaining. Braxton Trigg and Drew Chappell got away early and stayed away all the way to the drop of the checkered. Jeff Shaw made it close there in third, just couldn't stay close enough, and then everyone else shuffled from fourth on back. Kelvin Shing made up 10 spots to go from 14th to P4, and a number of other drivers went along for the ride with him as the top 10 all shook apart. But for Mini Swift here, this one, again, similar to what we've seen in qualifying in terms of where everybody's running. We'll keep an eye on Mateo Quinto to see how much time he makes up. He's already picked up 6/10 here on Sawyer Chambers, so third and fourth closing together as we zone in on Mateo and that green and white number 134 Tony kart. That time by, he was only 1/10 of a second off of Carson Berry, so the speed is definitely there for Mateo, and now he's going to get a little bit of a draft off of Sawyer Chambers as he tries to make up for that off-track excursion and that little bit of unpaid lawn mowing service going on at the outside of turn number 2 on the opening lap, Caleb.
Yeah, if Mateo can catch back up, there's a point where there's almost a runoff where he can catch up to Sawyer's, work with him a little bit, but by the time that all happens, he's going to have maybe a 6 second and 2/10 deficit to make back up with him with about 3 minutes and 20 seconds plus 2 laps to go. It's not really that feasible for them to catch back up even if they work together unless something critical happens between the Berry brothers out in front. So we may see Mateo, when he does catch back up to Chambers, work with him a little bit, or we may see him just try to get around him quickly.
So as the Carson and Mason Berry duo continues to put laps on in, that time by a 109.6 for the pair, a 110.5 for Sawyer Chambers, a 109.9 for Mateo Quinto. So if we go back to third and fourth, they are almost together. In fact, they're about to be battling for that third position between the pairs. So here we are through turn number 8 for the lead, Carson and Mason Berry. And then if we go back about 6.5 seconds, as Caleb has mentioned, you will find Mateo Quinto closing in on Sawyer Chambers for third and fourth. There go the leaders on through. Here comes Mateo Quinto looking for third, inside and clear in turn number 9. Mateo Quinto back up to position number 3 and back to where he started. He'll signal to Sawyer to work together. Now, all that they can really do at this point here is really gain some confidence and learn a little bit about each other because, again, with as fast as Carson and Mason Berry are, it'd be very surprising to see these two run a whole lot faster than them. What the question will be, can they at least match them stride for stride once they're going? Because that being said, if they're able to do that, that's a big boost of confidence going into that third and final heat race tomorrow. If these two know that when they work together, when they're able to make some good laps happen, they can be as fast, if not faster, than the two drivers that have dominated Saturday afternoon. And again, it's an aggregate of all 3 heat races, so you just want to be consistent to have a couple front row starting spots for the main tomorrow afternoon. But tomorrow morning they'll run the heats again and get one more shot to try something, whether it's with driving, with gearing, with the motor, or with the chassis, to see if they can't improve a little bit more and again close the gap to these two who have been the precedent so far. The 122 of Mason Berry did go by Carson Berry that time by, so we've swapped positions for the first time all race, and we're coming now to the end of the time limit, and I think this will put us at 2 laps to go this time by because it's down to 5 seconds and counting down. So this will hit the limit. This should give us the double stick signal. Let's see it down the start-finish line straight. Do we get it? We did not. So no 2 to go that time by. We'll keep a tab on it.
Yes.
If we get the white flag next time by, we'll know that was 2 to go. If not, we'll see the 2 to go next time around. Either way, I don't think you'll see a lot of crazy defending out of either of them, although they absolutely could. Look at the third and fourth all the way back, entering turn 4 as these two exit turn number 6.
Yeah, about 7 seconds now is the difference between Mason Berry, Carson Berry, and Mateo running up into the third spot. Sawyer Chambers is running in P4. And, so we continue to watch the top 2 now, making their way. making their way through now as they're going nose to tail again. 7 seconds is all the difference between those two and the rest of the field. Now making their way into turn 7. Now nose to tail, like you said, Mason Berry ahead of Carson. Mateo and Sawyers have been working nose to tail, making their way up into trying to see if they can't take any time off. Like I said, a confidence boost. Last time by, the 2 laps that they ran, not as fast as Carson Berry in the second spot, but it's still a little bit quicker than what they ran the last time by.
No, it actually was quicker. A 109.9 for each of them to the 110.2. Now, granted, they were passing this lap back to normal for Mason and Carson Berry, with Mason out front, a 109.6. So they were quicker than them passing. They obviously weren't at an equal gap there. This is a little more equal, as now they're going to battle for the lead with 2 laps to go. Carson down the inside on Mason, so put Carson Berry back to the lead. And they were only 1/10 off Mateo Quinto and Sawyer Chambers were from these 2 out front. So not far, but still about a 1/10 of a second to find as we go back side by side. Now the brothers are going to have some fun. Put Mason Berry back to the lead in turn number 7, and we're going to get to see a really good 2-car battle, no holds barred, with a 7-second margin. They can defend, they can pass all they want in the final lap and a quarter. It won't matter here as they head down to turn 9. That gap has locked them to first and second.
Yeah, Mason Berry, who was out in the front, popped down in the middle of the track, brought it back up to the outside after that. Now as they're making the way down this final straightaway yet again, heading into turn 11 before making the way into the final corner.
Here they come, coming on into turn number 11. Down to the inside, Mason Berry will defend. Carson goes to the high side, tries to set up for the crossover move. Can't do it there. Through 12, through 13, across the line. White flag in the air, 1 to go for the 122 of Mason Berry. And they'll head through turns 1 and 2. The checkered flag was shown on timing, but I think we're still green. At least it looks like it. We're going to battle to turn 4. Indeed, we are green. So still green there as the white flag was shown there on the line. And through turns 4, 5, and 6, Carson Berry now back out in front, able to pull away as he was able to defend nicely. And Mason's got about 3 car lengths to eat back up to turn 7.
Yeah, Carson just able to get through those S's a little bit better than Mason was as they now make their way into that hairpin, heading up into that long sweeper of turn 7. So let's see if Carson could possibly run him back down, or sorry, Mason can run him back down out of that turn 7 complex, heading down into turn 8.
So Mason Berry there, he's got the orange helmet on the front. Carson back there right behind him as they go through. It is the 110 of Carson Berry. It is the 122 of Mason back in second. So Carson Berry taking over the lead. Final time to 11. He looks back, checks the margin. It's close enough. He'll want to shouldn't need to defend. He'll go about center track just to hold it. And this should be enough to close it out. So Carson Berry in the 110 will cross the line to win heat number 2 in AR Academy Mini Swift. Mason Berry, a little exasperation in second. And look at the battle behind them for third, coming to the line. Sawyer Chambers on the outside, inside, across the line, holds off Mateo Quinto on the final lap to end up in third. Mateo fourth. Simon Klein will make his way around a long way back forward for Simon Klein. There he is, top of the screen, coming through 11, 12, and 13. Simon Klein on that high-5 performance Tony kart will cross to finish P5. 6th to Sofia Sadagova. 7th, Rodolfo Lavin Jr. And again, a DNF, unfortunately, for Cadro Milbrand, or almost DNF, was able to get back close. You'll see top of the screen, there's the blue and yellow comp kart, still P8, just a little bit shy. A couple more laps, he might have been able to get back up to Rodolfo Lavin Jr. Was about a second quicker than him that time by. It's time for 206 Senior here more as we go through to group number 5 on the 11 class lineup for the Texas Sprint Racing Series here from Amarillo Kart Complex as the rumble begins to make its way through the paddock. We'll fire those engines up 25 plus strong, set to go green here in a few moments. So onto the racetrack now for 206 Senior as the field begins to make its way around turns 4, 5, and 6. We get set for another action-packed heat here, and the question will be, can Braxton Trigg from third on the grid work his way up to second early and push away with Drew Chappell like he did in heat number 1, or will the two of them have to fight through the field a little bit more in this second heat race? The field will make its way over out of turn 7 and 8 to come around to turn number 9 and begin to form on up. Drew Chappell, Ibrahim Dean, Braxton Trigg, Samuel Jung, row number 2. Jeff Shaw and Cohen Summers, row 3. Landon Fitz, Vaughn Weber, row 4. Tyler Stevens, Sawyer Roussel, row number 5. Luke Waller, Landon Melson, row 6. David Williams and Kelvin Shing, row 7. Jonathan Westcott, Jacob Oliver, Kurt Goodson, Bryce Frank, Mikey Bolin, and Jensen Harrell, your top 20 out of the 27 drivers on the entry list. And as we mentioned again, the blue and green MGM of Braxton Trigg was able to work with pole sitter Drew Chappell's comp cart to pull away early by slipping into second by the end of turn at number 2. Ibrahim Dean unfortunately fell back in that first heat race after a great qualifying effort, his best to date in the Texas Sprint Racing Series. He'll try and be a little bit better, maybe a little more aggressive in the opening corner to hold on to second or maybe even take the lead. We'll find out here in a few moments as they make their way out of turn number 11. A nice and slow pace here set by pole sitter Drew Chappell. They'll come through the S's onto the front straightaway for the 672 comp car driver, and we get set to go side by side into the tram lines. Trigg stalled the motor, was able to quickly fire back up. He's okay, and it's an early punch off for Drew Chappell. That'll back the inside lane up. Jeff Shaw is going to lose some time, and the top 2 will get into first and second. Into third for Ibrahim Dean. Fourth for Samuel Jung. Jeff Shaw, who was second or third best on the racetrack in the heat race earlier today, falls back to that 6 or 7 spot as Dean is all over Braxton Trigg through turn 4.
Yeah, Dean had a fantastic start there. As you said, the inside line, not the most ideal of a start there. Almost looked like Traeger gave just a little bit too much of a push there to Chappell. Don't think it was a jump start. I think it was perfectly timed, but I don't think they anticipated it there in that second row on back.
Now, Drew Chappell definitely caught the field lacking a little bit coming down the start line straightaway, but look at this, folks. It is a single file train. With that slower start and early jump, it spread the field out enough that nobody really got into it. They were 2 and 3 abreast at these corners in heat number 1. Now the field's a lot more stacked and packed, single file. Look at this here, though. Cohen Summers wants 4th. Look at the inside of Samuel Jung. He'll take it in turn number 9. Move Cohen up a spot in the 696. That'll put him position number 4. Puts Jung back to 5th. Jeff Shaw is there in 6th. And then on the comp cart, I believe, is Vaughn Weber in the 695. As there's a look. Shaw wants that spot from Samuel Jung, and he'll nearly get into Cohen Summers, and it sends him wide. That right there, that one move, that's going to split the packs up. Here comes Tyler Stevens. 3 wide down the inside. Jung's going to get clear, and they'll all cycle out. But now, that one little move, that's all it takes to split them up here in 206 Senior, and the top 3 get away.
Yeah, more impressive the fact that not a whole lot of people were involved other than the other 2 that got into each other. But a little early to be going that hard right off the bat as the top 2, using that to her advantage, pull away. Chappell getting all sorts of help from Traeger, who's given just a little bit of a push. And as you said, Dean running in that 3rd spot, starting to fall away from the toe as the top 2 are pulling away. Now about a half a second separates the top 2, and Ibrahim Dean running in the 3rd spot.
So side by side further back in the pack here, Drew Chappell and Braxton Trigg coming down the back straightaway out of turn at number 8. Ibrahim Dean trying to hang on, but he's losing touch quickly. They've already doubled the margin, and even probably easier than heat number 1 without Jeff Shaw and his pace aboard the VLR near them. They're going to continue to walk away from the field as they come towards the final couple corners. It'll only be 2 laps complete, and I think the margin might already be over a second back to Ibrahim Dean in the Kart Racing Solutions Tony Kart. So here comes your 2 leaders, Drew Chappell, Braxton Trigg, 1 and 2. What's the gap at the line to 3rd? Exactly 1 second, nearly 1.1. So Ibrahim Dean's already out of the tow. Meanwhile, Cohen Summers, a 2.25 seconds back as he tries to get some help from Jeff Shaw. So we won't see much up front. These 2 are probably going to stay together. Ibrahim Dean there in the 3rd spot is still by his lonesome. Then it's 4th and 5th with Cohen Summers and company. Here's the rest of the pack, 2 and 3 wide all the way further back down the mid-teens. And wheel-to-wheel action there as they go through turn number 6. 2 and 3 abreast while the leaders exit turn 7. Calm and controlled up front. 4th and 5th hooked up together and a big gap back to 6th.
Yeah, Summers and Shaw, the best hope for those 2 right now is to catch back up to Ibrahim Dean. maybe get a 3-pack going, but with the time already growing, like you said, a second last time by, probably going to grow even more so this time. 3 minutes and 30-some seconds to go before it gets +2 laps. Not going to be a whole lot of time to catch back up to the top 2.
Oh, around goes the 6:18. That was just outside the top 10. Jacob Oliver going for a ride in the spin cycle in turn 9. He was all the way up to 11th, 5 spots gained from 16th, and he falls to the rear. Meanwhile, here is Tyler Stevens and Kelvin Ching. They are 6th and 7th. Ching's up 7 spots on that MGM, and now they're trying to make some more headway towards Jeff Shaw. Lap time-wise, they were even to the race leader. In fact, we got a battle for 3rd already. Look at this. Ibrahim Deem has company. Here comes Cohen Summers in 4th. Catching up to him down to turn 4. The leader's working through 5 and 6, and Cohen's going to get through. Jeff Shaw is trying to get through. Dean on the inside. Shaw with a crossover as they come out of turn number 6.
Yeah, still not clear. They're still side by side. I think Dean now is going to be able to tuck back into line. It appears, no, he's going to hold that inside line. Dean still going to fight for that 2nd spot, so all in the while, that's going to allow Summers to slowly start to pull away from that 2, now about a 4 or 5-pack battle for the 3rd spot.
Dean on the inside, getting shoved a little bit as Cohen Summers goes through. Kelvin Ching is now on the inside. It's 2 by 2 down the back straightaway. Tyler Stevens and Kelvin Ching on the bottom. Ibrahim Dean and Jeff Shaw on the outside. Turn 9, side by side. Shaw drops a tire, and it looks like Stevens got through. Ching did not, and Kelvin Ching will lose even another spot. As look at the run from behind. Sawyer Roussel will pick up 2, and now he'll actually go to work on Ibrahim into turn 11. Down to the inside. And clear for Sawyer Roussel. Jeff Shaw got a nose to the inside of Ibrahim going into 13. Ibrahim tried to shut the door, and Kelvin Ching's going to go 3 wide to the bottom side to turn number 1. He should get clear on Jeff, and he does.
Yeah, he was able to make up 1 spot and not 2. Now it looks like Jeff Shaw is going to go to his back bumper, try to push him back up. And, man, what a heartbreaking run here from Ibrahim Dean. Starting up towards the front in the 2nd position, not mistaken, now finds himself back into P6 and still under attack from a growing crowd now. That's the battle for the 6th position.
Yeah, I mean, he's got Kelvin Ching right there on the bumper. Here he comes looking for 6, turn 7. There goes the MGM on by. He'll make up another spot, put it 8 up on the board, gained for Kelvin Ching. Jeff Shaw was going forward, then went backwards in that exchange. He still is struggling to get around Ibrahim Dean as he pushed Cohen Summers through. Now he's going to take a huge line down the inside on Ibrahim Dean. He'll bring 3 cars with him if they all get through. Side by side was Landon Melson with Dean. He'll give way, but Shaw finally gets through, and off the racetrack is a 625. Oh no, that was Landon Melson. Melson way off the racetrack here coming out of turn number 10.
Yeah, not happy about that. He's looking down to see if there's any damage. When you go off the track here, there's a couple of rivets. The ground has been softened up from the past 2 days of rain, so he could have found a little bit of a hole. That may have been something, but we're going to swap back over to this awesome battle that's starting to form. And if I'm not mistaken, this should be for the 10th on back with Luke Waller leading the way.
Yeah, 11th Luke Waller here. Now here's back up to this pack. Jensen Harrell got around Ibrahim Dean for a minute and then kind of fell back behind him. Jensen is up 12 positions on that black, white, and red Charles Leclerc kart, 2nd in the train. Let's see if he pulls out a line here into turn 7. He has a run on Ibrahim, doesn't go. Samuel Jung's at the end. Jeff Shaw is there as well. And now this is going to hurt Harrell. He cut the exit tight. Now Jeff will get to the inside. He'll get clear on Jensen. A little bit of elbow grease to make it stick, but he does get through. So Jensen Harrell now back another spot. He'll try and cross over Jeff, but Jeff will have the tow from Ibrahim Dean. Oh, Harrell's going to send it. He gets the spot back. Jensen Harrell takes over the spot. And this is, again, just a little bit of short-term gain, long-term loss type racing that you find outside the top 5 drivers, while Braxton Tregg and Drew Chappell continue to pull away and laugh all the way to the bank right now. We're already down to 2 laps to go here at the stripe, so we're coming up to a potential last lap battle for the front row if they want to do it. Actually, something happened to Braxton Tregg that time by. If we go back up to the lead, it's now a 2.5 seconds. I don't know what in the world has gone wrong for the number 1 plate, but there he goes. Here's 3rd and 4th and 5th. Look at the gap. I don't know if they came together. It looks like maybe a little bit of damage to the right side. No, I think Chappell's okay. I don't know if they went side by side or what. Chappell's lap time still pretty close to what they were clocking in before, but a big mistake from Braxton Tregg. Could have come in that final corner, but he obviously has lost touch with the race leader and is now all in by himself in second, and he's still got to put good laps together because only a couple seconds away is Cohen Summers, Tyler Stevens, Sawyer Roussel, third, fourth, and fifth. So your leader coming to turn 9, healthy gap coming to the white flag here for Drew Chappell.
Yeah, but right behind him, Braxton Trigg, like you said, maybe under attack from Cohen Summers here shortly, and he is bringing along that entire company. But how about Kelvin Zing, up 8 positions in total, and Jensen Harrell also up 12. So a lot of big movers here in the second heat race. There's your leader of Chappell going through turn 11, heading into 12. He's got I don't want to say an easy race to go for him, but he has about a 1.5 second lead with one more lap to go. All he has to do is not make any mistakes. He's going to bring it home okay. But as we say that, Cohen Summers up into P2. So something happened to Dean, falling all the way back into 6th.
Yeah, Dean back, Trigg back. I think I don't know what the issue is. If we need to go back here from the leader to find out what's going on from the rest of the pack. Trigg looks fine to me. I think he's still there in second. Let's see if we can get the camera to pan just a little bit. There's Trigg coming through. Summers is on the way. There's definitely an issue for Braxton Trigg, no doubt about it. He's got something wrong on that number 1 plate because he is falling back like a rock. He's already given up a second. Look at this group right here. They're only 3 car lengths away. So the battle for P2 is going to rage on over through turn number 8. And coming out of turn number 8, here we go for Braxton Trigg. So he knows that he's slowing. There's something amiss on the MGM. He's defending low. Here comes Cohen Summers. Tyler Stevens is under pressure from Sawyer Roussel. They're going to bang tires coming out of the corner. Single file there. Drew Chappell, the leader. Here's the fight for second. Look at Summers. He could see the problem. Trigg wants help. They're not going to give it to him. They're door to door to the final turn on the final lap of Heat 2. Is he going to get crazy? Down the inside, around the outside for Cohen. He'll get knocked into the dirt. He keeps his foot in it. Still side by side. Chappell wins the heat, and they're going to go 3 wide across the line as Tyler Stevens holds on to third. Summers back to 4th. A transponder issue for Braxton Trigg is what the deal is there. His transponder went out a couple laps ago. He still ended up crossing the line in second. So it's Stevens 3rd, Summers 4th, Shing 5th. 9 spots gained to P5. Sawyer Roussel picks up 4 from 9th to go 6th. Ibrahim Dean 7th. Jeff Shaw 8th. Jensen Harrell up 11 spots to 9th, and Samuel Jung 10th as the checkered flags. Bryce Frank, Mikey Bolin all pick up 7 spots apiece to 11th and 12th. That's a good run for them. Aiden Smith picked up a few. And then again, we lost Landon Melson. We lost Jacob Oliver, and a few more bits of attrition took the likes of Landon Fitz down the order as well. But some more movers and shakers in Slipstream Racing 206 Senior. Here's a look at what's to come. K100 Master for the Wiley Veterans is up next here live on Kart Chaser. Problems to start in Kart Racing Solutions. KA Master getting off the grid. Couple cars coming together, including, I believe, a few of our front runners as they were all getting out of the grid area. So that'll add another spin to it, as we've had quite a few races with some issues getting people out onto the racetrack with cold rubber. But Kart Racing Solutions KA Master right at the halfway mark in the total, and that'll put 2 on the spin counter for the outlap to begin this weekend. But group number 6 of 11, we've got 5 more races after this one. We've had 5 completed so far in the final rotation of the day, heat number 2. So to begin this one, Morgan LeBaron and Kyle Uchinsky, if Uchinsky can get back up there, will make up the front row. Miguel Mir and Dr. Thane Morgan on row number 2. Adamai Kayargo, Kyle Walter, row 3. Gary Glanger, who was fast before spinning in heat number 1, will roll off 7th once again alongside Neil Faulkner. Then it's Andy Miller and Jose de la Garza, your top 10. RJ Gallardo, James Lundberg, row number 6. Then Evan Kozak and Tam Nien, row 7. Tyson Knight and Randy Russell roll off 15th and 16th in row 8. Doug Foxworth and Scott Sherry, row 9. Randall Rogers, Junaid Dean, row 10. Kogan Wright, Keith and Hutchins, the 22 driver field in Kart Racing Solutions KA100 Master. They're all back up now. Uchinsky was able to get back to his original starting spot, and we'll get set for more action here for heat number 2. So for the veteran class, Morgan LeBaron did a good job getting his way to the lead, keeping the lead, and maintaining the advantage as much as he could. But Miguel Mir was able to track through everyone and get himself a heat race victory. He's going to try and do it again from 3rd on the grid. Let's see how the start shakes out. 22 cars coming down the tram lines here to get ready to go green in KA100 Master. Lots of shoving there off the line, and Kyle Uchinsky with a good nose ahead to turn 1. He'll try to get clear. He does get into 2nd, Mir to 3rd. They're side by side behind the top 5, and it's single file as they go down to turn 4 for the first time.
Yeah, top 4 single file like we've seen almost the entire weekend long. Rest of the field, though, not as bunched up as we've seen. A little bit of side by side, not a whole lot. But let's keep an eye on Miguel Mir, who is in the 3rd spot. He had a good run up to the front. He is kind of in almost like an island of his own. He doesn't have a whole lot of teammates in that front group. Meanwhile, Kyle Uchinsky and Morgan LeBaron, I'm trying to remember if he's in that same teammate as Kyle Uchinsky or not. I think he is, up in the top 2. So let's keep an eye on Miguel Mir, see if he can do it without any help up front.
Morgan LeBaron still leading the way here with Uchinsky and Mir right behind. It was a good start that time for Adamar Kayargo to move up into the 4th spot. I believe that is Kyle Walter in the 5th position. Thane Morgan may have faded back to 6th or so. We'll confirm that here at the end of the opening lap as the timer ticks on down. Big mistake out of Kyle Uchinsky, though. He locked up hard going into 11. It'll stack him and pack him from 3rd on back as Mir slips through. Uchinsky shaking his head over the mistake there on cold tires. And there's your updated lineup. It's LeBaron, Mir, Uchinsky, Kayargo, Gary Glanger, Kyle Walter. Morgan faded all the way back to 7th from his 4th place starting spot. Then Andy Miller, then Gallardo, and then Evan Kozak, your top 10, who's up 3 spots on his own, by the way, from 13th. So LeBaron versus Mir, we've seen it before. We'll see it again as 2 of the drivers that are starting to emerge as championship favorites for the 2023 KA Masterclass find themselves 1st and 2nd going to turn 8.
Yeah, Mir trying to see if he can't put the pressure on LeBaron off the start. This is exactly what he needs. His teammate is out of it. LeBaron's, that is, of Kyle Uchinsky. He is back in the 3rd position, but he's about to get swallowed up into that pack behind him. The gap is visual there from the distance between 2nd to 3rd, but Uchinsky is holding off that entire pack from behind, so maybe a top 2 breakaway if LeBaron and Mir are able to keep this one clean and work together to start to pull away.
Let's see down the backstretch here. Big run for the 418. That's Gary Glanger. As ahead of him, Adamar Kayargo stuffs it on the inside of Uchinsky. Glanger with a big mistake. Look at this big shuffle. Andy Miller gets through. Glanger, the big loser, as Walter moves into 4th. Morgan to 5th. Uchinsky back to 6th. Lots of chaos from 3rd on back for a big pack of cars, as up front LeBaron and Mir just laughing all the way as they're way out there. Meanwhile, the 427 goes around. That was further back down the order. That was all the way near the tail end of the field, I believe. That was Junaid Dean going around in 21st in turn number 1. But Miguel Mir and Morgan LeBaron, they're going to be up front by about 3, maybe 4 seconds before this lap is over as they come into turn number 8.
Yeah, last time by was 2. We're going to keep a track of it next time it goes by. But how about that for Kyle Walter? Up 2 positions along with Kyle up 2 as well. And they're just behind the field of view. They are almost nose to tail. Just behind is Morgan and Yelchinski. But I think Yelchinski was able to get around Morgan as well. So still hustling and tussling that mid-pack as we continue to watch the top 2.
Let's see them coming into the final turn. Miguel Mir wants the lead. He'll take it away in turn number 11. Miguel Mir is through. LeBaron back to second as they come out of 13. Miguel Mir puts the number 1 plate at the point there on the Cruise Racing Development LN card. And Morgan LeBaron goes to work behind him with about a second and a half margin. I don't know how they lost as much time as they did, but third and fourth, Adamar Kayargo, Kyle Walter, they were faster than the leaders. So was Kyle Uchinski. He went purple. So while these guys were way back before, I mean, they picked up 4 to 6 or 7 tenths on the lead that time by. That was tremendous out of the midfield of the top 10.
Yeah, Walter and company able to, I think it's just a matter of getting their heads down and trying to work together. They were going back and forth, allowing that gap to open back up. And then since they decided to settle down that last lap, able to close it back up. Meanwhile, Miguel Mir starting to pull away from LeBaron, almost 2 car lengths heading down into turn 7.
Here's a look again at Kyle Walter there on the bright white suit. Kyle Uchinski on the gray helmet behind him. That's 4th and 5th. Adamar Kayargo runs in the middle of them. And Morgan LeBaron, again, struggling a little bit as James Lundberg and one more get tangled together. 3 collected over in turn number 9. One is the 406 of Scott Cherry. Another one was James Lundberg. And I guess around there was probably Jose de la Garza or Tam Nguyen. So that was the 432, we're being told. That was, no, that was the 423 of Evan Kozak. Involved. So Kozak along with Lundberg and the 406 of Cherry all out in turns 9 and 10 that time by. Here's a look at the pack. What a run for Adamar Kayargo. Fastest car on the racetrack by half a second that time by over the race leaders. It's Mir over LeBaron, 1st and 2nd. Then Kayargo in 3rd. Walter is 4th. Uchinski is 5th as they go over back to turn 8. We'll wait for the camera to pan. There it is over here now coming out of turn number 8.
Yeah, Kayargo up, fastest car on track right now, 1.021 was what he was able to do. Good shot of the leaders there. And Kayargo down by about 2.5 car lengths now, starting to close back up. Right behind him, Kyle Walter and Kyle Uchinski also have found each other. They're working now nose to tail, slowly making the way up towards the front. There's a good gap from 1st all the way back to 6th. So there's your top 2. Miguel Mir now getting ran down by LeBaron, down to about a half a car length now. And all the while, Kayargo in 3rd, slowly edging his way back up. 4th and 5th of Walter and Uchinski. Also, I think it's just a matter of working together because they continue to close that gap, even though they fell way back there, well outside the top 5. Now they find themselves trying to see if they can put the pressure on for the top 3.
Well, Mir and LeBaron finally are starting to pick up their pace once again and go back to being some of the fastest cars on the racetrack. They were even, if not better, than anyone else besides Gary Glanger. He was fastest, but he's way back after that bobble from earlier. So as they come out of turn number 7 and go to turn number 8 here, Miguel Mir, car length out over Morgan LeBaron and still holding even. It was growing a little bit. It hasn't grown much. LeBaron's hanging on just barely here to the edge of the draft, about 3 cars back from Miguel Mir. We're coming to 30 seconds plus 2 laps to go as they head out of turn 10. Here's the look at the gap through the bend. It's up to 3 to 4 car lengths back to LeBaron. Look at Uchinski glued to the rear bumper of Kyle Walter to push him forward towards Adamar Kayargo. They'll make up a lot of time coming out of 11, 12, and 13. In fact, they'll be down within a car length of the man in 3rd.
Yeah, last time the 2 together of Walter and Uchinski were about a 10th better. Now they're about 3 better than leader of Miguel Mir running out in front. Although Miguel looks like he's almost plateauing. He was starting to pull away from LeBaron. Now he's kind of plateauing that lead. And the gap continues to close there from 4th and 3rd of Walter and Kayargo running in 3rd and 4th respectively.
LeBaron closed up that time, watching closely through 4, 5, and 6. Mir was a little bit tighter, and that allowed Morgan LeBaron to make up all the time he had lost over the last couple of laps. So we're back to nose to tail. Look at Kyle Walter as well, really bringing the heat to Adamar Kayargo. Was close coming into turn number 8. Couldn't do much there. Here comes the run to turns 9 and 10. Single file up front. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 back to Uchinski as they come out of the corner. The blue and yellow LN kart for Cruise Racing Development of Miguel Mir showing the way, coming this time to what should be either 2 to go or the white flag. Up front, LeBaron will pull it to a car length away. It's a car length all the way back as Kayargo overshoots the entry. He gets into the back of LeBaron, frustrates him, cost them all some time. Mears' lead opens as the 2 to go signal is given down to turns 1 and 2.
That's going to pay into the favor, though, of Walter and Yuchinski, who's running right behind. Now they start to close it back up to Kayargo, who I think he just got on the brakes just a little too deep onto it and then ran into the back bumper of LeBaron. Now,
Big move back there in turn number 4 as Kayargo and LeBaron collide. Or no, Yuchinski went off. Kayargo's okay. Walter's okay. Yuchinski off the racetrack with a big deal there, Caleb, in turn 4.
Yeah, it looked like he got 2 wheels up and then just went off the track. So Miguel Mir out in front, continuing to now start to pull away. It was starting to go back down, but since a little bit of a bobble into turn 11, spreading back out. There he is, tucking his head back down the wheel. But it should be a clean 1-2 here for Mir and LeBaron if they stay nose to tail. There is a challenge on the inside from Walter onto Kayargo.
Couldn't get by him there, running to the line. White flag in the air this time by for Miguel Mir and Morgan LeBaron. Unfortunate for Kyle Yuchinski. Like you said, biked it up onto 2 wheels and then had to catch it, and he went all the way off as there's more contact. Around goes Kyle Walter as Adamar Kayargo went to the center, and I think Walter thought he could send it deep on the high side, and Kayargo didn't leave enough or maybe moved just a little bit in the braking zone, and Kyle Walter, hand in the air, he's frustrated looking at the officials, maybe looking for a blocking penalty, but nonetheless, we go back to the lead. LeBaron has done everything he can to close back up to Miguel Mir. I just don't know if he's got enough to get to him. He's 2 cars back, final time to turn number 7.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to have enough either, but they make their way through. Anything can happen here. Still about a half a lap still yet to go. That big sweeper of the triple apex of turn 7. There's a good shot the rest of the field. Out of 7 they go. A little bit wider towards that mid-exit point for Miguel Mir. Is going to carry more momentum. Doesn't take a peek back, and he's also not going to defend it heading into turn 8.
Yeah, he's got a safe gap here that should be safe to the checkered flag. Miguel Mir did not qualify on the pole. That honor went to Morgan LeBaron, but he's going to make up some points in the championship with a win in heat number 1. He'll come to turn 11 for the final time, and he will score the win in heat number 2. Miguel Mir hangs on and fends off a hard-charging Morgan LeBaron for his second heat race of start and second heat start on the day. Checkers in the air for the rest of the field. Look at the shuffling through the top 10. Dr. Thane Morgan to 3rd by the end of it all. Adamar Kayargo back to 4th. Glanger 5th. RJ Guajardo in 6th. 5 spots up. 8 spots up for Tyson Knight to 7th. Andy Miller 8th. Neil Faulkner 9th. Jose De La Garza rounds out the top 10. 5 classes still to come. 6 in the book so far. Walter Racing Engines K.A. Jr. is up on deck here from Amarillo Kart Complex. Engines coming to life for Wilcher Racing Engines KA100 Junior as we continue to roll through the afternoon. The final 5 rounds of sessions here. KA Junior on the racetrack, followed up by Open Shifter presented by Victor Racing. Then it'll be 206 Cadet, 206 Junior, and then your Exertech KA100 Seniors to close out Saturday afternoon. 5:30 p.m. Eastern time right now, or 5:30 p.m. Central time right now. So we are a fair bit behind the schedule at the moment. We were slated to be starting our Exertech K100 Seniors at this moment. So if for those of you that have been watching the local timetable to estimate about roughly where we are, we're about 40 to 50 minutes off of the original time. I estimate we start the KA Senior final heat race around 6:15, maybe 6:30 p.m. Central, 7:15, 7:30 p.m. Eastern here this afternoon on this sunny, hot and sunny day here in Amarillo, Texas. Everyone's got sunscreen out and as much water as you can drink. We've got Wilcher Engines KA Junior on the racetrack for their final session of the day at 28 total drivers on the entry list. Here's a look at the lineup as they form up once again. It was Diego Guillot and Landon Skinner that pulled away in Heat 1. Truly Adams, who starts on the outside of the front row in that Musgrave Racing Company factory kart, the black and red machine, was with them for the opening half and then kind of faded backwards as the race went on. Graham Tremble on the Cosmic chassis there in the all-white 866 in the blue suit starts in the 4th spot. Tyler Roberts on the inside of row 3 alongside David Ibarra to make up 5th and 6th. 7th is the 898 on the inside. That's Matthew Duquette. He fell back, unfortunately, in Heat 1. Justin Music on the outside in the Arcane Motorsports Tony Kart. And then row 5, Derek Wargo had a terrible start in the first heat alongside Spencer Smith in that Forward Direction Motorsports Comp Kart. Here we are looking for the green flag in KA Junior. We've got it down to 1, and it's a late punch-off. And that's going to have a couple guys popped in the air. Music was up in 2 wheels. And it looked like Smith was sideways as well. Now they go to the back section, turn 4 for the first time. And the top 3 quickly get away in the same order they were back in Heat 1, Caleb. Guillot, Skinner, Truly Adams, 1, 2, 3, Graham Tremble, P4.
Yeah, Tremble's starting to bring that entire second pack up with him as well. In the tow of the top 3, like you said, Guillot out in front, Skinner P2, kind of the wash and repeat that we saw from heat race number 1. But something that's different than the first heat is that instead of it being the top 5 breakaway single file and everyone else is still packed up 2x2, we now got about 8 to 9 that are all single file making their way down the backstretch this time.
Here they come down the back straightaway. Look at this side by side. Tyler Roberts under fire. That's the 898 of Matthew Duquette. Much better start in Heat 2 for Matthew, and much needed to get himself some points back towards the top 10 starting spot in the main as he'll pick up a spot there. Moved about 6th or so. Problems further back. A number of cars collected. One is the 806. Maybe 808 of Landon Welker, and a few more will ID them when they come across the line and fall down the leaderboard. As 1 lap is completed, Guillot, Skinner, Adams, Tremble, Duquette the top 5. Roberts loses another spot there for 6th to David Ibarra, who's got the yellow gloves and the black and yellow helmet, to 6th for Ibarra. 7th Roberts, 8th for Joey Domey. Up front, your group of 4 starting to pull away a little bit there as 5th place Matthew Duquette tries to close that margin back up once again.
Yeah, Trammell also able to close up in that 4th spot. He was leading that second pack, down by about 3 or 4 kart lengths. Now breathing down the back door of Truly Adams running in the 3rd spot. So a 4-kart breakaway out in front, a little bit of a break before he gets to Matthew Duquette and company, followed by Roberts, Ybarra, and I believe that is the 4 right there behind him. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 out in front. So already getting spread out, but that 4-pack out in front, if they can keep it clean, could get a decently sized gap here before we get to the halfway point.
Landon Skinner might be trying the same strategy that worked for him in Heat 1, but I'd imagine Truly Adams and Graham Tremble have worked on their long-run pace to be able to stay with the top 2 drivers in this second heat race and not get dropped off the leaderboard. So Landon Skinner for now, same game plan. Push teammate Diego Guillot as far away as he can. Truly Adams and Graham Tremble 3rd and 4th. Car length apiece between them. The gap back to Matthew Duquette in the 5th spot, 1.6 seconds. And they added 3/10 to the margin last time, although that'll stack them up a little as Guillot got sideways in turn 4. And they'll close up to him and really get bumper to bumper now heading into turn number 7.
Trammell needs to get just a little bit more onto Adams in order to push him up towards the top 2, down into that hairpin of turn 7, heading up into turn 8 now. So the top 4 are out in front, but Trammell, he is teetering on that borderline of starting to fall away from the toe as they make their way down that long backstretch now.
Yeah, not a good run for Graham Tremble through the hairpin section. Like you said, Caleb, he is falling off. It's already maybe a couple of tenths off the back of Truly Adams, so he needs a good run out of 9 and 10. And right here, a key rhythm section is this turn 11, 12, 13 chicane, and then the turn 1, 2 chicane. You sacrifice at the beginning to get that good launch coming out. So you don't necessarily treat 11 as an individual corner because you wash out too far wide. You got to crank the wheel right for 12 and hard left for 13. And then right here, this is all about sacrifice. Really pinch off the exit of turn 1 so you can roll speed out of 2 and down the straightaway. And Truly Adams did a great job of that. He'll have a big run to the bumper of Landon Skinner. For now, he'll hold and show some restraint there in third, and Tremmel as well. Big recovery lap here in the works. He's got himself back to within a car length as they come out of 6.
You're in if you're Truly Adams right now, you're kind of in a catch-22. You kind of want to go up to the front, break up the teammates of Gio and Skinner, but at the same time, if you do that and Skinner decides to race you back, then you're going to be able to watch the leader of Diego Guillo start to pull away. So Truly Adams, he's staying right there in the third spot, but possibly might want to take the opportunity to break up the top 2, although right now that's happening for him as Skinner tries on the inside of Guillo.
And he'll get through. Landon Skinner to the lead out of turn number 10. Guillo able to slot quickly into second. Adams still there in third. Tremmel fourth. David Ibarra, Matthew Duquette, Tyler Roberts all 5th, 6th, and 7th lined up. They pulled away from Joey Domey and Easton Cox, who were side by side last time. But the top 4, not a big gap. 2 seconds. Too much battling too early on. And we'll see more drivers join the party. For now, they stay as a 4-car train in the front, and Landon Skinner commands them coming out of turn number 2. New fastest lap time, set that time by Tyler Roberts, 65.51. That was 2/10 better than Landon Skinner. His pack was a little bit slower as Ibarra went around Duquette. So while the leaders traded the lead of their group, the lead traded as well for that second pack of 3 with Ibarra going by on Matthew Duquette to take over the position. Truly Adams here all over Guillo, and Landon Skinner even pulling away a little bit. Got himself a couple car length cushion coming through the quad apex at turn 8.
Yeah, Adams may have to work with Guillo to try to push him back up to Skinner running up in the front, but now he's going to try on the inside. Now count him up into the second position possibly. Yes, he will. Takes it away. Guillo falls back into P3, and that's going to allow Tremmel to stay attached to what is now a 3-pack as your leader of Skinner continues to pull away.
Yeah, Landon Skinner looking sporty right now. Diego Guillo now will have to work with Truly Adams to see if they can run back up to the race leader. Well, it'll be a minute and a half plus 2 laps to go at the line. That basically makes this one 4 laps to go, more or less, as they cross through 1 and 2. Skinner's lead, 0.8 of a second, just outside the drafting window. But Adams, like you said, has help with Guillo, has help with Tremmel, and they're still about the same. 1.9 seconds back to David Ibarra's group. 5th, 6th, and 7th there lined up at the end of the group, end of the train. It's Ibarra, Duquette, Roberts. They've got 2 seconds back to Easton Cox. It's Joey Domey back in 9th. Spencer Smith is 10th. Justin Music, don't know if he suffered any damage. Him and Spencer Smith are 8 seconds back from the lead, 2.5 back from Cox and Domey. They are 10th and 11th. Side by side for third here. You can see Guillo looking over at the engine, maybe trying to make an adjustment. Graham Tremmel's going to take over third. Popped a lot of curb going through, though. Guillo will cross him up, and they'll drag race out of 10. Side by side for third. Guillo gets the spot back, and now they've lost a lot of time to first and second.
Yeah, Tremmel, locked up a little bit, got into the back bumper of Guillo, and that is going to hold him up even more so. There's the top 2 at the bottom of your screen. So now they're possibly under threat of falling back into David Ibarra's group if they continue to have these little mistakes that are holding them up and now making them fall out of that entire lead pack.
Yeah, it's all on Truly Adams' shoulders to run down the race leader. The good news was, last time by, 2/10 better for the factory kart of Truly Adams, a 65.22 to a 65.40 of Landon Skinner. So he picked up 2/10. He still crossed the line at the loop, 6/10 back, but I think he's closing again this lap. Guillo looking a little better now that he's at a half lap back ahead of Graham Tremmel, and he needs to, because like you said, David Ibarra was closing in thanks to the 2 of them battling. He's a second away. There's a look at the top 10, really a top 7 coming through. 3rd and 4th on your screen, then 5th, 6th, and 7th right there, and 2nd and 1st out in front by about a 1.25 seconds. Here's a look at the leaders. There's a look at 3rd and 4th, and again, into frame almost is David Ibarra's Alan Rudolph Racing Academy Tony Kart in the 5th position on that blue and yellow helmet in the black suit. Right behind him is Matthew Duquette there on the Gillard in the Team GWR Energy. And then you have the Iron Rock Tony Kart of Tyler Roberts. 2 to go here as they go through 1 and 2.
Tyler Roberts not close enough to Duquette to try to give a little bit of an assistance to catch him back up to not only Ibarra, but also that push up to the front as we continue to watch the battle there for the 3rd spot on back. Then we get to that second pack we're talking about. Ibarra leading it out in front. getting a little bit of assistance every now and then from Duquette as they make their way to the short chute now. Now Duquette, I think he may have stumbled a little bit heading into turn 4. Now he's going to have to rely on Tyler Roberts to give a little bit of a push to come out of that.
This is all here with a lap and a half remaining. Truly Adams continues to try to hunt down the leader, Landon Skinner, but he didn't make up a lot of time. Only 100th last time by. He needs more. Here's 3rd and 4th. Again, to the inside. Tremmel trying to go on Guillot. This time, no curb and successful. He gets through for 3rd off the racetrack side by side behind him. That was Roberts still going at it with Duquette. They're door to door for 6th as Ibarra gets clear. Duquette hangs on. Roberts looking on him again at 11. Trying the inside for Tyler. They're going to make contact, and off the racetrack goes Matthew Duquette. And they'll still race side by side. This time Roberts gets through for P6.
Yeah, so Roberts up one more spot. Not quite sure what's going to happen after that. White flag is out. One more time by for your leaders, although we're looking a little bit farther back now. I believe that is at Ybarra, Roberts, and Duquette, if I'm not mistaken there. Then we're going to spot back up to your leaders. So that is Landon Skinner leading out in front. Truly Adams into P2. Down by about 2 car lengths. Not close enough to make any dive bomb moves, but it's just far out enough for Landon Skinner to not have to take the defensive line yet.
Yeah, he's closing in even more this lap. He'll have maybe a Hail Mary shot in the final turn. More than anything, he'll know that he's got the speed to run up front. Just needed to get to that 2nd spot a couple laps sooner. Down to 9 and 10 on the final time through. Landon Skinner leads by 2 car lengths. You can see Adams all the way to the edge of the racetrack. Barely hung the right rear off the edge. And with 3 car lengths to spare, it'll be enough. Landon Skinner was able to wait all the way to the final corner to make his bid for the lead in Heat 1. He goes through earlier in Heat 2, and it will make it stick both times. Landon Skinner sweeps the heats in KA Jr. Adams 2nd. Here comes the next pack. Tremmel, Guillot, Ibarra almost got there. 3 wide at the line for 6th. Give it to Tyler Roberts over Duquette as Easton Cox arrived on the scene late. And there's 2 together at the top of the screen over in 11. We'll see who those 2 are that got collected. Looks like Liam Flanagan and maybe Jackson Young. They were up at the early teens, outside edge of the top 10. And Jackson Young will get back going. It might have been them. I think it was Young indeed. So it might have also been Flanagan, both able to get back and at least continue to finish. Keep the bleeding down, only a couple of spots lost instead of the entire grid. But Ultra Racing Engines KA Jr. wraps up their day. 4 more classes are headed your way now with Victor Racing Open Shifter on deck, 206 Cadet, 206 Junior, and Exertech KA Senior to round us off here this afternoon from Amarillo. Welcome back to Amarillo Kart Complex as Victor Racing Open Shifter takes the racetrack, and we get set for the first of our final 4 heat races on the afternoon. Billy Musgrave put it on pole by 0.8 of a second as the 4-time SCUSA Super Nationals winner and Pro Shifter national level contender. Gives us a taste of where our open shifter field currently lies here at the Texas regional level in terms of speed to the best in the world, really, as well as the best in North America. And for fun, he's opted to start from the tail end of the grid in 12th. Last time in Heat 1, took him all of 7/8 of an opening lap to get to the lead, Caleb. But granted, he got a lot of those positions off the start with a heck of a jump.
Yeah, he got that whole shot, went straight down the middle. Almost looked like it opened up perfectly as both lanes went to the outsides of their respective areas. So now, let's see. Maybe he can do it in 0.6 of a lap here. Who knows?
It all comes down to the start as we get set to go. You have Derek Proctor and David Williams on the front row. Here comes the rest of the pack lining up. Wes Lee on the comp cart. Chris Jennings there in the 275 Magic on the outside of row 2. We go to the flagman here to start pro open shifter, and Musgrave will pick off a couple, but this time he's blocked in. Look at this, they're 3 wide going to turns 1 and 2, and there's chaos up the road for the lead as well. Musgrave will pick up about 5, and one driver is stuck. That's the 203 of Wes Lee. From third, went wide in turn 1 and got stuck in the grass as Chris Jennings has gotten the whole shot from 4th on the grid to go to the lead.
Yeah, heartbreaker for Wes Lee. He had a good start there. Almost could have been contingency for the lead here up until Musgrave would probably have run down the field inevitably at some part of the track. But now we're going to continue to watch Proctor, you said, up into the front. Trying to pull away from the field. And a little bit of update there. Not into the top 3 yet is your 4-time Pro Tour winner. Actually, is back into 5th of Billy Musgrave, making up about 5 spots so far.
Now to 4th here for Musgrave as he goes to work on David Gomez. Here he goes to the outside of him, coming out of turn 10, making the inside of the bend. He'll get clear. So Billy Musgrave on the factory cart now goes to P3 as they battle for the lead. Proctor still trying to find a way around Chris Jennings as David Williams falls down the order along with Wes Lee. So he was the other driver involved in that side-to-side contact on the opening lap. A little bit longer for Billy to get there, but he's on the way. P3 as he comes into view here. Jennings under fire. He went a little wide, and the mistake allows Derek Proctor to get in through. Musgrave trying to find a hole. Can't do it in turn 6.
Yeah, let's see if Jennings can possibly use Proctor behind him as a little bit of a pick to try to hold off Billy just a little bit longer than it would be able to over into turn 7, which I can't even imagine a shift what that feels like. Your entire body getting pinned to the seat in your head, fighting your head and trying to pull it back up on the left side as they make their way down the backstretch now.
You know, Musgrave had a look there on Jennings, but Chris Jennings, the veteran shifter driver, deep enough on the brakes. Billy didn't want to force the issue. He's also having fun, I think, riding behind these guys and just letting them play a little bit. But now he's going to go by into 11, deep on the brakes for Billy. He'll get clear on Chris, move himself to 2nd. And now as Derek Proctor leads lap 2 with 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go, Billy Musgrave goes to work for the lead on a turn number 2. All 3 drivers close together, and they were still close for second on back once Billy got around last street race. Now Billy's got a little more work to do to get by Derek. Let's see if Derek tries to make it hard on him. Turn 6. Nah, Billy, easy. Down the inside and clear. Musgrave to the lead.
Something else to keep in mind, too, we always talk about the draft for your KA and your 206 division, but something that's a little bit different when you see in your shifters and even your X30 class is instead of a toe, you almost get an aero wash where it kind of forces the air off the front bumper, so it's actually making it a little bit harder around that 2nd spot now. That's why you don't see everyone just as packed up, aside from the power in the front brakes, that you would in some of the other categories.
Well, yeah, it's a difference in speed, right? The faster you go, the more that the just little bits of body work that they are always going through an R&D process actually make a difference and produce that 1% of downforce. And when you lose that 1% or however minimal it is in the karts going that much faster, running the softer tire, you'll lose more in the corner than you'll gain in the draft down the straightaway. This track being one of the exceptions that you're still able to get a pretty decent advantage towing off the back of someone in front of you because there's so many long stretches. But in shifter racing, in X30 and OKN racing, that little bit of understeer they'll get running behind another driver in their aero wake will sometimes make it worse to run in that spot than to be getting the benefit of the draft down the straightaways. And again, it's very minimal, but it's just enough to kind of balance out that effect. The faster you go, the less the draft matters because you're still producing power down the straightaway, and the more speed you carry in the turns, which means that little extra bit of running in dirty air can matter just a touch. It wasn't an issue for Billy, though. He was able to get through easily. He's coming to put 4 minutes complete, 3 to go, plus 2 laps here in Victor Racing Open Shifter, and continues to make it look easy on that American-made factory kart as he comes across the line to put 4 laps completed, and he'll set the new fast lap at a 57. 38, and the R&D continues. Back behind, Derek Proctor again in second, continuing to pull away from Chris Jennings bit by bit. He pulled 4/10 on him last time, so had to fend him off a little bit, had to get around him, and he did. And since then, even though Jennings got the whole shot from fourth, he has not been able to counterattack because his speed's just been a little bit further back. Great start for Noah Zarsk in the 227 Sodi kart, back in that fourth position, about 8 seconds away from the lead. He's up 3 spots as they go through the field. Then fifth place, Juan David Gomez. Corey Caswell is 6th. Isaac Treza Almond is 7th. Iron Padraha is 8th. Justin Humphrey 9th. And then again, DNFs for David Williams, Wesley, and Eric Vanderdussen. 3 drivers out in heat number 2. Here's a look at Zarsk, I believe, on the DKC livery Sodi kart, just ahead of Juan David Gomez for 4th. This is a reversal of where we saw them in heat number 1, with Gomez holding the spot and Zarsk applying pressure. Now it's Juan David Gomez trying to apply pressure to Noah Zarsk for position number 4.
Yeah, like you said, both times battling out for the 4th spot. Something else to keep, or something I've been watching, I should say, the gap between Millie Musgrave and the rest of the field that you can see there, 2.8 seconds last time by, 1.8. So he pulled out a second a lap faster than your second placement of Derek Proctor so far through P4 right now of Noah Zarsk, 10.2. So Musgrave pulling out a fine performance for sure as we continue to watch here. If I'm not mistaken, that's Chris Jennings running, Noah Zark running in the 4th spot with Juan David Gomez running in P5.
Yeah, so Zarsk right there pulled away a little bit from Juan David Gomez, and that was to be expected with a pro-level driver competing here this weekend. That Musgrave would pull away. The question was not if, but how much. And not as much as the opening heat, of course, because it took him a little longer to get through the pack. But he nonetheless is continuing to add on to the margin. We'll put another down here. This is 6 complete at the line for everybody. A minute plus 2 laps to go. Billy should get around to maybe get 2 to go, maybe get 3 to go, depending on how they clock it. For Zarsk, that time was a good lap, a 60 flat to Juan David Gomez's 60.3. There's Musgrave. He put in a 57.6, a 58.3, so about 7/10 better than Derek Proctor and about 8/10 better than Chris Jennings, who has fallen to about 1.3 seconds back from P2. Here's the run down the back chute for Musgrave. Nobody else in frame, and he'll round turns 9 and 10 to continue his domination here in Victor Racing Open Shifter. Further back, no other battles really on the racetrack right now. Everyone's kind of also, like Billy, by their lonesome. He'll come by the stripe with 10 seconds left on the counter, so that shouldn't, and it won't, give us a 2 to go. 3 to go for Billy Musgrave here through turn 2.
Farther back through the field, Proctor in P2, a little bit of an island by himself, not quite close enough to Billy to make any move, 3.7 seconds. But behind him, Chris Jennings is running about 1.8 behind him. So Proctor in P2 just has to bring it on home, not make any mistakes, save his equipment. And something else he can start to do now is save his tires. When you're not running in a pack like that, we're talking about the little bit of air wash, he can nurse those things back home. Then we go farther back, Noah Zarsk still ahead of Juan David Gomez running in P5. And I'm wondering if Gomez can't inch it up a little bit closer, maybe to a half a car length, if he can get a little bit later on the brakes and make up that 1 extra spot to put him up into P4. And
again, not only is the air wash, the bigger thing of it is being able to drive a whole lot slower and easier. Jennings that time by slowed down to about 4/10 from where he was. He's got a 10-second gap back to these two, so no need to push the limits here. He can save the rubber, save the equipment a little bit, maybe give him a better fighting chance in Heat 3 or the main. I believe they go new tires for the main, but I'm not 100% certain here. I would imagine so on the Avinco Reds. But for Noah Zark and Juan David Gomez, they can't afford, well, at least Noah can't, to slow down too much. Gomez was 3/10 better the lap before. This time, give the advantage back to Noah Zark, 3/10 in his favor, and he'll even that gap back out to once again being about half a second between the pair of them with 2 laps to go. Like you said, Juan David Gomez, even with the front brakes in the gearbox to really dive it in, you still got to be within about a half car length, at worst a car length, and even then a car length back is a gutsy move to try and make a pass complete. So there they go to the back over at turn number 8. Billy Musgrave on the other end of the racetrack coming by us now here to put the white flag in the air. 1 to go for Billy Musgrave aboard the factory cart as he crosses the stripe.
Yeah, down into turn 1. You can hear him still pushing hard. I think the R&D process is working out into his favor, and what a better way to test it than in the racing condition, because you can figure it out running in a pack, and he can figure it out running it by himself out in front, still doing race pace. And his best time was a 57.2. Last time by, he ran a 57.3. So he is still pushing it, even though he's got a fairly large margin over the rest of the field. Noah Zarsk and Juan David Gomez come across the line, and it appears that Gomez is a little bit slower than Zarsk. He was starting to fall off ever so slightly the past couple laps. Now he's going to slow down even more so by about half a tenth.
Yeah, he fell off half a second that time by. So 60 flat for Zarsk, 60.5 for Gomez. That battle will subside, and we'll watch Billy take us around to the finish here. Heat 1, Heat 2 from the rear, no problem. Nice and fun, and a heck of a Saturday afternoon in Amarillo, Texas for Californian Billy Musgrave. He'll put another one in the books. Heat 2 win in Victor Racing Open Shifter, and a big margin out back. Check this out, there top of the screen. Looked like Derek Proctor also slowed the pace down at the end. He'll manage into second and use that bit of insurance he had over Chris Jennings. And then it's nearly 10 seconds back to fourth and fifth. Let's see them come into frame. Noah Zarsk there first on the black helmet, then Juan David Gomez, then Corey Caswell, and the rest of the field will cycle through. Zarsk, Gomez, Caswell, Alamond there in the FK will finish in seventh. Iron Padraha, top of the screen, will come to eighth, and Justin Humphrey will round off the field in ninth. Another break here, folks. 3 more races still coming your way. Take a look at them. 206 Cadet on deck. 206 Junior is next after them, and then it'll be time for KA Senior. These are the final 3 races you'll be able to watch fully free today. Tomorrow, all of the third round of heats fully free to view. And if you'd like to watch the main events, make sure to go to youtube.com/kartchaser/join, $9.99 a month to be able to watch main events live. If you can't afford it or can't make it happen, or you're going to miss them regardless time-wise, they'll be posted for free on YouTube Wednesday of the following week. We're live from Amarillo Kart Complex with 3 more races to go before Saturday's wrapped up. Cadet, Junior, and Senior coming your way.
We don't got them cars. Y'all are here. What I'm from. Jump up on the scene. They can't put a beat. What they eat. Bust it on the beat. Nigga talking talk. Body sweet. Hand up on my lip. I just want it bust on my neck. It's on my tape.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop in to Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
Spin to the spin counter here, and we're up to 3 on the weekend, Caleb, already as another one's gone around in Kept Clothing 206 Cadet. Cade Casper and Aston Wyatt will lead the field to green, but Braden Westfall was able to win a wild one in heat number 1. He lines up third alongside Tanner Barsh to complete the second row. Thomas Smith and Mateo Quinto will make up row number 3 as the field rounds turn 7 and heads over to turn number 8 with Cadro Milbrandt and Chris Tracy starting 7th and 8th to complete row 4. Emmett Eddles and Dean Gary Orr will make up row number 5. Drew Blam and Will Stevens, row 6. Teddy Mitchell and Wyatt Slider, row 7. Paxton Dyson and Dutch Westbrook are the only 2 scratches. They'll show on the leaderboard. They are not here this weekend, unfortunately. So 14 drivers in total, 16 off the entry list for Kept Clothing 206 Cadet. And Cade Casper on the gray and white GFC kart for Trackside Karting Services, alongside Aston Wyatt's fellow Trackside Karting Services Bureau Art, will lead the field to green.
Yeah, they're making their way down the backstretch now. Keep an eye on Cade Casper and Ashton Wyatt in the micro and minis, and also in the 206 Cadet. They have been the name of the game. Mateo Quinito out in that 6th position, a front runner when it came time for the micros and minis, somehow finds his way up to the front as well. Tanner Barsh, another name that we've seen earlier today in the other class as well in the mini division. So they're about to get underway here shortly, Xander.
Yeah, here they come out of the final couple turns. Cade Casper, Aston Wyatt will round turn number 13 onto the front stretch. This is a fast start, one of the faster ones we've seen all day. It'll get the green, though. Down to 1. Can they all survive? Lots of pushing and shoving, and we'll take 3, 4, 5 around. It's a yard sale in turn 1 as a number of cars got collected as they had to get on the brakes. Some of the starts have been a little bit slower. That one was a little bit fast, and Mateo Quinto, along with the 243 machine of Will Stevens, the worst of it, they get collected. Braden Westfall gets through to the lead. Casper to 2nd. Aston Wyatt 3rd. Big gap out back to what might be Chris Tracy or Thomas Smith as the field rounds turn number 7.
Yeah, so they're making their way through now. And a little bit of a break that we already seen. You got that 3-pack out in front and then another 3-pack rounding out your top 6. However, in that first group, they're already starting to separate out between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd to get a good shot of it, hopefully on the backstretch here. That is 4th on back, side by side for 5th. There's the top 3 already starting to get themselves spread out.
Yeah, it's Tanner Barsh getting up to position number 4. I think Dean Gary Orr or maybe Thomas Smith or Chris Tracy was moving themselves up into 4th, then back to 5th, then back to 6th is a great start for the likes of Emmett Eddles. He was able to get up to, let's see, around P6 at the moment. But Braden Westfall in the red and white machine leads them. And there goes your top 3 through. Here's Barsh. And indeed, Thomas Smith there was able to get into position number 5 on the white go-kart. Then 3 more. Here's Cadro Milbrandt. Wyatt Slider was the driver in the black and blue that got through all the way to the top 5, but now he's slowly getting reeled back in by the pack. Here comes Dean Gary Orr to the outside of him as the top 3 remain spread apart. And Braden Westfall, all credit where credit is due, is pulling away on the opening couple of laps from Cade Casper and Aston Wyatt by a decent little bit at the moment.
Yeah, if he's able to continue this up, he'll eliminate the factor of the draft for Casper and Wyatt running in 2nd and 3rd. And the only hopes that Casper and Wyatt have is to link up and try to push each other towards the front. So if Westfall can continue this fast pace right off the bat, we could see him pull away and then make it a battle for the 2nd spot. However, Casper has been fast all weekend long in that GFC kart as well. So he's kind of staying right in that box right there. Wyatt's starting to fall off just a little bit more. So Casper, only hope he has is to keep it within that drafting range of your leader of Westfall.
Here they come in the big bend over to turns 11, 12, and 13. It'll be another lap completed out in front for the 248 of Braden Westfall. Out of 12 through the quick chicane onto the front straightaway. Mark another one in the books. A lap time benchmark, a 1:14.1 to Cade Casper at a 14.5. Now Tanner Barsh was the fastest overall. He's 4th. He's catching up to Aston Wyatt. So while the leader's getting away, here's a look at Tanner Barsh. What a run forward for Tanner Barsh on the Barsh Motorsports Trackside Karting Services Bureau Art. He's already caught up to Aston Wyatt. He's a car length back as they come through turn number 6 with the fastest lap time by about 4/10 over current race leader Braden Westfall. So we've got a battle forming here for 3rd with Tanner Barsh closing in.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is even if Barsh is able to get around or even assist with Wyatt, he's got a significant way to go to catch back up to Westfall. Westfall holds about a 2nd gap between himself and Casper 1 and 2, but now there's that the push that we were talking about with Barsh and Wyatt. So if they can keep this up, they might be able to get there right as the 2 flags come out, unless something happens towards the front, which makes it quicker. As you could see, Wyatt giving a tap at the back of the helmet saying, yeah, push me just a little bit more. But as of now, the best bet that they have is to work together, try to get around Casper if they can, and then hope that Westfall makes some sort of mistake going forward.
Let's see them single file through 11, 12, and 13. Tanner Barsh pushing Wyatt towards Casper. They'll make up both some time on him. A 13-6 for Braden Westfall, a 13-1 for Tanner Barsh, and a 6 for Aston Wyatt. They're all about 2 seconds away from the leader, who's driven away by his lonesome. But Tanner Barsh looking good. He probably should go, but hasn't gone yet on Aston Wyatt. Granted, it's paid off as they've caught up to Cade Casper, but if he's as fast as the lap times show, I think he might be able to get around them and pull away if he goes early enough. Over to 7, he'll give another big shove to Aston Wyatt, and it'll push Aston all the way up to the rear of Cade Casper. So 2nd, 3rd, and 4th now together through turn 8. And unfortunately for Thomas Smith, that was a good lap out of him, a 13-8. It just took him a little bit too long to get the wheels turning on that GFC, or the Bureau back behind. And he's a couple seconds away, nearly a full straightaway back from 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Little bobble there from Wyatt. Will hurt them a little, won't hurt them too much. And Tanner Barsh will give a big shove to him to close that gap back up to Cade Casper as we come to 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go in the 206 Cadet Heat. Here comes Barsh inside, looking, and got it. That'll be 3rd for Tanner Barsh, and he continues to roll.
Yeah, let's see if Barsh is able to get around Casper quicker than he was with Wyatt. I think he was trying to use Wyatt as almost like that snowplow effect to cut the air to catch back up to Casper. However, if he takes too much time with Casper here, he's going to dwindle his chances of catching up to Westfall. I think if he's able to get around quickly here within about a half a lap of closing up to him as he is now, we're going to have to watch the times because I think he might be able to get there just barely if he is on that last lap.
That's if he's as fast as he was catching them. Now he'll have no toe. Whereas Braden Westfall in a no-toe scenario, a 13.22, faster than that group by a ton. And again, it's 2.5 to 2.25 seconds back to Tanner Barsh. Quick time out of Emmett Eddles back in the 9th spot. The round 2 winner faded back a little bit on the opening lap, but a good run forward back to 9th. And he's closing up to the midfield battle with Kadra Milbrandt, Chris Tracy, and Dean Gary Orr. They're all about 9 seconds away from the lead. And with a minute plus 2 laps to go, here he is, Emmett Eddles on the bright yellow helmet, and the white and orange car has caught up to the end of it. So it's a 4-car battle. This is 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Milbrandt on the inside. Look at the run. What a run for Dean Gary Orr. He gets clear by 11 from the outside, and the inside then through 10, outside into 11. And Chris Tracy is there in the 8th spot on the white and black GFC. And then right at the back of it, Emmett Eddles on the MSL Racing Bureau Art headed through turns 1 and 2. Let's see if Emmett can make some moves. They're all stacked up. Now, Milbrandt to the outside. Gary Orr holds the spot. He'll continue to hold it. Down the run to turn number 4. Eddles wants the low side on Tracy. Can't get there. Single file through the S's they go.
Yeah, Eddles is going to maybe try to see if he can't work and push that pack up towards the front or bring him with him if he can get towards the front. Here he is popping out to the inside, giving a little tap to the back of the helmet. It looks like he's going to get no assistance, continuing to try to now hold the outside line a little wide, and he's now going to get shuffled back there into what appears to be the 9th position.
Yeah, Milbrandt falling back. Now Eddles picks up a spot, and he picks up another one that he got around Dean Gary Orr. Him and Chris Tracy moving through to 6th and 7th. Now he'll look for 6th. Use the Tracy to go forward. Now he'll go forward himself. Great bit of tactics right there as Emmett Eddles carves up that pack and gets himself to position number 6 now. We're within the 2 to go signal. It'll be 2 to go at the line for this group back in 6th. Eddles about as high as he may get. He might be able to break away from that group. Maybe not. We'll find out. He's definitely fast enough if the lap times tell anything. While up front, Westfall long gone for the lead. 2nd place, Tanner Barsh has pulled away as well. He just set fast time. 1:12.76, 0.2 better than Braden Westfall. So Tanner Barsh is moving on the racetrack right now in the 251. He's pulled away from 3rd and 4th. He's just going to run out of laps before he can get up to Braden Westfall to challenge for the win. And then there's that group all the way back, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. Emmett Eddles, Chris Tracy, still nose to tail as they exit 6th, but Eddles, a great exit there on the MSL Bureau Art.
Yeah, Tracy was glued to the back bumper of Eddles as they make their way down the backstretch. Good shot of the rest of the field going into turn 7 now. But if Eddles and Tracy, again, like you're talking about, running down the clock, there's just not enough time. They probably could catch up to Thomas Smith had they had more laps. There they are now. Eddles out in front, Tracy right behind him in P2 in that GFC car going down the backstretch. But had they have 5 or 6 more laps, maybe they could have been able to reel in Thomas Smith. But as of now, Eddles, fantastic run, moving up 3 positions so far if he can hold off Tracy running behind him.
And that's a 3-position net gain because he was way back until he got his way back to 9th in that craziness of the turn 1 start. White flag in the air, 1 to go for Braden Westfall in the dominant run here on Saturday. Probably his best Texas Sprint Racing Series weekend to date right now. The Austin Kazuba tuned privateer leading the way by a fair bit here as the Kart Republic driver takes them through 4, 5, and 6, and he'll exit turn 6 for the final time on Saturday with a nice and healthy 2.5 lead. You can see Tanner Barsh creeping into frame. He had another personal best and overall session best last time by. The gap was down less than 2 seconds to 1.7. He'll close in even some more. Like you said, Caleb, though, same position for Emmett Eddles is the position of Tanner Barsh. Just out of time. Braden Westfall's gotten himself out front and has run out the clock successfully. He'll come through turns 9 and 10. No look over the shoulder. He knows that he's more than good out in front, and while Barsh is going to make it a little bit interesting from the looks of things as he pulls into within a second and a burner final lap for the 251, he'll come up about 2 to 3 laps shy of getting a shot at the lead. Braden Westfall will exit turn 13. He'll sweep the day's heat races in 206 Cadet, presented by Kept Clothing. Barsh a 112.65 to Braden Westfall's 113.34. That was a huge lap there, 7/10 better than the race leader by the end. Just, again, out of time. 2 more laps, maybe even just a lap, he would have been able to pressure Braden Westfall for the Heat 2 win. Aston Wyatt ends in 3rd, Thomas Smith 4th, Cade Casper, Emmett Eddles, Chris Tracy, Dean Gary Orr, Cadro Milbrandt, Drew Blem, the top 10 in Kept Clothing, 206 Cadet. And then there were 2. 206 Junior is up next here. KA Senior will round off our day. It's Seville Electric 206 Junior, where the engines are already fired up. We've just got a little bit more here left on Saturday. 2 classes before we close it off and move on to the final day of action here at Amarillo Kart Complex. On to the racetrack now for Seville Electric 206 Junior. 12 drivers in total here make up the grid. It's Josie Chambers, who drove a flawless race in heat number 1 to lead pretty much flag to flag. While behind him, they shuffled continuously. Derek Wargo in the DYL Comp Kart off a much better heat 2 in KA Junior will roll alongside him to complete row number 1 with a 2nd place starting spot. Then it'll be Reagan Seville, the reigning champ, in the number 1 plate on the Trackside Karting Services GFC in 3rd. Robert Arana will make it an all GFC row 2 in the 353. Shelby Ramirez on the Bureau Art will start on the 3rd row in 5th. Then Parker Fitz on the outside in 6th. Ava Blem and Jonas Dovre will make up row number 4 as they roll 7th and 8th to the line. Afton Willander and Grayson Knoll on row number 5. Gage Muxlow, Landon Welker, row number 6. But it's Josie Chambers aboard that black and white comp cart, or I believe either comp cart or Bureau Art for Josie Chambers coming into the line. Then it's the comp cart of Derek Wargo on the outside of the front row. The GFC's there on row 2. The comp cart of Shelby Ramirez on the inside of row 3, alongside what looks to be maybe the Bureau Art of the outside there in the 6th spot. But they're all lined up, stacked and packed. 12 cars in total for our second to last race on the afternoon. Exertech KA Senior will come up next right after this one as they round turns 11, 12, and 13. Josie Chambers, Derek Wargo bringing the field down to the line. Let's see if we can keep them a little bit slower for this start. They all watched on the fence as the 206 Cadets racked him up and really collided in turn one. This time, much better, nice and slow. We look good down to the first corner, and we should be slow enough for everyone to get through. We are through 1 and 2. They all survive. Chambers to the lead. Seville side by side with Derek Wargo for second as they round the bend out of turn 2 and go for 4.
Wargo just now able to almost slot in there for third, gets shuffled back one more spot for fourth. Seville able to hold on to the second spot. Good start from Seville there to move themselves up one more position. They're still side by side. They're going into that fourth position, heading down that little short shoot to the hairpin before they get to turn 7.
Back to single file as Derek Wargo was able to quickly snag that third spot back away from Shelby Ramirez. In fact, she's under pressure and has lost a spot as well to Robert Arana. Meanwhile, Reagan Seville quickly doing work up front. He is pushing away already with Josie Chambers to try and make it a 2-horse race here in Heat 2. 7 minutes plus 2 laps as they pull out a line back behind them. Nope, single file for the field on through. That was the 315 coming under pressure. Ava Blem feeling the heat from, I believe, either Landon Welker or Jonas Dovray, while the leaders, with the sun beginning to slowly work its way down the landscape and into the sunset formation here. You can see the difference of glare on the racetrack. They won't be racing directly into it as we still get sunsets in the summer here in Amarillo as late as 9 o'clock. But plenty of time to run. It's just a little bit different atmosphere than about 4 hours ago when they were back on the racetrack for heat number 1. Chambers a 1:18.16. Seville a 1:18.15. They are glued, locked, and loaded. It's a 1.4 second gap at the end of the opening circuit, and Derek Wargo has no help back in third to try and stay close. In fact, it's a great battle back for fourth right now because Shelby Ramirez is fending off a swarm. Check this out, about 7 cars deep. Ramirez and Ava Blem now into 4th and 5th as they head to 7, and they're 2 by 2 behind them.
Yeah, they're still going to go side by side a little bit farther back into the pack. That's going to be good news for Shelby Ramirez up in front. It looks like it is Landon Welker who is now going to take the point and make their way into turn 7 they go, and that's going to break up that pack even more. So now Eva and Shelby able to start to gap themselves away from that rest of the field.
Yeah, that's Landon Welker on the blue and black number 308 Praga there with the black helmet. He was able to get around the 316 of Afton Willander, take over the 6th position. It's unfortunately cost them time to Shelby Ramirez and Ava Blem. And up front, let's see what the gap looks like from 1st and 2nd back to 3rd this time. I think Derek Wargo was making up some change. Let's see, Chambers, Seville, their times a 1:15.7. Derek Wargo, 1:15.44. 3/10 gain for Derek Wargo on the 378 DYL Comp Cart. And he'll pull within a second as they head back to turn number 4.
Yeah, Wargo's doing that without a tow out in front or push from behind. Maybe getting a little bit of tow from the 2 running out in front of him of Seville and Chambers, but not a whole lot. If he can edge his way back up there ever so slightly, might be able to make it increase even more so. But what he really wants to see right now is Seville try to make a move on Chambers, and Chambers have to defend it off.
And you won't see that, right? Reagan Seville, the reigning champ in the class, knows what it takes to win and to get a good string of results together to put together a championship. So while Wargo was able to make up time while the tires are still cold, I think he's only got 1 or 2 more laps before Seville and Chambers really start to come into their own and lay down some heaters. I mean, we're still so early in the race that no one's karts handling perfect. They're not hooked up the whole way. You can make up a lot of time. Once they get to lap 4, lap 5, tires are up to temperature, they're warmed up, and everyone's going to be at a similar speed, give or take the draft. Welker side by side again. This is a battle back for 6. Landon Welker, Afton Willander. Look at Robert Arana. 3 wide down to the inside into 11. My goodness, are we going at it for 6. Welker with an end through the middle, back to the inside. They're 2 by 2 across the finish line. The midfield fight is phenomenal right now in Seville Electric 206 Junior.
Yeah, they're still shuffling back and forth. Oh, a little bit of a dip in the road there for Welker. Goes a little wide. They're still bunched up, almost 3 wide now coming down into turn number 4 now. Looks like they're going to get them sorted out, still 2 by 2. Welker going to fall back through the field.
Afton Willander in the 316 with a big run through. He'll get over to 6th. I believe that's Landon Fitz there in 7th now. 8th might be, Parker Fitz there in 7th, and it might be Jonas Dovray up into the 8th spot with Welker back to 9th and Arana back to 10th with 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Now, credit to Derek Wargo. I mentioned it was only going to get tougher. He did still gain, but it wasn't a 3 or 4/10 gain. It was a 2/10 gain marginally at that to Josie Chambers and Reagan Seville. So he is making up time, just not a lot of time, as this midfield from 6th on back to 10th continues to go at it. Welker now up to 8th. Now make it back to 9th as a 2-for-1 move by Robert Arana. Gets him to P8. Here's a look up front. Look at Wargo. What a lap it's been for Derek Wargo. Now he's safely within the draft. No matter what Seville does, he'll ride along with them. So Derek Wargo making up more time. 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Another 2/10 gain. He's down to 8/10 off the lead, 6/10 off the back of Reagan Seville as they head out of turn 2 and through 3.
Yeah, and I think Seville took a look back at Wargo. He looked up and gave him a little bit of a wave like, I'm here. I'm starting to catch up to you guys. So look for Seville possibly to he's pushing as much as he can on the back of Chambers, but maybe he might want to think about trying to dive on the inside of Josie to possibly take the point and see if that combination may be better, because as of right now, it's not working if Wargo's closing up to him.
Yeah, Derek Wargo continues to roll forward and more forward here, coming out of turn 7 over to turn 8. Josie Chambers, along with Reagan Seville right there, will have company in about half a lap or less, a minute and 10 seconds plus 2 laps to go as the timer continues to go down on screen. It's 2 laps once it hits 0 or when they're about to hit 0. So they'll come by the line this time. They will not have a minute 15 or more remaining. So this will be essentially 3 laps to go at the stripe. Right when you need to be there, Derek Wargo is getting himself into the conversation as he pulls up to the rear bumper of Reagan Seville to turn 11. And if I'm Reagan Seville, I'm probably going down in turn 4 this time by, if not in turn number 1, because if I don't, then I know Derek is going to be looking to go by me because he's spent the whole time catching us. He's not just going to arrive and ride in third to the end. He's going to try to mark his way to the lead. So let's see. Does Reagan Seville pull out of line? Turn 4, he does not. No move there, but he really was close and trying to keep no room for Wargo to go through. Now he goes, turn 6, but an under from Josie Chambers brings Derek Wargo with him. Do they get clear into 7? Seville is going to let him have it, and Wargo moves to P2. Chambers holds the lead.
Yeah, not only did Wargo have the tow, but he also has had the fastest car. He's able to drive up by himself. Josie Chambers tapping his helmet saying, hey, let's be smart about this. They start shuffling back and forth. However, unfortunately for Josie, there's coming up on 2 laps to go right now. So they are playing it smart by waiting till the end. But now all bets are off, and as soon as they see 2 laps to go, the gloves are going to come off. They're probably going to be going back and forth. However, Seville is slowly starting to fade away with that rocket ship of Wargo pushing on the back bumper of Chambers.
Here they come towards the back section. Look how much gap they've already pulled on Reagan. My goodness. I don't know if it was a bad exit at 10 or a really good one for Wargo compared to Seville, but the gap is huge. Now here with 2 to go as the leaders come by the stripe, Derek Wargo could make it a 2-horse race if he just waits about another half lap before he goes on Josie Chambers. The 2 of them are rocketing away from Reagan Seville and both doing that extra little lean back tuck to get further out of the air. That time by Seville at the line, 9.5 tenths away from the lead, 8 back from Wargo. Derek Wargo elevating the pace up in the pack, and he's dropping Reagan Seville bit by bit, corner by corner, to make it easier for him and Josie Chambers to go at it without worrying about losing an additional position.
Yeah, Wargo's best bet is to wait till the last lap, but I'm curious to see if he has an opportunity going into turn 8 if he's going to take it. He's on the back bumper out of 7, pushing Josie Chambers all the way down. Does Josie defend off on the inside, stays on the normal line, and it looks like Wargo is not going to pop out. He did the little crouch down in the seat to try to make himself more aerodynamic, and that gap almost seems to be plateauing right now. I mean, I think it possibly might be growing a little bit, but not as extreme as it was the lap before.
There'll be some growth here going into 11. We'll just see how deep Reagan Seville sent it in the braking zone to try and make up for lost time, and if he can get a good exit. White flag as they come out of 11 through 12 and 13. We go back down to 1. White flag in the air. Josie Chambers, Derek Wargo. Something happened to Reagan Seville. Where did he go? Reagan Seville coming out of a 10 looked okay. He has not crossed the line. Reagan Seville on the GFC is off on the side of the racetrack coming out of turn 10. I don't know if he blew a chain or a motor or something, but the number 1 plate is out on the final lap. Let's go back up front. From 3rd, Seville is gone. Chambers still the leader as they exit turn 6. They look back. There's nobody home. They can go at it all they want as they go to 7.
Yeah, Wargo now down by about a half a car length coming from that hairpin at turn 6, heading up into 7, and is now going to have to possibly see if they can't tow up just a little bit more. Again, that triple apex, left-hander coming out to it. He's going to need a good run here down this backstretch. He's now caught up to the tow and the back bumper. Does he try it here, or does he try it into 11? Looking at it, I think he's going to have to wait till the last corner.
Yeah, that's what he's setting up for right now. It's the Bureau Art of Josie Chambers up front, and coming out of turns 9 and 10, they go over to 11. Here we are. Josie Chambers the leader. Wargo second. Does Wargo ride there? He doesn't need to go for the win, but he wants it. Here he comes inside. Chambers left the door open, but he sends it deep. That's going to hurt the exit. Wargo, can he get enough? He can't. Chambers holds it tough on the outside to win. Heat 2 in 206 Junior. Derek Wargo second. Shelby Ramirez and Ava Blem way back will inherit third and fourth, and they should be safe in those spots. Look at the gaps at the back of the field. They're battling fifth, sixth, and seventh coming to the line. Vafton Willander, Parker Fitz, side by side. Give it to Willander for sixth, Fitz seventh. Landon Welker is eighth. In the middle of them was Robert Arana in fifth and Ava Blem in fourth. Then it's behind Welker, Jonas Dovray ninth, Gage Muxlow 10th. Seville, a DNF late, will force a little more track cleanup. We'll take one final commercial break. And when we come back, it's the last class of the afternoon. The heavy hitters, Exertech KA100 Senior, 34 drivers strong, coming your way. Onto the racetrack for Exertech KA100 Senior. Alex Stanfield was able to get away for second, but Peyton Phillips, who qualified on the outside of the front row, was the man to beat by and large, lap by lap in heat number one. That high five performance, red and white Tony kart, just walked away from the rest of the pack. He'll line up again on the outside of the front row, but I don't know if they'll let him get away as easily in heat number 2. We saw Alex Stanfield, again, you mentioned it, Caleb, trying to work on the engine, work on the needles a little bit to find some more speed at the end of the heat race, because he just didn't seem like he had the normal speed we're used to watching him, where he's at the level or faster than the race leader. That one, he was maybe a 4th or 5th place car and held on to second just through attrition. Adrian Cruz and Braden Robertson colliding on the final lap. They're looking to make up for lost time as they line up 3rd and 5th here on the grid after a bad heat race that saw them both get collected into the grass. There was a lot of chaos, a lot of elbow grease, and a lot of controversy in that opening heat. Drew Chappell was also collected in an incident on the opening lap after really having just a rough start to begin with from the outside of the second row. Braden Robertson again is joined by Joey Friend on row 2 for an all CRG, all Arcane Motorsports 3rd row. It's JD Lamping, who had a great run in heat number 1 to run in the top 5 all race long on that High Five Performance Tony kart, to his outside Jake Faulkner on the Slipstream Racing comp kart. And to round your top 10, Ruben Ascencio the 4th, and Ign Rudolph on the AR Academy Bureau Art rolls off in 10th. It's 34 drivers. Also keep your eye on the likes of Massimo Sanchez-Lara and Ian Howell, who made up 25 spots apiece from the back of the grid in Heat 1. They're doing it again in Heat 2 as we go down to 1. Can they all get through? This time a lot cleaner, a lot safer. The whole field survives through the 1-2 chicane. It is Stanfield, Cruz, Phillips, Robertson, 1, 2, 3, 4 down to turn 4.
Yeah, and Stanfield's already starting to pull up just a little bit of a gap over Cruz in P2. I have a feeling it's going to drop back down because that front 5, almost 6, a little bit smoother than they were last time by. And again, that's being rounded out by that Kart Republic back in the 6th spot of, Drew Campbell in the 4th spot has fallen back, started 4th, fallen back into 6th, and making their way up through the field, Robertson up into the 4th position as well. But there's that gap right there. You got the top 3, a little bit of a gap, then 4, 5, and 6, and the rest of the field on back.
Yeah, so it is Alex Stanfield, Peyton Phillips, Adrian Cruz, then Peyton Phillips, then Braden Robertson, then Drew Chappell. Your top 5. We'll watch them go down to 11. Look at the run for Adrian Cruz. He wants the lead already. Good opening lap for the CRDX spree. He'll go through on Alex Stanfield. Stanfield gives a thumbs up to Adrian Cruz and lets him know, all right, you can go to the lead. I'll slot into 2nd as they go down to turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if that was a sarcastic thumbs up or if it's like a we did a clean pass thumbs up. I think it was sarcasm because here comes now your 3rd placement of Peyton Phillips. Look on the inside. Here comes Stanfield back on front, and Adrian Cruz doesn't want to give it up, runs him wide.
Both of them going at it, and they're both going to lose 3 spots in the process. Stanfield down the inside. Cruz tried to hang it on him, and Stanfield frustrated at Adrian. Adrian frustrated at Alex. He'll send it down the inside in 7. This is going to get ugly fast here if neither one of them wants to blink. Cruz back on the inside in 7. They might throw their whole heat away going at each other, and it's allowed the top 3 to break away. It is Phillips over Braden Robertson, Drew Chappell, Alex Stanfield to the inside of Adrian Cruz in turn 9. They'll bang tires. Cruz off in the grass, and he'll finally concede. And now here comes a cavalry. JD Lamping. The whole pack is lined up there as Cruz finds a place in line ahead of Jake Faulkner. And now Lamping's going to go on Stanfield. So does Joey Friend. So does Cruz. So does Faulkner, who is going to try and get 3 spots. They're 3 wide. This is wild here out the outside edge of the top 10. Sometime, at some point, someone's going off. Somehow right now, we have not seen it. We're 3 wide again. Look at Cruz. He'll put Joey Friend in the middle. Down the inside, Stanfield is there, shoves him through, goes through with him, and Cruz and Stanfield side by side to 6 into the corner. And I think they'll finally just give room as Faulkner and Aiden Rudolph bang tires. Up front, everyone is long gone. Faulkner now gets the spot. Rudolph in line. And, man, it is crazy. Joey Friend now getting eaten alive for the 8th spot.
I was going to say keep an eye on, if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be Aiden Rudolph, who is making up positions. He's really good in traffic. He can almost have a foresight as to who's going to swing out where. And we saw that work through. He was right in the middle of that, actually was behind that all that chaos. We see, I think that's Robertson. No, it's not Robertson.
That's Joey Friend throwing a block there.
Friend making up one more. But what I was saying is, sorry, lost train of thought. Rudolph is great at just working his way through the traffic. We saw it pay out for him. He was kind of like a silent assassin working his way up last heat. This heat now, keep an eye on him. I have a feeling he's going to make up more spots he did last time.
Yeah, he's working up to Jake Faulkner now. That was a good gain for Rudolph. He's now up to 8th after falling back a little bit on the start, but good recovery. Up front, Peyton Phillips still leading. Braden Robertson, Drew Chappell. They're happily about 2 seconds up the road from the rest of the field. no passes for the lead yet. Then the next group is J.D. Lamping, Adrian Cruz, Alex Stanfield, forced to work together for 4th, 5th, and 6th after going at it. Here's Stanfield again on Cruz. No, thought he might have been looking low. He was not. Now Cruz is in a bad spot. He's on the outside into 7. Stanfield follows. Now he dives to the bottom side in 8 through the quad apex. Cruz kind of pinched him tight. He holds the position for 5th. And Stanfield frustrated with Adrian Cruz right now. J.D. Lamping unaware of the tensions building behind him. He might maybe an innocent bystander if he doesn't have things go the right way. Hopefully it all stays good for J.D. as he runs in 4th. Here comes Cruz to the inside, turn 11 for 4th. Stanfield gives him a heap there, and there it is, innocent bystander J.D. Lamping, and off the racetrack Adrian Cruz. Alex Stanfield frustrated and going through for 4th. Cruz 5th, and man, that was a little bit of an early prediction. I didn't want that one to come true for poor J.D. Lamping, but he got really ruffled there, and now he falls back another 3 spots at the end of turn 1.
Yeah, and I was saying before when they were making the way into turn 11, Lamping, no idea what any of the chaos happened the entire race, was pointing forward to go, and then you saw Cruz make a move on the inside. Stanfield saw his opportunity to go down as well, and like I said, innocent bystander stuck out of no man's land, falls all the way down the field. He had a good run going for himself.
So Alex Stanfield and Adrian Cruz now get separated, and they're 3 seconds back from the top 3, who are still running in line, just gathering points. Again, Braden Robertson making up heat race points for the collision with Cruz in Heat 1. Drew Chappell making up points for getting collected with, I believe, Tyler Stevens in Heat number 1 as well. So the drivers in 2nd and 3rd, even if they win, it doesn't matter to Peyton Phillips right now. Phillips could finish 3rd and be fine. He's already got a heat win, so he's in a calm spot. And then these two right here, the black and orange CRG of Braden Robertson, the white and orange Kart Republic of Drew Chappell, they're just making up for lost time. I think they both would be happy with a 2nd and a 3rd. They might. I'm not saying they won't go for the top spot, but I would be surprised if they kind of threw it all away going for the position here in Heat number 2, because it's an aggregate. It's a combination of everything. It's a total sum. So you don't need to win every battle. You just need to win the war. And right now what they're doing is winning that war, because by staying in line, they're keeping Alex Stanfield and Adrian Cruz out of reach. They were all right now within a mix of a 10th to 2/10, 1st to 5th. They just are 3 seconds away. So as long as they run like this, as long as they wait till at least the last lap, maybe 2 to go, Alex Stanfield and Adrian Cruz, they've got no shot to catch them.
Well, and keep in mind, too, that Drew Chappell and Braden Robertson saw the beginning parts of all that drama to play out between both Stanfield and Cruz. So they may have looked back, saw who was behind him, but decided, you know what, if we stay in the top 3, we can prevent something that happened to J.D. Lamping, where friendly fire just takes you out and falls back in order. So I think you're 100% correct. If they do start to race each other, it's probably going to be with either 2 or the white flag to go, as we continue to watch these two that have been, they're not in the forefront anymore, but they are the one that we're all keeping our eyes on, both Adrian Cruz and Alex Stanfield running in 4th and 5th.
Yeah, Cruz going back around, goes purple, 104.46, a 10th better than race leader Peyton Phillips. So the race-winning speed is there for Adrian Cruz. He's just got to work his way back up to the lead, and Alex Stanfield kind of forced to follow him, probably against his own will, but nothing he could do. Cruz was quicker, has gone around. If he fights him again, they're just going to go backwards. They definitely won't go forward. So the timer's hit 0. Now next time by, it'll be 2 laps to go for everybody. The top 5 has somewhat stabilized. You look back from Cruz and Stanfield, you'll find the AR Academy Beer-Lard of Aiden Rudolph, who, as you mentioned, has been working his way through the pack. Had to do the same thing at North Texas Kartways, almost the same thing pretty much at his home racetrack at Speed Sports. It's not been the best qualifying year for Aiden Rudolph. He's kind of been starting every weekend in the early teens or a high top 10, but he's had been successful at carving up the field. He's up to 6th, another consistent Heat Race 1 run for him tomorrow morning should lock him into a top 3 row starting position. Behind him there is Tyler Stevens on the High Five Performance Tony Kart with that white front bumper, and then there's the blue and yellow comp kart of Jake Faulkner. A lap and a half to go. Peyton Phillips, by the way, still the leader. Robertson, Chappell 2nd and 3rd, just cruising behind him here as they exit turn 6.
Yeah, and I think you nailed it perfectly, where they're content running where they are just because it's, I want to say quote-unquote safe, but it's a guaranteed starting position well within inside the top 3 rows if they're just able to finish how they are. And who knows, if the opportunity presents itself and it's an obvious pass, obviously they're going to take it. But I'm curious to see how these two are going to pan out with the white flag coming out here next time by.
Yeah, Adrian Cruz is hoping he can drive away from Stanfield, but he may not be able to get away enough where Stanfield will challenge him, and we may see that. So we keep tabs on both of them. I'm sure there will be a difference of opinion in the scale line when they get done. The white flag coming out this time by. So this is 4th and 5th on your screen. Adrian Cruz, Alex Stanfield. Cruz is going to defend a little. Alex is like, you know what, just go forward. But you can't always trust the driver. A lot of the times we'll see that go forward signal, and then they'll pass them. Stanfield's hand in the air is like, what are we doing here? Oh, wow! That was something there in turn number 1. Cruz through the grass. Stanfield a little bump and run. And with that, through 4, 5, and 6, we go back to the lead. They're spread apart. Stanfield to 4th. Here's Peyton Phillips leading over to 7. The 3-car pack. Drew Chappell still riding P3. Braden Robertson riding in P2. And this is also where you can build a little bit of trust. When you follow a guy through a heat race and then you dive bomb him, let's say, or you pass him early in the main event, he's going to say, well, that guy cut me a break and he followed me in the heat. I'll follow him for a lap or 2 in the main. This is not only maintaining position, having a safe heat race result for Drew Chappell and Braden Robertson, but for both of them on each other and with Peyton Phillips, it's building some relationship capital that, as we're seeing when you don't have, like Adrian Cruz and Stanfield have with each other, you can worry about. As Robertson just defending there on Chappell for 2nd, not going for the win. He'll give it away and let Peyton Phillips cruise to it. Phillips sweeps the heat races here on Saturday. Stanfield crosses the line 4th. Cruz in 5th, as Cruz could not get back to him. And, well, I mean, we'll see what this cool-down lap looks like. We already seen a thumbs up and some other non-family-friendly gestures here today. So further back, Tyler Stevens on the high-five Tony Kart ended up in 6th. They got around Aiden Rudolph late in the going. Rudolph fell all the way down to the 11th spot, so not where he wanted to end up for Aiden Rudolph. Ruben Ascencio rounded out the top 10. Sebastian Trejo 9th. Jake Faulkner 8th, Joey Friend 7th, Tyler Stevens in 6th. But great performance out of Peyton Phillips, and the high-five performance Tony Karts are rocking and rolling, and everybody's having some fun in that lead pack. Not so fun for 4th and 5th, but Drew Chappell, you can see, getting the chicken wings out on the cool-down lap as they'll bring it on into the scale line. So a fun ending to Saturday for the top 3, a less fun ending for everybody else. Peyton Phillips, phenomenal job here today as they'll bring him into the scale line to win both heat races from the off-pole. Massive championship points. Good confidence into Sunday. He's got 1 more heat to go, but with 2 heat wins and with all the chaos and shuffling behind him, all he really needs is probably a top 5 result, and he will be good. They'll bring him in the scales here as we begin to wrap up the day. And we want to say thank you to everyone for tuning in from Amarillo Kart Complex. We're live again tomorrow, even earlier than today, to bring you the final round of heat races, I believe. With no drivers meeting tomorrow, we move our schedule up a little bit earlier. We go green at 10:50 a.m. Eastern time, 9:50 a.m. Central, 7:50 a.m. Pacific, with the final round of heats. And the main events live on Kart Chaser Premium. Those kick off at 2 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Central, and 11 a.m. Pacific. For Caleb Smock, myself, Xander Clements, the entire team at Kart Chaser, Amarillo Kart Complex, and Brittany Lobrow on the team at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.